Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's journey into Sleep Enigma, the channel where the mysteries of the world unfold as you drift into a realm of curiosity and wonder. Before we begin, take a moment to comment below. Tell us where you're tuning in from, what time it is for you, and if you'd like, share how your day has been. And if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to Sleep Enigma so you never miss a story designed to unravel secrets, ignite imagination, and lead you into the calm embrace of the unknown. Dr. Alice Mercer had always been a woman of logic, rational, analytical, and methodical in everything she did. As a renowned physicist specializing in quantum mechanics, she was used to pushing the boundaries of understanding, but nothing in. Her career prepared her for the strange events that began unfolding on that stormy Thursday night. It was the kind of evening that felt like the world was holding its breath. The sky crackled with static electricity, thunder echoing across the empty halls of the university where Alice spent most of her nights. She wasn't the type to take vacations. There were always papers to write, equations to solve, and, most recently, an ancient set of notes from a long-dead physicist she couldn't stop obsessing over. The notes had arrived a week before. Postmarked from an unknown address, they contained nothing but a series of equations, a formula, scrawled hastily on crumbling paper. Alice didn't recognize the handwriting, but the content was startling. It wasn't like anything she had seen before. The equations suggested a theory that challenged the very foundation of physics: time manipulation. At first, Alice dismissed it as nonsense, but the more she looked at the formula, the more she felt a strange pull, like the answer was just beyond her reach. The formula seemed to dance in front of her eyes, every number, every variable pointing to something she couldn't quite grasp. But one equation stood out above the rest, a strange variable she couldn't decode. It was that night when the first anomaly occurred. Alice sat in front of her computer, staring at the screen as her fingers hovered over the keyboard. She was inputting the formula, trying to break it down into something that made sense. She was just about to hit enter when the power flickered. The lights dimmed, then went out entirely. For a brief, terrifying second, she thought the world had gone silent. No hum of electronics, no distant traffic outside, just stillness. Then, as suddenly as the blackout had come, the lights flickered back to life. But something had changed. The numbers on her screen had shifted, slightly, imperceptibly, but enough to make her heart race. The formula was different. No, it was moving. She rubbed her eyes, convinced it was a trick of the light. But when she looked again, the numbers were rearranging themselves on the screen, forming new sequences, looping back on themselves in ways she couldn't comprehend. The hair on the back of her neck stood up, and that's when the voice came. It was a whisper at first, barely audible, then louder, more distinct. It wasn't coming from the speakers, but from somewhere deeper, like a thought, but not her own. "You're getting too close, Dr. Mercer." Alice froze. Her breath caught in her throat. She wasn't sure if it was her mind playing tricks on her, or if something more sinister was at play. Her heart pounded in her chest. But who could have been watching her? There was no one else in the lab. She was alone. Or so she thought. Her fingers trembled as she grabbed her phone, dialing her colleague, Dr. Oliver Hughes. They had worked together for years, and while he wasn't as skeptical as Alice, he had a knack for unraveling mysteries that seemed to defy logic. When the phone rang, the voice on the other end was uncharacteristically strained. "Alice, get out of there. Now." "What do you mean? What's going on?" Alice demanded, trying to make sense of the situation. "You don't understand. Yet," he said, his voice urgent. "That formula, it's real. Someone doesn't want you to figure it out, and they'll stop at nothing to keep you from the truth." Her mind raced. Who was they? And why was this formula so important? But before she could ask anything further, the line went dead. Alice stared at her phone for a moment, the weight of the situation settling in. There was no turning back now. The equations, those strange symbols, weren't just numbers. They were a key to something far larger than she could comprehend, something that had the potential to change everything. Time itself. As she stared at the screen in her dimly lit office, Alice made a decision. She would uncover the truth, no matter the cost. But in the back of her mind, one question lingered. Who was behind this? And why had they been waiting for her? The mystery of time manipulation had just begun. And Alice Mercer, once a scientist, grounded in the tangible, was about to step into a world where logic no longer held sway. Dr. Alice Mercer couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Every creak of the old building, every rustle of the papers on her desk made her jump, her heart pounding in her chest. She had spent the past few days immersed in the strange formula, unable to pull herself away. But now, the atmosphere felt charged, like the air itself was filled with static, a sense that something beyond the equations was unfolding. After that strange incident with the computer, Alice couldn't focus on anything else. She'd barely slept, her mind racing with questions. Who had sent the formula? What was its purpose? And most importantly, why did it seem like the numbers were moving on their own? She sat hunched over her desk in her lab, staring at the screen. The mysterious formula had somehow rewritten itself, rearranging the variables like an unsolvable puzzle. But something new had appeared. A symbol. It wasn't part of the original notes. It was a strange, almost alien shape, something she couldn't find any reference to in any of her textbooks or scientific papers. It wasn't just a random squiggle. It felt purposeful, deliberate, as if it had been waiting for her to notice. Alice took a deep breath and typed the symbol into a search engine. Nothing. She tried every database she had access to, every archive of scientific journals and papers. The symbol didn't exist. At least, not in the world she knew. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled. This symbol was something ancient, an artifact of knowledge that shouldn't exist in her time. Then, as if the universe itself had decided to intervene, Alice found something. A small, obscure article from an old journal published in the 1930s, buried beneath hundreds of pages of irrelevant material. The title alone made her stomach drop. The Symbol of Chronos, unveiling the secrets of time's edge. Her pulse quickened as she opened the article. It was a speculative paper discussing the myth of Chronos, the Greek god of time. The author, Dr. Edmund Clark, had speculated that this symbol, was a remnant of an ancient formula, a key to controlling the flow of time itself. The article mentioned an experiment Clark had conducted in 1923 that ended in tragedy. No one had ever discovered what happened to Clark or his research. But now, Alice was beginning to see the bigger picture. This wasn't just about physics. It was about something much darker, much older. The deeper she dug, the more the conspiracy around time manipulation began to take shape. She could feel it in her bones now. A hidden history, a secret buried beneath centuries of scientific progress. This wasn't just a formula. It was a key, and someone had been guarding it for a long time. Her eyes darted around the dimly lit lab, and that feeling of being watched returned, stronger this time. She glanced over her shoulder, half expecting someone to be standing there, observing her every move. But the room was empty, save for the hum of the fluorescent lights above her. Shaking off the unease, she turned her attention back to the screen, her fingers racing across the keyboard as she searched for more information. That's when she found it. A hidden message, buried in the metadata of the file she had opened. A string of numbers and letters that didn't seem to fit. Her eyes widened as she decoded the message. The first piece is in your hands. The second will come when you least expect it. Don't trust the shadows. Alice froze. The hair on her neck stood up once again. The second piece? What did it mean? Who had left this message for her? The urgency of the situation settled over her like a thick fog. Whoever had been watching her wasn't finished. They wanted her to find the truth, but only on their terms. With trembling hands, Alice printed out the article and the cryptic message. She needed to talk to someone she could trust. The first person who came to mind was Dr. Oliver Hughes, the colleague who had warned her to get out of the lab. He might be the only person who could help her make sense of all this. But when Alice tried to call him, something strange happened. The phone rang, but there was no answer. It wasn't the usual voicemail greeting, though. It was just static, unnatural, unsettling static that crackled in her ear. Her fingers tightened around the phone, her anxiety rising. She tried again. This time, the line picked up after only 2 rings. "Alice?" The voice on the other end was hoarse, barely, a whisper. "They know. I'm not safe. You need to stop." "Oliver?" Alice's voice trembled. "What do you mean? Who knows? What's going on?" But the line went dead. No warning, just silence. Panic surged through her, and for the first time since she had started this journey, Alice felt the full weight of what she was up against. There was someone, or something, out there, pulling strings, manipulating the course of history. She had barely scratched the surface, and already things were spiraling out of control. The symbol, the hidden message, the disappearance of Dr. Hughes, it was all connected, and the deeper she dug, the more she realized. The truth wasn't just hidden, it was being actively suppressed. Alice grabbed her coat and bolted out of the lab, her mind racing. She had to find Oliver, before it was too late. Alice's mind was a storm of confusion and fear as she sped down the darkened streets, her hands gripping the steering wheel. Dr. Oliver Hughes had always been reliable, steady, rational. To hear that panic in his voice, to know that something was actively hunting him, it unsettled her more than anything. She needed answers, and the only way to get them was to track down Oliver, no matter what it took. But as she neared his apartment building, something caught her eye in the rearview mirror. A car, a black sedan, had been following her for the past few miles. She tried to shake the feeling, rationalizing it away as coincidence, but the creeping sensation gnawed at her. The car wasn't moving like a regular vehicle. It was too close, too consistent. Alice's grip tightened on the wheel as she pulled into the parking lot, the sedan doing the same, just a few spaces away. Her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't remember the last time she'd felt this exposed, this vulnerable. She didn't know who was in that car or what they wanted, but the anxiety coiling in her stomach told her this wasn't just about the formula anymore. She quickly turned off the engine, grabbed her phone, and bolted toward the building entrance. As she passed the parking garage, she caught a glimpse of the car's headlights flickering in the rearview mirror, but it remained stationary, like a shadow lingering just out of reach. For a moment, Alice hesitated. Should she call the police? But then she thought better of it. Whoever had been watching her, whoever had sent that cryptic message, wasn't someone the authorities would understand. She needed answers that they couldn't provide. She needed Oliver. The elevator ride to his apartment was agonizingly slow. As the doors opened on the 3rd floor, Alice stepped into the hallway, only to be hit by an eerie silence. No lights, no sound. It felt like the world had momentarily held its breath. Oliver's apartment door was ajar. Not by much, just a crack, but enough to send a spike of dread through Alice's chest. She knocked, but when there was no answer, she pushed the door open. The apartment was dark, save for the faint glow of a desk lamp. The room looked normal. Papers were scattered across the table, books piled in haphazard stacks, a few empty coffee mugs near the couch. But something was wrong. The air felt thick, charged, and then Alice saw it, a piece of paper hastily scribbled with notes. Her pulse quickened as she crossed the room, reading the frantic lines. The formula isn't complete. There's a hidden sequence, one that doesn't belong in this time. Whoever controls the formula controls time itself, Her heart skipped. Hidden. Sequence. Was this what Dr. Clark had hinted at? The part that no one had been able to decipher? Alice quickly grabbed the paper and stuffed it into her coat pocket, her eyes darting around the room. No sign of Oliver. But then, the sound of a door creaking caught her attention. From the far corner of the apartment, there, in the bedroom, was a faint light flickering beneath the door. Alice moved silently, her breath shallow, every muscle tense as she approached the room. Her fingers curled around the door handle, the cool metal sending a jolt of fear through her. She turned it slowly, inch by inch, as if the world might come crashing down if she made a wrong move. And then she saw it. Oliver was standing by the bed, staring at something in his hands. His face was pale, eyes wide with terror as he clutched a small, ornate box. It looked ancient, rusted and tarnished with age, but its intricate designs were unmistakable. Symbols, lines, patterns that seemed to defy reason. Alice felt the blood drain from her face as she stepped closer. "Oliver, what's going on?" He didn't respond at first. His hands trembled as he opened the box, revealing a second, smaller object inside. It was a crystal, a translucent sphere, no bigger than a marble. But when it caught the light, it shimmered in a way that made Alice's breath catch in her throat. This is the second piece," Oliver whispered, his voice trembling. "I've been studying it for weeks. It doesn't belong here, Alice. It's from another time." Alice reached for it, but Oliver pulled back. His eyes were wide with fear. "No, you don't understand. It's not just a relic. It's alive. Somehow, it's alive. And whoever created that formula is coming for it." His words hit her like a freight train. Alive? Was the formula truly more than just theoretical? Could it be, a doorway into something far greater than they had imagined? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the front door, followed by the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Someone was here, and they weren't here to ask questions. Oliver's eyes widened in panic. "They've found us!" Alice grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the window. "We have to go, now!" But before they could make it, the door crashed open. A dark figure stood in the doorway, silhouette framed by the dim hallway light. The figure's voice was low, threatening. "You should have stayed away, Dr. Mercer. Now you've seen too much." Alice froze, her heart hammering in her chest. The shadow in the doorway wasn't just anyone. It was someone who knew too much about her, about the formula, about everything. And in that moment, Alice realized something chilling. There were forces at play far beyond her understanding, forces that had been pulling strings for longer than she could ever imagine. The figure in the doorway was a tall man, dressed in a sleek, black suit, his face obscured by shadows. His eyes, though, those eyes were cold, calculating and strangely familiar. Alice's pulse quickened. She had seen those eyes before, but where? Oliver grabbed her arm, yanking her back from the window. "We have to get out now." His voice was frantic, his face pale with terror. He wasn't thinking straight. His mind was spinning, too overwhelmed by everything they had uncovered. But Alice couldn't move. The figure didn't move either. He simply stood there like a statue, his cold gaze locking onto hers with an intensity that made her skin crawl. And then his lips curved into a small, almost imperceptible smile. "Dr. Mercer," he said, his voice smooth and oddly familiar. "You're deeper in this than you realize." The words sent a chill down her spine, but it wasn't the coldness of the statement that unnerved her. It was the way he said it, like it was a foregone conclusion, as if he had been waiting for this moment, for her to cross this line. "Who are you?" Alice demanded, her voice surprisingly steady, even though her heart was pounding in her chest. He chuckled softly, stepping forward just enough for the dim light to catch his face, and that's when it hit her. Her breath caught in her throat. It was him, Dr. Thomas Ackerley, the former colleague she had once respected, the brilliant physicist who had disappeared 5 years ago without a trace, the man who had been researching time manipulation before he vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but whispers of a doomed experiment. But why was he here? And why now? "What happened to you?" Alice whispered, her mind racing. The last time she'd heard Ackerley's name, it was tied to a scandal, the failure of an experiment in time travel that had been swept under the rug. His disappearance had been framed as a mental breakdown, a fall from grace in the scientific community. But Alice knew the truth. He had been onto something powerful. And now he was standing in front of her, as if time itself had bent to bring him back. "You're not ready to know the full truth, Alice," Ackerley said, stepping closer. "But you're already in too deep. The formula you've been playing with, it's not just numbers and symbols. It's a map to control time itself. And you're not the first to search for it. The only difference between you and everyone else is you found it." Ackerley's words settled over her like a weight. A map? She had suspected that the formula was more than just an equation. But this was different. This was a road to something vast, something that could change the very fabric of existence. But there was something about Ackerley that felt off, something in his eyes, in his demeanor, as if he wasn't trying to help her but rather lead her towards something else entirely. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small device, flat, metallic, and with a blinking light on its surface. Alice's heart skipped. Was it a tracker? A bomb? She had no idea, but her instinct screamed at her to get away from him. "Don't," Alice said, taking a step back. "I won't help you. Whatever you think I am, I'm not your ally." Ackerley raised an eyebrow, his gaze never leaving hers. "I never asked for your help, Alice. In fact, I warned you to stay away from this. But now that you've crossed the line, there's no turning back. You're already part of the game." Oliver's voice was barely a whisper. "Alice, we need to go. Now. Please, he's not who he used to be." But Alice couldn't tear her eyes away from Ackerley. His presence was magnetic, like an illusion, drawing her closer even as her instincts screamed to flee. "The game," Ackerley continued, his tone dark, "is about control. Control of time, of history. There are factions, powerful ones, who will stop at nothing to keep this formula from being revealed. They've been watching you, Alice, watching both of us, and they will kill to keep it hidden." A loud crash echoed from the hallway. The door behind them flew open with a bang, and Alice spun around in shock. A group of men, dressed in tactical gear, rushed into the room. Their faces were obscured by dark masks, their movements calculated and precise. There were no words, only swift, brutal action. One of them raised a gun, pointing it at Alice. "Move," the man barked, his voice cold. Ackerley didn't flinch. He simply stepped back as if he had been expecting this, as if they were part of the same team. "Don't do it," Alice said, her voice trembling, but she refused to back down. "I won't let you control me." The masked man with the gun stepped forward, pressing the barrel against her chest. "You don't have a choice, Dr. Mercer." Alice's heart raced. Her mind raced faster. These people, who were they? And how did Ackerley fit into this twisted puzzle? But then, Ackerley's voice interrupted her thoughts. "You're a smart woman, Alice," he said, his tone almost sympathetic. "You've seen the truth, but you're still fighting it. The only way to survive this is to stop resisting. Embrace the knowledge. Control it." A deep, guttural sound rumbled from the hallway. It wasn't just the sound of footsteps anymore. It was the sound of a storm coming, of something dangerous, something immense. Ackerley's eyes darkened, a glint of something ancient and terrifying flashing across his face. "You've been warned, Alice. The storm is here, and you can't outrun it." In that moment, everything shifted. Time itself seemed to warp. The world around her blurred, the walls of the apartment stretching and bending like rubber. The air felt thick with pressure, as though something vast and unseen was shifting in the background of reality. Alice took a deep breath. She was out of time, literally, and she had no choice but to face the truth. The sound of the gun being cocked echoed in the small apartment, the cold metallic click slicing through Alice's thoughts like a razor. Her breath caught, and for a moment, the room went still. The men in masks moved with terrifying precision, but Alice couldn't tear her gaze away from Ackerley. He was still standing, watching her, his face unreadable. The glimmer of warning in his eyes was gone now, replaced with something far darker. Something had changed. The masked man, holding the gun, a large figure whose movements were too calculated to be human, stepped closer. He didn't flinch, didn't hesitate. He was a machine, nothing more. "Get down," he growled, his voice muffled by the mask. Alice's legs were locked. She couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Everything was moving too fast. Her mind screamed for action, for an escape route, but her body wouldn't cooperate. The fear was suffocating, but then, a sharp crack, the air in the room shifted, as though the universe had tilted on its axis. The gun was no longer pointed at her. Instead, it was aimed at Ackerley. His cold, expressionless face hadn't changed. His lips barely moved as he spoke. "You think you can stop me?" Alice's heart raced. What was happening? For a split second, the gunman hesitated, confusion flickering behind the mask. "You know the protocol. No exceptions." Ackerley's voice was like ice. "You will make exceptions, and you will listen to me." The tension in the room was suffocating, but something about Ackerley's words shifted the balance. Alice didn't know what was going on, but she felt the truth rippling through the air like an electric charge. And then, before anyone could react, Ackerley raised his hand. In an instant, the room was shattered, as though time itself had been ripped open. A sharp whip crack of sound filled the space, followed by a wave of distorted energy that sent a pulse of light streaking through the room. It was as if the very fabric of reality had buckled under the strain. The gunman froze, his hand trembling, unable to lower the weapon. The other men in the room, the ones positioned by the door, looked to Ackerley as though waiting for a command. Yet none came. Alice's head swam as she tried to make sense of what had just happened. Had Ackerley somehow manipulated time? Was this possible? He turned slowly to face her, a cryptic smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "This is why they're afraid, Alice. You're too close to understanding the true cost of this formula." She could barely process the words. The true cost? What did he mean? You've already seen what the formula can do. The hidden sequence, the anomaly, the way it bends reality. This is no ordinary science. It's beyond physics. It's metaphysics. It's a tool to control everything. Time, space, consciousness itself. And those men, they're the ones who want to keep it all hidden. The masked gunman, still frozen, was trying, desperately trying to adjust the gun in his hand as if he could somehow regain control. But the more he struggled, the more the air around him seemed to warp, distort. His arm trembled as though it no longer obeyed his will. "I know you're confused," Ackerley continued, his voice calm and measured. "You don't fully understand what you found yet. But you will, and when you do, you'll realize something terrible." Alice's legs buckled as a wave of dizziness hit her. She had to sit. She needed space to breathe, to think. She barely noticed the mask-wearing men trying to regain their composure, the blurring of their faces a reminder that she was stuck in a nightmare she couldn't escape. Ackerley wasn't finished. The crystal, the second piece you've seen, the one that's been hidden for generations. It's not just a tool for manipulation. It's a key, he said, each word deliberate like the slow turn of a gear. It's the gateway to Well, I'm not sure what it opens, but that's what scares them. He glanced over his shoulder at the gunman, who was still struggling, his hand shaking, unable to move. The truth is, they've known about this formula for years, longer than you can imagine. They've been trying to control time, but they've failed every time. They've failed because they don't understand it. They don't know how to wield it. But you... He turned back to Alice, his gaze piercing. You're different. You're the one who can see it. You're the one who can unlock it. Alice swallowed hard, every word he said sinking in like a stone in her chest. Unlock what? What do you mean? Ackerley stepped closer, his tone almost conspiratorial. The real question isn't what time manipulation can do. It's who will control it. Those men, they want to control time. They've been trying to prevent the formula from being completed for decades. But I'm different. I'm not interested in control, Alice. I'm interested in freedom. Alice could barely process the words. The weight of what Ackerley was saying was too much to bear. Freedom, she whispered. You want to change. Time. But at what cost, Ackerley? What happens if this formula really works? What if we unlock something we can't control? Ackerley smiled faintly, as if he'd been waiting for her to ask that very question. Exactly, he said softly, his eyes glinting with something dangerous. That's the price, Alice. When you cross into that realm, when you unlock time, it doesn't just bend, it fractures. And once it fractures, there's no putting it back together. Alice's stomach twisted in horror. This wasn't just a conspiracy. This wasn't just a hidden truth. This was a reality-shattering force, one that could change everything. And now, it was in her hands. The room was unnervingly still, the silence broken only by the low hum of electricity flickering in the shadows. Alice could feel the tension crackling in the air, the weight of Ackerley's words pressing against her chest like a vice. Time, as she had always understood it, was no longer the constant, unchangeable force she thought it was. It was a malleable thread. A thread that, if pulled too hard, could unravel everything. She glanced around the room, the men in masks still frozen in place, their limbs stiff as though caught in some kind of paralysis. It was as if the laws of reality had bent around Ackerley's will, and now she couldn't escape it. She was trapped in a world where nothing was certain. Nothing. Alice, Ackerley said softly, breaking the silence. You've seen it. The crystal. The formula. It's more than just a scientific breakthrough. It's a key to altering the timeline, to reshaping the past and the future. But it's not just about power. It's about choice. He moved toward the desk, his fingers brushing the papers strewn across it. Each sheet of paper, each symbol, felt like a gateway to another world, another possibility. She could almost see the timeline stretching before her, endless roads diverging and weaving together in ways that defied logic. It was beautiful, terrifying, and completely out of her control. And I'm offering you that choice, Alice, Ackerley continued, his voice low and persuasive. You're not just an observer anymore. You're a player in this game. Alice's mind was reeling. Player? She had never asked for this. All she wanted was answers, not a ticket to the end of the world. She clenched her fists, trying to steady herself against the vertigo threatening to consume her. Why me? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Why am I the one who can unlock this? I'm not special. I'm just someone who stumbled onto a formula I didn't understand. Ackerley's eyes softened for a moment. Because you're the only one who can see the patterns, Alice. The world, the universe, it's all connected. It's like a web, fragile and intricate. And you're the only one who sees the way it can be rewoven. Her pulse quickened. The words felt dangerous, like a slow poison infiltrating her mind. But you're wrong, Alice said, shaking her head. I'm not ready for this. I don't want to change the world. I don't want to break time. He smiled again, but there was no warmth in it, only something cold and calculating. "You already have, Alice. You crossed the line the moment you found that formula, the moment you chose to see the truth. Now, there's no going back. If you try, they'll come for you. They'll come for both of us." Alice's mind raced. The men in the masks, the ones who had been standing motionless waiting for a signal, suddenly shifted, as though a switch had been flipped. One of them moved toward her with a sharp, purposeful step, but Alice didn't flinch. She couldn't. The man, his face still hidden behind the mask, was holding something in his hand. A small device, sleek and black. It looked like a remote, but its purpose was unclear. His eyes, visible through the slits in his mask, never left hers as he approached. "I'll give you one last chance," Ackerley said, his voice suddenly cold and devoid of emotion. "You can either take control, or you can die trying to stop it." Alice's stomach turned. She wasn't ready. She wasn't ready for any of this. She had seen too much, understood too little. And now, the only way out seemed to be through. Through the very thing she feared most. Her hand instinctively reached for the desk, steadying herself. The crystal. It was still there, nestled among the papers, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. It called to her, its energy swirling in her veins, urging her to make a choice, to accept or reject the impossible. The masked man stood just a few feet away now, his hand outstretched. It was only a matter of moments before everything would change. "Please, Alice," Ackerley pressed, his voice almost pleading. "Don't resist. You're the only one who can stop them. The ones who want to control everything, they'll stop at nothing to silence you." Alice's head throbbed, with conflicting thoughts. One part of her wanted to fight, to run, to leave it all behind. But the other, the darker part, felt the pull of the power that lay in her hands. The power to rewrite everything, to change history, to control time itself. She glanced at the crystal. She could feel its pull now, its hum vibrating deep within her chest. Her fingers twitched. Her body was begging her to reach for it, to embrace the impossible. But at what cost? "I'm not ready," she whispered again, the words barely escaping her lips. "You don't have to be," Ackerley replied, his gaze intense. "It's too late for that. The power is already within you. You can't ignore it. It's already started." Before Alice could respond, the man in the mask raised his hand, the device clicking in his palm. The air around them rippled. Time itself seemed to bend. Everything shifted. Everything warped. The room collapsed inward, and for a split second, Alice saw the world as she never had before. Fractured, broken, like shards of glass suspended in midair. The man pressed the button. In the blink of an eye, reality snapped, back into place with a violent jerk. Alice stumbled, disoriented as the world righted itself. But something had changed. The apartment, the men, even Ackerley. Everything was different. She wasn't in the same place anymore. A scream tore from her throat. The figures in the room were distorted, their forms shifting and blurring as though they were stuck in time. She could hear Ackerley's voice, but it sounded far away, like it was coming through a thick, impermeable wall. "Alice, listen to me. This is just the beginning. You have to make your choice. Now." The world was coming apart, and Alice had just stepped into the storm. The world around Alice felt like it was slipping, sliding, warping, bending into shapes it shouldn't have. She blinked, trying to clear the disorienting fog in her mind, but the room didn't look the same anymore. The walls seemed to shimmer as though they were flickering in and out of existence. Time itself had splintered, creating a jagged, fractured reality that seemed more like a dream than anything solid. Her breathing was ragged, but her heart pounded with an urgency she couldn't quite grasp. She looked around, her eyes darting, to the faces of the men in masks. They weren't moving anymore. They were suspended in time, frozen. But Ackerley wasn't frozen. He was standing in front of her, watching with the same cold, calculating gaze he always had. But now there was something different about him. Something unsettling. The shadows in his eyes were darker, deeper, as though they stretched across multiple realities. "This is it, Alice," he said, his voice almost a whisper, like the last breath of a dying world. "You've seen it now, the truth." Alice's mind raced, but it was hard to keep up. The reality around her was slipping again. The figures of the masked men were flickering like broken projections on a screen, their faces distorting into faces that weren't theirs before snapping back into place. "How?" she whispered. "How is this possible? How did we do this?" Ackerley's smile was cold. "You're starting to understand, I see. The formula, it's more than just an equation. It's a gateway, Alice, a key to manipulate the very fabric of time itself. And now you've used it. You've triggered a shift. You've made time fracture." He stepped closer, and though his form remained steady, the world around them continued to warp. It was as though their conversation wasn't even happening in the same place anymore. Or the same time. "You didn't answer my question," Alice said, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and fear. "What are you trying to do? Why didn't you stop when I told you I wasn't ready?" Ackerley paused, his expression unreadable. For a moment, it seemed as though he might actually explain himself, might give her a real answer. But the moment passed. His eyes narrowed, and the coldness returned. "You're asking the wrong question, Alice," he said softly. "It's not about being ready. It's about what you're willing to sacrifice." Alice recoiled. "Sacrifice?" She shook her head. "I don't understand. What is this all for? What's the point of all this chaos?" He reached out, his hand brushing the air between them, like he was trying to manipulate the very space around them. "Time is an illusion, Alice. What you see, the past, the present, the future, it's all one, connected. But the world is fractured. The timeline is broken, torn apart by people who can't see the bigger picture. People like them," he gestured to the frozen men, "who seek control over time, to use it for their own ends." His words hung in the air like a heavy fog. The men in masks had once seemed like faceless enemies, obstacles to be avoided. But now Alice realized something that made her blood run cold. They weren't just enemies. They were part of something bigger, something worse. Ackerley turned toward them. His expression hardened. "They're the ones who've been pulling the strings, Alice. They're the ones who've been hiding the truth. But they're also the ones who are afraid. Afraid of you." "Afraid of me?" Alice asked, incredulous. "What could they possibly be afraid of? I'm just one person." "No." He shook his head. "You're not just anyone. You're the key, the only one who can stop this. Or..." Ackerley's smile returned, but this time it was tinged with something darker. "Unleash it." Everything clicked. The crystal, the formula, the men. Ackerley. It was all part of the same terrifying puzzle, and Alice had been too naive, too blinded by her own need for answers to see it until now. The masked men began to stir, their figures twitching back into motion. But their movements weren't smooth, weren't controlled. They were jerky, like they were struggling to sync up with time itself. "You need to decide, Alice," Ackerley continued, his voice now a low growl. "What are you going to do? Will you stand with them, help them keep the timeline fractured, broken, a weapon for the powerful?" His eyes bore into hers, and she could see the hunger in them, the desperation. "Or will you join me? And together, we'll reshape everything, we'll fix the world." Alice's head swam. She couldn't think straight. It wasn't just the shock of everything she'd learned, the crushing weight of the choices before her. It was the timing. Everything was out of sync. She looked at the men in masks, their movements slow but steady, like they were pulling themselves out of the distortion. And then Her gaze shifted to Ackerley. He stood there, calm, composed as if this moment was inevitable. But what was it that he wanted? What did he really want from her? "Why do you think I'm the one who can help you?" Alice asked, her voice steady, though her hands were shaking. "You're not asking me to help you. You're asking me to make a choice that could destroy everything." Ackerley's smile faded, his face growing serious. "No. The choice is whether to save everything, or to let it collapse under its own weight. You have the power to change the future, Alice, but you have to act now." And then, as if to drive the point home, he stepped forward, placing the crystal in her hand. The moment her fingers wrapped around it, the world shifted again. Time shattered. Reality bent under the pressure of something greater than her. Everything was on the line. The crystal hummed in Alice's palm, a low, almost imperceptible vibration that seemed to travel through her veins, deep into her bones. It felt alive in a way that nothing should be. She could feel the weight of Ackerley's gaze upon her, but it was no longer just his presence that filled the room. It was the immense possibility the crystal represented, the power to shape, to reshape reality itself. But what had she become in this moment? A player? A god? A destroyer? Alice's pulse throbbed in her temples as she looked down at the crystal, the bright facets of the stone catching the flickering lights of the room. It seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, beckoning her to make a choice she could not escape. "I never asked for this," she whispered, her voice barely audible, as if speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile grip she had on reality. Ackerley's smile was almost tender, but there was a steeliness behind it that made her heart race. "No one ever does, Alice, but sometimes the universe chooses us, and sometimes you have to make a decision that will change everything." Alice's breath hitched. She had always been ordinary, unremarkable, an observer. But now, in her hands, she held the key to all of it, the key to a fractured reality, the power to bend time. But what was the cost? She looked up at Ackerley, his face unreadable, his eyes flickering with a quiet madness. "What are you really after, Ackerley? You say it's about freedom, about fixing the timeline. But what if you're wrong? What if the world was meant to fracture? What if everything that's happened, all the chaos, is just the way it's supposed to be?" Ackerley's expression hardened, his calm demeanor slipping for the first time. "The world, as it is now, is broken. You think they—" He motioned to the masked men who were now standing again, moving with unnatural precision, their faces now completely blank, devoid of humanity. "Don't want control? They want to weaponize time. But it isn't about restoring balance. It's about breaking free from their manipulation, Alice. That's what we're fighting for. Freedom." "Freedom," Alice scoffed, her fingers tightening around the crystal. "This is freedom. Destroying the very thing that keeps us grounded? The very thing that gives us purpose?" Her voice shook, the weight of the decision nearly suffocating her. "No, Alice," Ackerley said, stepping forward, his hand reaching for hers. "This is not destruction. It's liberation. We will rebuild. Together." The masked men were closing in now, their movements synchronized as if drawn by some invisible force. One of them reached out toward Alice with a gloved hand, his motion slow but sure. They were no longer human. They were something else entirely. Ackerley's gaze never left Alice's, his voice soft, almost pleading. "This is the moment. This is the only chance to fix what's broken. If you don't act now, they will stop you. They will stop us both." Alice could feel the eyes of the masked men on her now, their presence like a heavy weight, pushing her toward a decision she wasn't ready to make. She could feel the timeline shifting again, the very fabric of reality pulling in all directions at once. Time, it seemed, was already starting to collapse. What was the truth? What was the right choice? To join Ackerley and rebuild the timeline? or to fight against him, to stop the dangerous ripple that had already begun. The crystal burned in her hand, its power growing stronger, more insistent. She could feel its pull deep within her mind, a whisper calling her forward. But then, a flicker. She felt it, the snap of something inside her, a deep, gnawing instinct, the realization that this was not just about the timeline or the crystal or Ackerley. This was about control over her own fate. The masked men were nearly upon her now, but Alice knew what she had to do. She turned her gaze back to Ackerley, meeting his eyes one final time. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Before Ackerley could react, Alice stepped back, lifting the crystal high above her head. The world around her seemed to freeze for a moment, the very air crackling with energy as the power of the crystal surged. And then, with one sharp motion, she hurled it toward the far corner of the room, where the very fabric of time itself had been most fragile. The crystal hit the ground with a thunderous crack, and everything changed. There was a blinding flash of light, followed by a deafening silence. The walls around them seemed to fold and twist as though they had been caught in the crossfire of a cosmic war. The men in masks collapsed to the ground, their forms flickering in and out of existence. And Ackerley's face twisted with disbelief, his mouth moving as though he was trying to speak, but no words came out. His form wavered, and then, with a final, violent jerk, he disappeared, vanishing into the fractured timeline that Alice had so fearfully tried to prevent. And then, all was still. Alice stood alone in the room, her heart pounding in her chest as she took in the silence. The crystal lay shattered at her feet, its energy dissipating into the air like smoke. The men, their mission, the entire world, had collapsed into the unknown. She had done it. She had stopped the manipulation. She had taken control of her own fate. But at what cost? Was this the end of the story? Or had Alice simply opened a door to a far darker reality, one that she might never escape? As she walked toward the door, the weight of the unknown pressing heavily on her shoulders, she couldn't help but wonder. Had she done the right thing? Was the timeline meant to be fixed, or was it meant to remain broken? And as she stepped into the unknown, the truth remained. There are no simple answers in a world where time itself is fractured. Was Alice's decision truly the right one? Is time really something that can be controlled, or are they merely playing with forces beyond their understanding? The answers may never be clear, but one thing is certain. The truth is far more elusive than they ever imagined. If you enjoyed this mystery-filled journey, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Enigma, so you never miss a story that unravels hidden truths and challenges the mysteries of our extraordinary world. Sleep well, dream deep, and stay curious. It was a stormy evening when Captain Aaron Hall was preparing for what should have been just another routine flight. As he stared out the cockpit window, his breath fogging up the glass, a strange unease settled over him. He had flown countless times over the Bermuda Triangle, that infamous stretch of ocean where ships and planes were said to disappear without a trace. But tonight felt different. The air had a heavy weight to it, thick with tension, as if something was watching him. His co-pilot, Marie, was focused on the instruments, unaware of the rising dread clawing at Aaron's chest. "Clear skies ahead, Captain," she said, glancing at him with a hint of a smile. But Aaron couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone out here in the vast, empty sky. "Good," Aaron muttered, turning back to the controls. Yet his thoughts kept wandering back to the stories, the vanished flights, the unexplained disappearances, the strange electromagnetic anomalies that had once caused an entire military squadron to lose radio contact decades ago. Was it just a myth? Or was there something to it? His mind raced as he ran through the checklist. everything appeared normal. The plane was operating as it should, the radar was clear, and the weather was typical for this time of year. But when he glanced at the radar screen again, something caught his eye. A strange blip. "Marie, do you see this?" Aaron asked, pointing toward the monitor. Marie leaned in closer, squinting. "That's odd. It shouldn't be there. Maybe a glitch?" she suggested, tapping a few buttons. But the blip didn't disappear. It moved with them. Suddenly, the plane began to shudder. Not violently, but enough to get their attention. The lights flickered once, twice, and the hum of the engine seemed to waver, like it was struggling to stay steady. Was this a mechanical failure? No. It felt different. Something far more mysterious was happening. A voice crackled over the radio, a distorted sound that made Aaron's heart skip. He barely caught the words, but it was enough to send chills down his spine. "You shouldn't be here." Before he could react, the radar blip vanished, and with it, the strange vibrations ceased. The radio returned to silence, and the lights on the panel flickered back to normal. Marie looked at him, wide-eyed. "Captain?" What was that? Aaron didn't have an answer. He couldn't shake the sense that they had crossed into something beyond the ordinary, something otherworldly. But was it just a malfunction? Or had they just brushed against the edge of something far darker, far more dangerous than anything they'd ever imagined? The storm clouds ahead seemed to grow darker, and the air grew even heavier. Aaron's mind raced. Could this be connected to the countless disappearances that had plagued the Bermuda Triangle for decades? Was this flight, his flight, about to become another piece in the puzzle of the unexplained? Before he could ponder further, a strange bright flash lit up the horizon, a pulse of light so intense that it felt like a beacon calling them forward. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. He knew one thing for sure. Something had just changed. They were no longer just flying over the Bermuda Triangle. They were in it. A voice, softer this time, whispered over the intercom. "You're closer than you think?" What did that mean? And just like that, the unsettling question lodged itself into Aaron's mind, refusing to leave. Had they just discovered the secret that had been hiding in the Bermuda Triangle for centuries? Or had they unknowingly crossed into a reality from which there was no return? The cockpit doors slammed shut. The hum of the engines faded away, and all that remained was the mysterious silence. The flight had just taken an unexpected turn, and Aaron knew there was no turning back now. The air in the cockpit felt colder now, unnervingly so. Aaron couldn't shake the strange sensation that the world outside their plane had shifted. The radar was once again calm, but the events from just moments ago gnawed at him. Was it possible they had encountered something otherworldly? He couldn't dismiss it so easily. He had always been a man of reason, a skeptic. But what had just happened defied reason. "Captain," Marie said, breaking his reverie, her voice tight with a hint of concern. "I've been going over the logs again, and I can't explain this." Aaron turned to see her holding the flight's navigation charts in her lap, tracing a finger over an odd pattern that was unfolding. The plane was flying in a straight path as it should be, but the coordinates she was looking at didn't match the map. "Look here. We should be west of the triangle by now, but these coordinates put us right in the center," Marie said, her finger hovering over a point on the map that shouldn't have been there. Aaron's eyes narrowed. He knew this area. It was a notorious spot, known for being the heart of the Bermuda Triangle, a place where many believed the very fabric of space and time became unreliable. But according to the plane's GPS, they were nowhere near where they thought they were. He leaned over to get a better look. His stomach tightened. The coordinates were fluctuating, shifting as if mocking their attempts to make sense of them. "Could it be a glitch?" Aaron asked, trying to sound rational. Marie shook her head. "It's not just that. The instruments are acting strange too. The altimeter's jumping and the compass, it's spinning in circles." Aaron glanced over at the equipment. The readings were indeed erratic. There was no reason for the instruments to be malfunctioning unless they weren't in the right place at all. "Captain, I'm telling you, something's wrong. This isn't a normal storm. This isn't a technical malfunction. It feels like we've crossed some kind of line. I think we need to figure out exactly where we are," Marie said, her voice shaking with a mix of fear and determination. A heavy silence fell over the cockpit as both of them considered what they were facing. The Bermuda Triangle had always been a subject of speculation. Mysterious disappearances, ships and planes swallowed whole by an invisible force, theories about alien activity, time anomalies, and government cover-ups. But standing at the heart of it, was any of it real? Aaron shook his head, trying to focus. They had a job to do. They had passengers waiting to get to their destination. They couldn't let their imaginations run wild. And yet, something kept pushing at the edges of his mind. "We'll double-check the coordinates," Aaron said, doing his best to sound calm. "Maybe there's something wrong with the software, but let's not jump to conclusions." He turned back to the controls, trying to refocus, but before he could make any adjustments, a strange sound filled the cabin. A low, humming vibration, as though the very air around them had thickened. Marie froze. "Do you hear that?" Aaron nodded, slowly gripping the controls harder as the hum grew louder, reverberating through the walls of the cockpit. It wasn't a mechanical noise. It didn't sound like any engine malfunction or turbulence they had ever experienced. It felt alive. Without warning, the lights flickered again, only this time it wasn't just the cockpit lights. The entire plane seemed to pulse in time with the humming sound. Aaron's pulse quickened. This wasn't normal. He was certain of it now. "Captain, look outside," Marie said, pointing. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and terror. Aaron turned and followed her gaze. In the distance, the horizon was aglow, but it wasn't a natural glow. It wasn't the light of the setting sun or the reflection of the moon on the ocean. No, this light was pulsing in waves, casting an eerie, unnatural glow across the sky. The strange humming sound seemed to be coming from that direction. "What the hell is that?" Aaron whispered. His mind raced, trying to make sense of it. He had heard rumors, stories from pilots who had flown over this area, about strange lights, inexplicable phenomena. But this was something else entirely. Before he could react, the plane's instruments went haywire once more. The altimeter dropped rapidly, the lights dimmed, and the air pressure shifted. A chill ran down Aaron's spine as the familiar hum morphed into something more. The cockpit doors suddenly swung open, and a voice, soft yet unnervingly clear, echoed through the cabin. "You are not alone." Both Aaron and Marie jumped, staring in shock. No one had entered the cockpit. There was no one else on the radio. The voice, it wasn't their own. As the voice faded, the humming stopped. The lights returned to normal. The temperature in the cockpit rose slightly and the plane seemed to stabilize again. But the unease in Aaron's stomach was only growing. What was that voice? And more importantly, who or what was speaking? He looked over at Marie, who was still staring out the window, her face pale as she whispered, "What if it's true? What if the Bermuda Triangle isn't just a myth?" Aaron's mind was spinning. Had they truly uncovered something that no one had dared to uncover before? Before he could respond, the radar beeped again, soft at first, but growing louder. The blip was back, and this time it was moving toward them. Aaron's knuckles turned white as his grip tightened on the controls. The blip on the radar wasn't just a fleeting anomaly anymore. It was growing closer, inch by inch, as if something or someone was following them. His mind raced, trying to piece together the bizarre series of events that had already unfolded. The unexplainable voice, the strange humming, the light in the distance. None of it made sense. Yet the feeling in his gut told him this wasn't just a coincidence. They were being pulled into something, much bigger than they ever imagined. "Marie, can you track the source of that signal?" Aaron asked, his voice steady despite the tension building in his chest. Marie's fingers danced across the console, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I'm trying, but there's nothing on the charts. It's like it's invisible to the system." Aaron turned to her, eyes wide. "Invisible?" She nodded slowly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Like the signal is coming from outside the plane. Like it's not just interference, it's something else." Aaron's thoughts shifted to the bizarre stories he'd heard over the years. Military pilots who had flown through this very area, vanishing into thin air. The unexplained radar anomalies that would appear and disappear in the blink of an eye. The accounts of a mysterious force that seemed to warp the laws of nature itself. But he never truly believed them. Not until now. A cold shiver ran down his spine as his eyes flicked to the window. The pulsing light in the distance had grown brighter, filling the sky with an eerie, almost hypnotic glow. And then it happened again. The low hum returned, vibrating the very air around them. This time, however, it wasn't just the plane that seemed to resonate. The world outside the cockpit appeared to be shifting, as if the sky itself was bending, warping. "I don't like this, Captain," Marie said, her voice tight. "Something is moving through the atmosphere. It's like the very fabric of the air is being torn apart." Aaron could feel his heart pounding in his chest. The radar blip was almost on top of them now. He knew they needed to act. They needed to make sense of this before it was too late. "Check the flight data again," Aaron ordered, voice more urgent now. "Look for anything that might explain what we're dealing with." Marie didn't hesitate. She started reviewing the previous flight paths over the Bermuda Triangle. She flipped through data logs, comparing them to their current position. "Wait a second," she said, pointing to the screen. "There's something here, a pattern." Aaron leaned in, trying to keep his breath steady. "What do you mean? What kind of pattern?" Marie hesitated for a moment, studying the graphs on the screen. The coordinates. They seemed to align with other disappearances. Not just random ones, but specific ones. All of them took place in the exact same area where we are now. I'm talking about flights, ships, even military vessels. All gone without a trace, just like that. Aaron's stomach dropped. He knew the stories, of course. The ones about ships sailing off course, planes flying straight into the heart of the triangle only to vanish without leaving any clues behind. But this was no longer just a legend. This was real. "How could this be?" Aaron whispered, more to himself than anyone else. Marie looked up at him, eyes wide with fear. "It's like there's an invisible force field, or maybe a distortion of some kind. I mean, that's the only way to explain how all these disappearances happen in this specific area, at almost the exact coordinates we're at right now." Aaron felt a pang of panic rise in his chest. A distortion. Could the Bermuda Triangle be more than just a geographic anomaly? Was it possible that the laws of space and time itself were being bent within this stretch of ocean? Before he could respond, the strange hum grew louder, more insistent. The lights flickered again, and the plane shook, as if caught in an invisible storm. "Captain!" Marie screamed, grabbing his arm. "Look!" Aaron's heart skipped a beat. He turned to the window just in time to see the sky shift again. It was subtle at first, like the fabric of the atmosphere itself was being stretched and pulled, but then it was undeniable. A dark ripple, like a wave, but in the air itself, passed through the sky, and then, like a jolt of static electricity, the sky seemed to snap back to normal. But it was no longer the same. Something was wrong. Aaron's mind raced. Had they just witnessed something like a rift? An opening in the very structure of reality, She's face was pale as she clutched the seat, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What was that? Did we just—" Before she could finish her sentence, the radar gave one last violent beep. The blip was on top of them. Suddenly, the air pressure dropped and the cockpit windows fogged up. Through the mist, Aaron could barely make out a shadow. Something massive moving toward them fast. His heart skipped, adrenaline coursing through his veins. This was no longer a simple mystery. This was a race against time. "Prepare for impact," Aaron muttered, gripping the controls. But as the shadow grew closer, something strange happened. The hum intensified, and for a moment Aaron could swear he saw a reflection in the glass, a face, pale and translucent, staring back at him. His breath caught in his throat. Had they just crossed into another dimension? Or had they made contact with something far beyond their understanding? The cockpit doors slammed open again, and then silence. For a split second, everything went still. The cockpit was silent except for the soft whir of the plane's engines, a sound that now seemed oddly distant. The shadow outside the window faded just as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Aaron and Marie in an unsettling quiet. But the eerie calm didn't last long. "Captain," Marie whispered, her voice barely audible. "What just happened?" Aaron gripped the controls tighter, his knuckles turning white. The shadow had disappeared in the blink of an eye, but the lingering sensation was almost palpable. A feeling that something other had just passed through them, something alive, something aware of their presence. He didn't know how to explain it, but the air had felt thicker, almost as if the very atmosphere around them had taken on a weight of its own. And that face, that ghostly, pale reflection in the glass. "I don't know," he finally said, voice strained. "But we need to figure this out fast. The longer we stay here, the worse this gets." Marie's face was pale, her hands trembling as she ran them over the instruments in front of her. "Captain, I can't even begin to explain what I just saw. Something shifted in the sky. I don't think we're flying through normal airspace anymore." Aaron's mind raced. Could it be true? Could they have crossed into a zone where the laws of physics no longer applied? Where reality itself bent? There was no way to know for sure, but one thing was certain. Something beyond the ordinary was happening, and they were at the heart of it. He glanced at the radar again, half expecting the blip to reappear, but the screen was clear. For a moment, it almost felt as though everything had returned to normal. The pulse of panic in his chest began to fade, and he allowed himself to breathe again, just for a moment. That was when it came. A whisper. Not through the intercom, not through the radio. It came from somewhere else, the kind of voice that crawls under your skin, the kind that feels like it's coming from inside your own mind. "Leave now, or you will never leave." Aaron's breath hitched. He felt the blood drain from his face. Marie's eyes were wide with shock as she turned to him, her voice trembling. Did you hear that?" Aaron swallowed, trying to maintain his composure. "Yeah, I heard it." He had no idea how to respond. Who was speaking to them? What were they warning them about? And most importantly, why? Another flicker of light appeared on the horizon, distant at first but rapidly growing closer. A shape, massive and otherworldly, began to take form in the distance. It was as if the clouds themselves were folding in, bending around the shape. A massive structure, almost like a building, or perhaps something more, loomed in the sky. It was impossible to tell what it truly was, but its form was undeniable. Marie turned pale. "That's not possible. There's no structure out there, no island, nothing." "I see it too," Aaron said, his voice steady but with a sense of urgency. Creeping in, his instincts screamed at him to turn back, to leave the Bermuda Triangle and never look back. But part of him, the part that had been questioning the very nature of reality, wanted to press forward, to understand what was happening. As they flew closer to the strange formation, the lights grew brighter. The humming in the air grew louder. But there was something else now. A rhythmic, low-frequency pulse, almost like a heartbeat, emanating from the structure. And with each pulse, the cockpit seemed to tremble more. The instruments were now flashing wildly, with warnings blinking on the screens. Too fast to read. "Captain!" Marie screamed, her voice frantic. We're being pulled in. Something's pulling us toward it." Aaron's heart raced. "I know. The autopilot's engaged, but I didn't set it. It's like—" He was cut off as the plane gave a sudden jerk. The nose tilted downward slightly, and the engines roared in protest. He quickly regained control, fighting against the strange, gravitational pull that seemed to be guiding them. The strange lights outside were now blinding. The air was thick with static, and the low hum had transformed into a deafening roar. Aaron could barely hear himself think over the noise. His eyes locked onto the horizon, where the structure loomed, massive and impossibly close now. "Captain, what the hell is that thing?" Marie's voice was a mix of awe and terror. It's almost like it's alive." Aaron didn't have an answer. He didn't know what it was, but he knew one thing for certain. It was like nothing he had ever seen before. The sky had started to warp, like a mirage, as though the very fabric of the atmosphere was folding in on itself. The structure, whatever it was, seemed to be breathing, expanding and contracting, its form flickering in and out of existence. "Hold on, Marie," Aaron said, his voice grating with the strain. "We need to pull out of this. I need to get us back to normal airspace." But the plane wasn't responding. It felt as if the very laws of physics were against them. It was as if the Bermuda Triangle itself had seized control of the flight. And that's when it happened. A voice, not from the radio or intercom, but from somewhere deep in Aaron's mind, filled his head. "You were warned." The voice wasn't threatening. It was calm, almost reassuring, like a gentle reminder of something inevitable. And then, in the same moment, the cockpit lights flickered one last time before going dark. Complete silence. Aaron's heart pounded in his ears. The plane was no longer responding to the controls. It felt as though the very fabric of their reality had unraveled. They were floating, no, drifting, through an unknown space, no longer bound by the rules they once knew. Then, a piercing flash of light, blinding, all-encompassing, struck through the plane's fuselage, filling every corner of the cockpit with a searing glow, and everything went black. The darkness didn't last long, but when the light returned, it wasn't the soft glow of the cockpit's instruments or the quiet hum of the engines that greeted Aaron. No. The first thing he noticed was the oppressive silence. The roar of the engines had stopped completely. The plane was floating, suspended in stillness, like a leaf caught in the eye of a storm. Aaron blinked, trying to clear his vision. His head was pounding. What just happened? Where were they? His hands felt cold as he gripped the controls, desperate to regain control, but the cockpit remained eerily still. "Marie," he called out, his voice hoarse, but there was no answer. A cold, sinking feeling crept into his chest as he turned to look. Beside him, Marie was there, thankfully, but she was slumped forward in her seat, unconscious, her head resting on the console. Panic flared in his chest, but he immediately checked for signs of life. Her pulse was weak but steady. Relief flooded him, though it didn't last long. Something was deeply, profoundly wrong. He tried to wake her, shaking her gently. "Marie, wake up. We need to figure out what's happening." She stirred, blinking groggily. Her eyes darted around, disoriented. "Captain, where are we?" Aaron didn't have an answer. He didn't even know how to begin. The plane's instruments were all offline. The radar screen was blank. The only thing left to guide them was the outside world. The sky, which, for all intents and purposes, was completely different. The plane was no longer surrounded by ocean. It was surrounded by a thick, swirling mist that seemed to stretch on for miles. And beyond that mist, the sky had turned a deep, unnatural shade of purple, a color that wasn't quite a sunset, but wasn't quite nightfall either. "This can't be real," Marie muttered, eyes wide. She gripped her seat, trying to push herself up, but her body felt weak, like she had just woken from a long, deep sleep. "Captain, what happened? This is like nothing I've ever seen." Aaron stared out the window, his mind scrambling for an explanation. He was certain they had crossed a threshold, an invisible barrier that no one had ever been able to describe. They had entered the heart of the Bermuda Triangle, but this was more than a simple disappearance. It felt like they had crossed into another realm altogether. We've got to be in some kind of alternate space," Aaron murmured, barely believing the words as they left his mouth. "This doesn't look like our world." Marie shook her head, trying to process the impossible. But how? I mean, is this even possible? Is this a dream?" "Not a dream," Aaron said, his voice laced with disbelief. "We've somehow crossed into, I don't know, something beyond our understanding." As the minutes ticked by, Aaron did everything he could to restart the systems, but nothing worked. The plane remained motionless in the air, suspended in a place where the laws of physics didn't seem to apply. It was as if the universe itself had pressed pause. Finally, Marie's eyes locked onto something outside the window. "Captain, look," she whispered, her voice trembling. Aaron turned, his heart sinking as his gaze followed Marie's. Far below, almost invisible through the fog, a massive object loomed on the horizon. At first, it seemed like a trick of the light, a shadowy outline. But as they drifted closer, its size became undeniable. It was enormous, a structure floating on the edge of reality itself. There were no sharp lines, no discernible features to describe it. It was as if it was made of the fog, both part of the mist and separate from it at the same time. The edges shifted, writhing, as though it were constantly changing shape, not bound to any fixed form. It felt like a manifestation of something alive, something ancient and powerful. "I don't understand," Marie breathed, her voice small and fragile. "That thing. It feels like it's pulling us toward it." Aaron didn't speak. He didn't know what to say. His mind was racing, every part of him screaming to turn away, to flee. But there was nowhere to go. The plane was being drawn toward it, almost against its will. The structure beckoned, and the strange pull was undeniable. Then the voice returned. The same voice they had heard before, but this time it was louder, clearer. It resonated through the very air, vibrating in Aaron's bones. Not just a whisper, but a command. "You have arrived. It is time to understand." The voice wasn't just speaking to them. It was speaking through them, as though it had always been inside their minds, waiting for them to hear it. It felt familiar, like an old memory they hadn't fully recalled yet. It was not malevolent, but neither was it kind. It felt as though it was guiding them, but to what end, they didn't know. "Understand?" Marie repeated, her voice shaking. "Understand what?" Before Aaron could respond, the plane jerked violently, the metal groaning under a force it wasn't designed to withstand. For a terrifying moment, it felt like the plane would be torn apart. The instruments flickered to life, the radar beeping erratically. Aaron quickly grabbed the controls, trying to steady the plane, but nothing felt right. And then, with no warning, a new sound filled the cockpit. A deep, rumbling growl coming from somewhere deep within the mist. It was a sound that vibrated in their very chests, a warning like no other. It was as if something immense, something beyond their comprehension was awakening, something ancient. Marie gasped, pointing. "Look, Captain, the structure. It's alive. It's moving toward us." Aaron's heart dropped into his stomach. The shape in the mist was indeed moving. Not just shifting in place, but advancing, growing ever closer. And the more it approached, the more the plane's systems seemed to fail. steering sluggish, instruments whirring and clicking in overdrive, flashing warnings they couldn't comprehend. The voice boomed in their minds once more, clearer than ever. This is the final step. You are the last to know. The truth lies beyond the veil. Aaron's skin crawled. The last to know what? What truth? He yelled out in desperation, but the voice didn't answer. In that moment, it was as though the world around them had stopped moving. The mist began to part, revealing the full scale of the structure. An immense city-like complex stretching high into the sky, but it wasn't solid. It was as if it was made of light, and yet it was undeniably real, its surface flickering in and out of existence, like a mirage but somehow tangible. And at the center there was an opening, an entrance, dark and ominous, and they were heading straight toward it. The opening loomed ahead, dark and inviting, like a wound in the very fabric of reality. The plane, seemingly drawn to it by some unseen force, hurtled closer, its movements now entirely out of their control. No matter how hard Aaron pulled at the controls, the plane's trajectory remained fixed, as if it had no choice but to enter this otherworldly gateway. The mist parted further, revealing the full scale of the strange structure, a pulsating, living entity, shifting in ways that defied physics. "What is that?" Marie whispered, her voice trembling with awe and fear. Her eyes were wide with a mixture of fascination and dread. It's like nothing we've ever seen. It's like the sky itself is a part of it. It's breathing." Aaron couldn't respond. He couldn't tear his gaze away from the massive form ahead. His heart pounded in his chest as the aircraft moved closer, closer to the threshold that beckoned with an irresistible pull. He wanted to scream, to panic, but the calm in the air, the calm that didn't feel right, kept him eerily still. The mist enveloped them, turning the world outside the cockpit into a swirling, chaotic fog. The once vibrant colors of the sky had faded to a muted, unnatural gray, as if the world was being drained of its life force. The air felt thick and heavy, pressing against the skin, as though the very atmosphere was different here. The hum from earlier, now a deep, low rumble, seemed to vibrate through the entire plane, as though the very molecules of the air were alive, communicating with something deeper. The voice returned, reverberating through the cockpit, sending a chill down Aaron's spine. "You have come far. But there is much more to learn. This is the final stage. The veil will lift, and you will understand." Marie gasped. "The veil? What veil? What are we supposed to understand?" Aaron didn't have an answer. He couldn't speak. His mind was spinning with 1,000 questions, none of which had clear answers. He was no longer sure what was real anymore. Was the Bermuda Triangle just a geographical anomaly? Was it a natural phenomenon? Or was it something more, something intentionally hidden from mankind? The very fabric of space and time seemed to bend around them, warping reality into something unrecognizable. Suddenly, the plane shuddered violently, jolting both of them forward in their seats. The control systems flickered back to life for the briefest of moments, only to die once more. The instruments displayed scrambled data, nonsensical readouts that suggested the plane was moving at impossible speeds, almost as if it was being pulled by a force beyond its design. Aaron couldn't even comprehend the readings. The numbers didn't make sense. Time itself seemed to be distorting. "We need to get out of here," Marie shouted, her panic rising. "This is madness, Captain. We don't belong here." But Aaron felt no sense of urgency, only a deep, gnawing curiosity, the kind that had driven him his whole life, the kind that pushed him to explore the unknown. Something had changed inside him, something fundamental. The fear was still there, yes, but now it was tempered by something else, a need to understand, to reach the heart of this mystery. "We can't leave, Marie," Aaron said, his voice softer than he intended. We're already too far into this. I have to know what this is, what it all means." The words hung in the air between them, like a confession. They both knew this was no longer about just surviving the Bermuda Triangle. This was about understanding it. The stakes had shifted. What they had once believed to be a simple flight had morphed into something far bigger, far darker. The truth, if it existed, was waiting for them. As they neared the dark entrance of the structure, the plane's descent slowed and the engines cut off completely. The silence that followed was deafening. The absence of sound was suffocating. The only thing that remained was the strange hum, growing louder until it filled every inch of the cockpit. And then, without warning, the cockpit doors swung open. Aaron froze, his eyes wide. He hadn't heard anyone enter, and he was certain that no one had touched the controls. But the doors were now ajar, and the air that rushed in wasn't cold. It was warm, humid, thick with an energy he couldn't quite place. A figure stood in the doorway. Marie let out a soft gasp. Who is that? The figure was tall, impossibly tall, its form blurry, shifting in and out of focus like a mirage. It appeared human, but also not, its skin pale and smooth, but translucent, shimmering like glass. Its eyes glowed faintly, the same unnatural purple as the sky outside. The creature, or whatever it was, stood motionless in the doorway, its gaze locked on Aaron and Marie. "You should not have come," it said, its voice a strange mix of tones, soft and commanding, ancient and young at once. The words seemed to come from everywhere at once, as though they were being whispered into their minds rather than spoken aloud. Aaron's pulse quickened, but his voice was steady as he demanded, "Who are you?" The figure didn't answer immediately. Instead, it reached out, and with a single gesture, the air in front of it rippled, as if it were manipulating the very atmosphere itself. It raised a hand, and suddenly, an image appeared in the air. A map, a set of coordinates, stretching out across the globe. "This place," the figure intoned, "is a nexus, a meeting point between worlds, between dimensions. The Bermuda Triangle is not a place, but a passage. It was never meant to be found. It was meant to remain hidden, lost in time. But now, you've crossed its boundary." Aaron's breath caught in his throat. "A passage? To where?" The figure tilted its head slightly, a strange, otherworldly expression crossing its face. "To where all things are connected. To where time and space are fluid. The truth lies within the very fabric of this place. But to understand it, you must become part of it." Marie recoiled, eyes wide with fear. "Become part of it? What does that mean?" The figure's glowing eyes shifted toward her. "You will see, soon enough. Time is no longer what it once was here. The veil is lifting, and you cannot unsee what you will discover." A sharp, sudden pulse of light erupted from the figure's hands, and the world outside the cockpit seemed to shimmer and twist. For a brief moment, it was as if time itself had folded in on itself, the edges of reality bending and warping, and then silence. And the voice spoke again. "You will understand when you are ready." The mist surrounding the plane had thickened, swirling like a living entity closing in on them. The strange figure in the doorway stood still, its otherworldly gaze never leaving Aaron and Marie. The faint glow from its eyes seemed to pulse in time with the rhythmic hum that now filled the cockpit, each beat a deep vibration that resonated through their very bones. Aaron couldn't move. The air had thickened, pressing in on him, and his mind was suffused with an overwhelming sense of dread and inevitability. "Get out of the doorway," Marie shouted, but her voice was weak, trembling in the face of something she couldn't possibly understand. Her body was frozen, but her eyes were wide, desperate. She reached out to grab Aaron's arm, pulling him back from the edge of madness, but even she could feel it now. The pull, the weight of the being standing before them. Aaron's voice was hoarse, his throat tight. He swallowed hard, trying to push through the rising panic. "What are you? What do you want from us?" The figure didn't answer immediately. It just stood there, its glowing eyes flickering like distant stars. The silence stretched on, oppressive, as if the very air around them had thickened with something they couldn't see, but could feel. Finally, the figure spoke again, its voice a deep, unsettling blend of human and something else. "You came here seeking answers, but answers come with a price. To understand the truth, you must be willing to pay the cost." "What cost?" Marie's voice broke through, her fear now a sharp edge in her words. "What are you talking about?" The figure took a slow step forward. The mist seemed to part around it, like the air itself was yielding to its presence. It was close now, so close that the temperature around them seemed to drop. Aaron could feel his breath, becoming shallow, the very space around him feeling thick, suffocating. The being was like a black hole, its presence pulling everything toward it, absorbing every ounce of light and energy. You cannot undo what has been done. The barrier between worlds is thinning, and you are the last to cross. The knowledge you seek is beyond your comprehension, but to take it, you must give yourself to the unknown. Aaron's mind raced. What did that even mean? To give himself to the unknown? He looked at Marie, her face pale with fear, her wide eyes reflecting his own terror. But even as the fear crept into every fiber of his being, he couldn't turn away. They had crossed a line, and now there was no going back. "What happens if we refuse?" Aaron asked, his voice unsteady but defiant. The figure's eyes flickered. "There is no refusal. You are already bound to it. The veil is lifted, and once seen, the truth cannot be unseen." With that, the figure extended a hand toward them. The air around it shimmered, warping like ripples in water, distorting the cockpit as if reality itself was unraveling. The walls of the plane seemed to stretch and bend, twisting in impossible shapes. Aaron felt his stomach lurch, the very ground beneath him shaking with a force that defied nature. "Marie, hold on to something," Aaron shouted as the plane lurched violently to one side, thrown off course by the invisible force. The instruments went haywire again, beeping and flashing wildly. The plane's altitude began to dip uncontrollably, as though they were being dragged into a vortex. The mist outside the window seemed to flood their vision, swirling violently, growing darker and darker with each passing second. Then the voice, the one that had been whispering to them all along, came back, louder this time, clearer than ever before, like a great roar filling their minds. "It is time." And the world exploded. Not in a fiery blast, not in an explosion of metal and glass, but in a shift. A crack through which reality itself poured. Time and space fractured like glass shattering. The cockpit seemed to dissolve in front of their eyes, the plane's interior twisting into strange, impossible shapes. The walls stretched, cracked, and dissolved into threads of light, the very fabric of their surroundings bending and warping into a kaleidoscope of visions, each one a fragment of another reality. Aaron reached out, grabbing the sides of his seat. The plane, no, the space they were in, was no longer recognizable. It wasn't solid, it wasn't a plane, it was nothing, or it was everything. The borders between where they were and where they had come from seemed to blur into nothingness. They were floating, no, drifting, through an endless void of distorted images and fractured visions of worlds that shouldn't exist. And then, amidst the chaos, there was a voice. Not the figure's voice, but a different voice. A voice that sounded like it was speaking from the very heart of the void itself. The time has come to choose. Aaron's mind reeled. Choose? Choose what? He looked at Marie, but she seemed frozen, staring wide-eyed at the distorted, nightmarish visions around them. The world outside was no longer a world at all. It was an infinite space, a swirling storm of light and darkness, stretching on forever. The figure was gone, but its presence lingered, filling the air with an eerie tension. Marie's voice trembled as she spoke. "Captain, I don't think we're in the Bermuda Triangle anymore. I think we're somewhere else. Somewhere beyond." Aaron couldn't answer. His thoughts were too scattered, too torn apart by the chaos unfolding. Around them, he had to make a choice. But how? How could anyone make sense of this? "What will you choose?" The voice spoke again, this time in a tone that seemed to echo through the void itself. "Will you embrace the unknown? Will you accept the truth and the cost?" Aaron gripped the sides of his seat, trying to steady himself. The plane, or whatever it was now, was no longer flying. It was floating in space, drifting through a dimension that existed outside of time. They were no longer in the real world, and then, in the distance, Aaron saw it. A door, an opening, hovering in the void ahead. It glowed with a soft, warm light, like the doorway to another world. The choice was clear. But was it the right choice? The truth awaits. The voice echoed once more, now a whisper, as if it was coming from within him, from all of them. Aaron could feel the weight of it, the weight of the choice. What did it mean to understand the truth? To cross this threshold? What price would they have to pay? But as the light from the door grew brighter and the voices in his mind grew louder, he realized something. There was no turning back. They were already past the point of no return. The door beckoned, and he knew, deep in his bones, that they had no choice but to step through. The door, the threshold to another reality, glowed with a soft golden light, pulsating as though it had a life of its own. It hovered in the midst of the void, framed by darkness, like a beacon calling them forward. Aaron's heart raced, his pulse hammering in his ears. He stared at it, unable to pull his eyes away, even as the weight of the decision pressed down on him. The voice, the one that had haunted their every moment since the first glimpse of the Bermuda Triangle's true power, whispered in his mind. Again. "It is time. The truth awaits you." Marie was silent beside him, her face pale, her body trembling as she stared at the door with a mix of fear and something else. Curiosity, or was it something darker? Aaron couldn't tell anymore. What had they become? Who were they now, standing on the brink of the unknown, staring into a chasm that defied all understanding? "What if we can't come back?" Marie asked, her voice breaking the silence. "What if this is it? This is the end?" Aaron shook his head, struggling to make sense of the swirling, fractured thoughts in his mind. "I don't think we have a choice, Marie. This is bigger than us, than anything we ever thought we knew. We've already crossed into a realm beyond anything we could understand." Marie's hand tightened on her seat, her knuckles white. But what if there's no going back? What if... She stopped, her words faltering as she looked at the door. It called to them, promised them something. What that was, neither of them could say. It was as though the door held the answer to every question they'd ever asked, and every question they'd never dared to ask. But the cost... What was the cost? Aaron couldn't deny it anymore. He wanted to know. He had to know. The questions had gnawed at him his whole life. What happened to Flight 19? What was the true power behind the Bermuda Triangle? And why had he, of all people, been chosen to uncover its secret? This was no longer just about survival. It was about discovery. The truth. He turned to Marie, his voice low and steady, though his heart thudded loudly in his chest. "Marie, I think we have to step through. We've already seen too much. We can't go back to what we were. There's only one way forward." Marie's eyes met his, her expression unreadable. For a long moment, the two of them just stared. At the glowing door, its warm light spilling over them. offering something they couldn't fully comprehend. "I'm scared, Aaron," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the hum of the void. "What if it's a trap? What if we're walking into something we can't escape?" Aaron reached over and placed his hand over hers, giving her a reassuring squeeze. "I don't think we have a choice anymore. But if we go through together, we'll face whatever it is. We'll face it as one." For a long breath, the only sound was the pulsing hum that seemed to echo from the door, as though it was alive, calling to them. And then, slowly, Marie nodded. Together, they stood, moving toward the door as if compelled by an unseen force. The cockpit, the plane, the world they had known, none of it mattered anymore. The only thing that mattered now was what lay beyond. They stepped forward. The instant they crossed the threshold, the world around them collapsed. Everything blurred into a swirling vortex of light and sound. The void exploded into color, crashing through their senses like a wave, enveloping them completely. Aaron's stomach lurched, his body weightless as he felt time itself slip away. The boundaries of space seemed to tear, each instant stretching and warping until there was no sense of direction. No up, no down. Just pure, unrelenting force. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the chaos stopped. Silence. The kind of silence that pressed in on you from all sides, thick and suffocating. The kind of silence that makes you question whether you're still alive. Aaron blinked rapidly, his eyes adjusting to the overwhelming brightness around him. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in a vast, empty space. It was neither dark nor light. It was like standing in the very core of existence itself. Empty, but teeming with an unexplainable energy. The air was thick with it. Every breath felt electric. And in the distance, far ahead of them, was a massive, swirling mass, shifting, in a way that no solid object ever should. It was a portal. No, more than a portal. It was a gateway, a tear in the very fabric of reality. And it was alive. Marie stepped beside him, her eyes wide as she looked around. "What is this place?" Her voice barely registered above a whisper, as though speaking too loudly would break the delicate balance of the space around them. Aaron didn't know what to say. His mind was racing, his thoughts too scattered to form a coherent answer. Where were they? Had they truly crossed over into another world, another dimension? Or had they simply left their own world behind? And was this the Bermuda Triangle, its true form? Suddenly, the voice returned. "You have entered the realm of all that was and all that will be. You have crossed beyond time, beyond space, into the heart of the unknown. The veil has lifted. The truth is yours to claim." Aaron's breath hitched. This was it. The moment they'd both been pulled toward. The revelation they had sought. The truth of the Bermuda Triangle, of Flight 19, of everything that had led them here, was within their grasp. Marie looked at him, her expression full of awe and fear. "What is the truth, Captain? What does this all mean?" Aaron took a deep breath, and for the first time, he knew. He felt the answer. "The truth," he said slowly, "is that we've always been part of this. The Bermuda Triangle isn't just a place. It's a crossing point, a nexus between worlds. And we're the ones who have always been chosen to stand at its center." A deep, resonant pulse vibrated through the air, and the swirling mass. Ahead began to shift, revealing shapes and forms, visions of worlds, of civilizations, of people long past and yet to come. The knowledge flooded into their minds, overwhelming them with a rush of images and sounds. It was as if the universe itself was unfolding before them, showing them the beginning and end of everything. And in that moment, Aaron realized something else. The Bermuda Triangle had never been a mystery to be solved. It had always been a choice. A choice to step beyond what was known. A choice to embrace the unknown. to transcend the limits of the world they had once known. And now they had that choice, to step fully into the truth or to remain forever in the shadow of the veil. As the images swirled around them, the voice spoke one final time, its tone softer now. The truth is yours. What will you choose? Aaron looked at Marie, her face illuminated by the strange ethereal light. And for a moment, he felt a peace, a strange, all-encompassing peace. And then, they both stepped forward into the unknown. If you enjoyed this mystery-filled journey, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Enigma, so you never miss a story that unravels hidden truths and challenges the mysteries of our extraordinary world. Sleep well, dream deep, and stay curious. The wind howled through the pines, carrying with it a sense of something wrong. Not like the usual whispers of the forest, but a deeper, more primal disquiet. Ranger Caleb Walker stood at the edge of the dense woods, his flashlight trembling, in his grip, casting fleeting shadows that danced like ghosts among the trees. This was no ordinary night patrol. Something had drawn him deeper into these woods than ever before, something more unsettling than the usual wildlife sightings and occasional campfire tales. A local hiker had reported hearing strange sounds, previous evening, low, guttural growls mixed with what sounded like the heavy thudding of footsteps, but nothing that matched any known animal in the area. It was almost as if something bigger was out there. Caleb had heard the stories, of course. Everyone in these parts had. Stories of Bigfoot sightings, strange disappearances, and unexplained phenomena. But Caleb was a man of science, logic. He didn't believe in fairy tales until tonight. Caleb's boots crunched on the forest floor, and he took a deep breath, feeling the cool bite of the mountain air cut through his jacket. He'd been a ranger in the region for 5 years, and, though he loved the woods, tonight felt different. The usual sounds of the forest, the distant hoot of owls, the rustle of squirrels, had gone silent. All that remained was the sound of his heartbeat in his ears and the eerie whisper of the wind. As Caleb moved further into the thicket, he spotted something on the ground ahead, a set of footprints. At first glance, they didn't look like anything special, just the normal marks left by hikers or animals, but as he crouched down for a closer inspection, a cold chill ran down his spine. The footprints were massive, far too large for any known animal in these woods. He knelt to examine them more carefully. The edges were rough as though someone had dragged their foot across the ground, leaving behind an imprint that was unnatural. The toes were splayed wider than human feet, and the depth of the print suggested the creature was heavy, far heavier than anything Caleb had ever encountered. His flashlight flickered, casting shadows that seemed to shift in time with the rustling of leaves as if something was watching him from the darkness. His pulse quickened. Was this evidence of Bigfoot? Could it be real? Caleb didn't believe in myths. Yet here he was, staring at a footprint that defied explanation. He felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. He had to know more. But then, a sound. A low, unmistakable growl broke the silence. Caleb's heart thudded in his chest as the growl came again, closer this time. And with it, the distinct sound of something large moving through the underbrush. Something that didn't belong here. He stood frozen, his flashlight now pointing wildly into the trees, the beam cutting through the thickening shadows. He couldn't see what was making the noise, but he could feel it. Something enormous, hidden in the blackness, just out of sight. His breath quickened, his fingers tightening around his radio, but before he could call for backup, the growl came again. It was right behind him. Then, nothing. For a moment, the forest seemed to breathe in with him, a sudden stillness that made his skin crawl. Caleb turned slowly, his instincts screaming at him to run, but his feet felt rooted to the ground. He swallowed hard. What if this wasn't just a bear, or some other animal he could rationalize? What if, just maybe, the stories were true? He snapped the flashlight off and turned to leave, but when his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw something that made his stomach drop. The footprints. They were following him. What's the truth behind the legend of Bigfoot? Could these strange events be more than just coincidence, or is something else hiding in the shadows of the forest? Caleb has uncovered the first piece of a mystery that could change everything. What will happen next as the hunt begins? Caleb couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. His breath came in shallow gasps as he retraced his steps back. Through the darkened forest, his eyes darting between the trees, scanning for movement. Every creak of the branches, every rustle of leaves set his nerves on edge. He knew the woods like the back of his hand, but tonight everything felt foreign, unnerving. Even the air seemed charged with some unspoken presence. The prints, those massive, unsettling footprints, kept him awake long after his shift had ended. He had returned to the ranger station, trying to convince himself that it was some kind of animal, maybe a bear or even a hoax. But no, something inside him told him it was more. Something didn't add up. The depth of the prints, the strange splay of the toes, and the unmistakable sound of something large stalking him through the trees. He couldn't ignore it. The next day, Caleb headed back to the same spot, his pack heavier than usual with a camera, a notebook, and a tape recorder. He needed answers. If there was any chance that what he'd encountered was real, he was going to document it. It wasn't just about the story or the rumors anymore. It was about the truth, whatever that truth might be. He reached the area where he'd found the first set of prints, his boots crunching against the frost-covered ground. The forest was eerily silent. Too silent. His breath billowed out in white clouds, his eyes scanning the ground. This time, however, something was different. The footprints had multiplied. As he crouched down, his fingers trembling slightly as he traced the edge of a print, a sense of dread washed over him. These were fresh. Whoever, or whatever, had made them had been here recently. The large foot imprints were uneven, like the creature had been moving in a hurry, almost erratically. He followed the trail, the silence around him growing thicker, heavier. Then, suddenly, his boot caught on something, a bundle of twigs. As he bent down to untangle his laces, he noticed something odd about the forest floor. A pattern. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a trick of the light, a dark smudge against the light brown earth, almost like someone had brushed dirt, away in small circles. But then, Caleb realized it wasn't a natural formation. There were symbols etched into the ground. Small, barely visible carvings that seemed almost ancient. His heart pounded as he crouched lower, running his fingers across the markings. They were familiar. In a way, they seemed like primitive runes, symbols from folklore that spoke of something ancient, something hidden deep in the earth. He had seen them in books, in old texts about indigenous legends and lost civilizations, but he hadn't thought they were real, not until now. The markings circled a large, jagged stone, its edges rough and worn with time. Caleb stood, scanning the area around him, his mind racing. Could this be some kind of ritual site? But why would Bigfoot, or whatever creature was leaving these tracks, care about ancient symbols? Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. The air shifted, and he felt it. A presence. Something was watching him. His eyes darted around the trees, but there was nothing, only the constant rustling of leaves. He took a cautious step back, a cold knot forming in his stomach. Out of the corner of his eye, something moved, a shadow in the periphery. It was too quick to identify, but it was there. His heart raced as his instincts kicked in. He wasn't alone. He snapped a few photos of the markings with his camera, his fingers trembling slightly as he clicked the shutter. The air seemed to grow colder with each second that passed. Caleb wanted to leave, to get back to the safety of the ranger station. but something kept him rooted to the spot. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was on the brink of discovering something much bigger than he had ever imagined. Then, just as he turned to leave, something caught his attention. A broken branch, twisted unnaturally in the direction of the tree line. It was too deliberate. The force required to snap it in such a way wasn't natural. His blood ran cold. And then he saw it. In the distance, partially hidden by the thick foliage, was a silhouette. A massive figure almost indistinguishable from the surrounding trees. It wasn't human, not by any stretch. It stood far taller than any man Caleb had ever met. Its shape hunched like a gorilla, yet too large, too disproportionate. The figure moved just a fraction, but enough to confirm what Caleb's instincts had been telling him. Bigfoot. Before Caleb could react, the figure disappeared back into the trees, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind nothing but the cold silence of the forest. He stood frozen for a moment, his mind racing. This wasn't a dream. He had seen it with his own eyes. The evidence was real. But was this the creature he had always dismissed as myth? Or was something darker at play here, something much more sinister than anyone could understand? Caleb took a shaky breath, steadying himself. There was no turning back now. He had uncovered something far beyond his training, something that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The discovery of the strange symbols, the eerie markings, and the undeniable sighting of Bigfoot himself. Could these events be linked to something even older, something that's been hidden in the forest for centuries? What is the creature's connection to these mysterious markings? Caleb is digging deeper into the mystery, but the danger is growing. What's next in this terrifying investigation? Caleb couldn't shake the image of the figure he had seen in the forest. It haunted him every time he closed his eyes. The hulking silhouette, the unnatural stillness, the way it had melted into the shadows like it wasn't bound by the rules of the natural world. It was too real to ignore. And yet, as he sat in the ranger station the next morning, trying to process the events, a creeping doubt gnawed at him. Had he imagined it? Was his mind playing tricks on him, driven by the dark, silent woods and his growing obsession? No. He'd seen something, and the evidence he'd collected, the footprints, the strange symbols, was real. He had to confront it. The truth was just beyond his grasp, and he couldn't stop now. There was no room for doubt anymore. After his shift ended, Caleb returned to the site. This time, he was more cautious, prepared. The markings he had found, those strange ancient symbols carved into the earth, were still etched into the soil, faint but unmistakable. He knelt beside them again, his fingers tracing their rough edges, his mind spinning. What did they mean? Why were they here, in the heart of these woods? Could this be some kind of ritual site? Or had the creature, the so-called Bigfoot, been involved in something far older, far more complicated than anyone could have imagined? As he examined the markings, something caught his eye. A pattern, a subtle alignment that hadn't stood out to him the day before. The symbols weren't random. They seemed to follow a sequence, almost like a map, or perhaps a code. He pulled out his notebook, scribbling down the designs as best as he could remember, trying to make sense of them. The pattern seemed to guide him in a specific direction. Toward the northern edge of the forest, toward a dense thicket he had never ventured into before. Caleb's heart raced as he realized the significance of the markings. They weren't just random scratches. They were telling him something, leading him somewhere. He gathered his equipment, the camera, the tape recorder, and the notebook, and set off toward the thicket. The path grew increasingly narrow as the trees closed in around him, the shadows lengthening with the setting sun. A chill crept into the air, an unnatural coolness that made him shiver despite the warmth of his jacket. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig beneath his boots seemed amplified in the stillness. And then, just as he reached the thicket, he stopped dead in his tracks. Before him was a large, gnarled tree, its trunk twisted, its branches curling in a way that seemed almost deliberate. At its base, a small, weathered stone altar was hidden among the roots, barely visible under a thick layer of moss. Caleb's breath caught in his throat as he approached it, the feeling of being watched more intense than ever. He crouched beside the altar, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. The stone was carved with symbols, identical to those he had seen earlier in the forest. They circled the altar like a protective ring, worn with age but still sharp and clear. In the center, there was a small depression, as though something had been placed there long ago. Something significant. But what? Caleb took a deep breath and set down his gear. His flashlight flickered, and as he adjusted it, the beam fell on, a series of marks in the dirt around the altar. He bent closer to investigate, his pulse quickening as he realized they weren't just random scratches. They were footprints. Large, elongated prints, just like the ones he had found the night before. The same depth, the same splayed toes. They led away from the altar, deep into the underbrush. Caleb's heart skipped a beat. The creature had been here. It had been using this altar, this hidden spot in the forest, as its base of operations. The implications were too large to comprehend. The forest wasn't just home to Bigfoot. It seemed to be the site of something far older, far more complex, something that tied the creature to ancient practices, to rituals long forgotten. Could this be some sort of sacred site? Was Bigfoot somehow involved in an ancient tradition that predated everything the modern world understood? A sound snapped. Caleb back to the present. A low, guttural growl, barely audible but unmistakable. His blood ran cold. He wasn't alone. He turned slowly, his eyes darting through the trees, but there was nothing. No movement, no sign of the creature. Still, the growl echoed in his ears, reverberating through the bones of the earth itself. It was close. Too close. His flashlight flickered again, and as he adjusted the beam, his eyes locked onto something in the distance. A shadow, standing perfectly still between the trees. For a moment, it was as if the forest itself had paused, holding its breath. Caleb's pulse thundered in his ears as the figure took a slow step forward. It was him, the creature he had seen the night before. Its eyes glinted from the darkness, an unnatural amber glow that pierced the night. It was bigger than he had imagined. Massive, hulking, with long, shaggy fur that blended into the shadows. Its face was partially obscured by the trees, but Caleb could make out the outline of a wide, angular jaw, a nose pushed flat against the face, and ears that were too large, too pointed. It was a grotesque, primal thing, and Caleb had no idea if it was friend or foe. Before he could react, the creature vanished back into the woods, disappearing without a trace. He stood frozen, the chill of the forest creeping into his bones. The markings, the altar, the footprints, it all pointed to something far darker than he had anticipated. But what did it all mean? And why had the creature shown itself now, after all these years of hiding? The mystery was deepening, and Caleb was now in the thick of it. There was no turning back. The more Caleb uncovers, the deeper the mystery grows. What ancient connection does Bigfoot have to these strange rituals, and what secrets lie hidden in the heart of the forest? The stakes are rising, and Caleb is closer than ever to uncovering the truth. But is he ready for what he's about to face? The night was suffocating, thick with the weight of uncertainty. Caleb's breath came in quick, ragged bursts as he stood. At the edge of the thicket, the shadow of the creature still lingering in his mind. His eyes darted around the trees, but all was still. Too still. The forest had fallen silent again, the wind no longer whispering through the branches, the usual hum of nocturnal creatures absent. His heart was hammering in his chest as he slowly backed away from the altar. There was a tension in the air now, an oppressive weight that seemed to draw the very breath from his lungs. Caleb had uncovered something monumental. The markings, the altar, the footprints. Everything pointed to an ancient, hidden truth, but it also pointed to something darker, something dangerous. As he moved, his foot struck something, a small twig that snapped under his boot. The sound echoed through the silence like a gunshot, and Caleb froze. His eyes shot up, scanning the trees, half expecting to see the creature standing there, watching him, but there was nothing. Nothing but the cold, looming darkness. A sound broke the silence. A rustling. A low growl. Caleb spun around, the hairs on his neck standing at attention. His flashlight flickered again, casting brief, wild shadows against the trees. The growl came again, louder this time, closer. His hand shook as he raised the light, the beam sweeping across the underbrush, but there was no sign of movement. The growl was followed by something worse, an unmistakable crack of branches snapping under weight, like something large was moving in the woods. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Faint at first, but unmistakable. Turn back. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't the growl of a bear or the call of some nocturnal predator. The voice was human, low, gravelly, but unmistakably clear. Caleb's blood ran cold. He spun around, the flashlight shaking in his grip. There, standing at the edge of the thicket, was an old man, his face weathered and pale, his eyes sunken and tired. His clothes were ragged, worn like they had been part of the earth itself for years. His skin was marked with lines so deep they seemed like they had been carved by time itself. The old man didn't speak again, but his gaze was enough. It drilled into Caleb's very soul, like he was being weighed by some unseen force. His presence was unsettling, like something ancient was living beneath his skin. Caleb took a cautious step forward, his voice barely a whisper. "Who are you?" The old man didn't move. He simply stared, as if he had been waiting for this moment. The wind began to stir again, the first movement of the night, but the old man's expression remained unchanged. "You shouldn't be here," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves scraping across stone. "The forest has its secrets. Some things are better left forgotten." Caleb's mind raced. The old man was clearly a local, but he'd never seen him before. And the way he spoke, the way his eyes burned with an intensity that made Caleb's stomach churn. It was as if the man knew something Caleb didn't. He wanted to ask more, to demand answers, but the words stuck in his throat. "Go back to the station," the man continued, his voice shaking with an unspoken warning. "You don't know what you're dealing with. This isn't just a creature, Ranger. It's a guardian, a keeper, and it will not allow you to uncover what lies in the heart of these woods." Caleb's chest tightened. The words hit him like a wave, but his curiosity and determination were stronger than his fear. "I'm not leaving," Caleb said, his voice firm despite the growing sense of dread clawing at him. "I need to know what's going on here. What's in these woods? What is that thing?" The old man's eyes darkened, a flicker of something ancient passing over his face. Then, without warning, he stepped forward, his gnarled hand reaching out as if to touch Caleb. "Then you will understand soon enough," he said, his voice now barely a whisper, like the wind was carrying the words away before they could fully form. "But when you do, there will be no turning back." Before Caleb could respond, the old man spun on his heel and disappeared into the woods, vanishing as quickly as he had appeared. Caleb stood there, heart pounding, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The wind howled through the trees again, as if the forest itself had exhaled a breath it had been holding for centuries. For a moment, Caleb thought about leaving, about turning around and never looking back. But he knew he couldn't. He had already come too far. The markings, the altar, the creature, they were all pieces of a puzzle he couldn't ignore. And now, with the old man's warning hanging in the air like a dark cloud, Caleb was more certain than ever that there was something far bigger at play here than he had ever imagined. But what was it? What was the creature guarding? And why had it allowed him to uncover even this much? A sudden realization hit him, cold and sharp. The creature wasn't just hiding in the woods. It was part of the woods, part of something older and more dangerous than anything he could understand. With the old man's words echoing in his mind, Caleb turned and made his way deeper into the forest. He had a decision to make. The answers were within reach. But so was the danger, and it was getting closer with each step. A warning from a stranger, a creature that is more than it seems, and the dark promise of truths that could never be forgotten. Caleb's journey has only just begun, but with each step, the stakes grow higher. Will he uncover the forest's secrets, or will the forest claim him? Caleb couldn't shake the old man's warning. It's a guardian, a keeper. The words echoed in his mind as he made his way deeper into the forest, each step taking him further from the safety of the ranger station and closer to something dark and unknown. The shadows between the trees felt longer now, more menacing, as if they were reaching out to pull him deeper into their grasp. His flashlight bobbed in front of him, illuminating the dense underbrush and twisted roots, but even the light seemed reluctant to push away the dark that pressed in from all sides. The air was thick with the scent of moss and earth, but there was something else, something metallic, like the tang of blood. Caleb had hoped that the old man's appearance was nothing more than a hallucination, some warning meant to scare him off. But the deeper he went, the more certain he became that it had been real. The man had known things Caleb didn't understand. His eyes, those dark, sunken eyes, they hadn't been the eyes of a mere hermit. They had been the eyes of someone who had seen the forest's deepest secrets, someone who had lived with the truth and paid the price. He reached the spot where the creature had vanished, where the air had gone cold, where the shadows had seemed to breathe with life. Caleb knelt, his fingers brushing the dirt beneath him, searching for any signs, any clues that might explain what was happening here. And then he found it. At first, it looked like a random marking, a small, nondescript line in the dirt, barely visible beneath the thick layer of fallen leaves. But as Caleb wiped away the leaves, he realized it was more than that. It was a symbol, the same as the ones he had seen around the altar, only this time it was more defined, more deliberate. It was etched into the ground, as though carved by something sharper than a human hand. The symbol was almost a mirror image of the ancient runes, but this one was different. It was more. A cold chill ran through him as he followed the line of the mark. It curved around a cluster of rocks, leading toward a large tree at the edge of the clearing. The bark of the tree was smooth, as if it had been untouched by time. Caleb hesitated, his heart pounding in his chest before he took a deep breath, and stepped forward. There, at the base of the tree, was another symbol, this one even more intricate than the first, and at the center, nestled in the bark, was something unexpected, a handprint. It was large, far too large to belong to any human. The edges of the handprint were deep, almost as if the creature had pressed its palm into the bark with a force that had left a permanent mark. Caleb's fingers hovered over the print, tracing its outline. He could feel a subtle warmth radiating from it, as if it were still alive, as if it were still connected to something beyond the physical realm. Suddenly, a strange sensation swept over him, an overwhelming pressure, like the air around him had thickened and was pushing down on him from all sides. The trees around him seemed to close in, their trunks becoming darker, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes. The forest wasn't just alive, it was aware. Caleb could feel it in the very marrow of his bones. The earth beneath his feet seemed to pulse with something ancient, something that had been sleeping for centuries, waiting to be awakened. The growl returned, low and rumbling, but this time it was accompanied by a sound Caleb had never heard before. A deep, vibrating hum, like the earth itself was vibrating with power. He spun around, his heart racing, but the creature was nowhere to be seen. Only the trees, the symbols, the handprint. And then, from the corner of his eye, he saw it. A figure. It wasn't the creature he had seen before. It was something different. The shape was humanoid, but taller, more regal, almost like it was part of the forest itself. Its eyes glowed with an amber light, but this time they were different. There was intelligence there, a knowing, as if it were trying to communicate with him. The figure didn't move at first. It simply stood there, watching Caleb. Its presence, overwhelming, suffocating. Caleb felt his legs tremble beneath him, but he couldn't look away. The figure raised its hand slowly, pointing toward the handprint in the tree, and then it gestured toward Caleb with a deliberate motion as though urging him to understand. The growl returned, this time more insistent, more urgent. Caleb felt his body stiffen, but he knew he couldn't leave. Not without understanding what was happening here. Not without knowing the truth. He took a cautious step forward, his breath shallow, and for the first time since this whole ordeal had started, he felt a strange sense of peace wash over him, an understanding that this wasn't just some wild creature he was hunting. This was something much bigger. The creature, the markings, the altar, the symbols, they were all part of something ancient, something sacred. The figure in front of him slowly backed away, disappearing into the shadows, leaving only the hum of the forest behind. Caleb stood frozen for a moment, the weight of everything pressing down on him. What had he just seen? Was the creature, no, the guardian, trying to communicate with him? What had it meant by showing him the handprint, by directing him toward the symbols? Was there a deeper connection between them? Something Caleb hadn't yet pieced together as the silence returned. The pressure lifted, and the forest seemed to breathe again. Caleb knew with a deep certainty that he had only scratched the surface of something much bigger than himself. The forest, the creature, the symbols, they were all connected in ways he didn't yet understand. But one thing was clear. Whatever this was, it wasn't just a myth. It was a hidden truth, and Caleb was now at the center of it. The keeper's mark had been left for him, for reasons he couldn't yet fathom, and now there was no turning back. Caleb has uncovered a connection between the mysterious guardian and the ancient symbols, an ancient force that has been waiting for someone to understand its truth. What does the keeper want from Caleb, and what role does he play in this strange, unfolding mystery? The danger is far from over, and Caleb is closer than ever to the heart of the secret. What happens next? Caleb couldn't shake the vision of the figure in the woods. The creature, no, the guardian, had shown him something profound, something beyond the creature's primal existence. It was a message, a challenge, a summons. The handprint, the symbols, the forest itself. They were all part of something ancient, something far older than he had imagined. And the more Caleb uncovered, the more he realized that he wasn't just searching for answers anymore. He was being drawn towards something, led down a path that would inevitably force him to confront whatever secret the forest had kept hidden for centuries. His mind raced as he trekked through the dense woods, the moonlight barely piercing the thick canopy above. The trees seemed to close in on him, their shadows stretching like dark fingers, urging him to keep going. It was as if the very forest was alive, watching him, guiding him deeper into its heart. The words of the old man echoed in his mind. Some things are better left forgotten. But Caleb didn't believe that anymore. Whatever the forest was hiding, whatever ancient truth lay buried beneath the layers of myths and shadows, he needed to understand it. He had to. There was a weight to the air now, a suffocating presence that pressed down on him, making it difficult to breathe. The further he went, the more intense it became. The hum of the forest had grown louder, a low, vibrating sound that seemed to pulse beneath the earth. It was a deep, resonant noise, like the heartbeat of something alive and ancient. Every step Caleb took seemed to reverberate with it, sending ripples through the very ground beneath him. He had crossed the boundary now, the place where the signs had led him. There was no turning back. Ahead, through a dense thicket of trees, he saw it, a clearing. It was unlike any clearing Caleb had ever encountered in the woods. The trees here were enormous, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches stretching up into the sky like ancient guardians. At the center of the clearing stood a massive stone structure, an altar of sorts, but far grander than the one he had found earlier. It was covered in moss, vines, and roots, but Caleb could see the intricate carvings etched into the stone, the same symbols he had seen throughout the forest. This was it, the heart of the forest. Caleb approached the altar slowly, his every step filled with reverence. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the sharp tang of something metallic. He could feel it, the presence of something watching him, waiting for him. The guardian was here, somewhere, perhaps in the shadows, perhaps closer than he dared to imagine. As he reached the altar, Caleb's eyes were drawn to a single, large stone in the center. It was cracked down the middle as though it had been split open by an immense force, and inside the crack, something was glowing. It wasn't just a faint glow. It was a vibrant, almost otherworldly light, golden, pulsating, as if the stone itself were alive. Caleb hesitated, his heart racing. He wanted to reach out, to touch it, but he knew there was something more to this. This wasn't just an altar. It was a threshold. He stepped closer, his fingers trembling as they hovered above the crack. As his hand neared the stone, the hum in the air grew louder, almost deafening. The ground beneath him vibrated and he stumbled back, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The light from the stone intensified, filling the clearing with a blinding glow, and then everything stopped. The hum, the vibration, everything fell silent. Caleb stood frozen, his heart pounding in his chest. He had crossed a line. The stone had reacted to his presence, but in a way that felt wrong. The air was now thick with a sense of impending danger, as if he had disturbed something that was never meant to be disturbed. And then he heard it. A voice, a low, guttural whisper, like the wind itself was speaking to him. Leave. Now. The voice was unmistakable. It was the guardian, the creature he had seen in the woods. But this time, the voice wasn't just an echo in the trees. It was inside, his mind pressing into his thoughts like a physical presence. Caleb's chest tightened. He had to leave. He knew that. The voice was telling him, urging him to turn back. But something inside him refused. His curiosity, his need for answers, had already crossed the point of no return. He took a step forward, his gaze fixed on the stone. As he moved, a shadow shifted at the edge of the clearing, barely noticeable at first. But then it moved again, a figure impossibly tall standing just beyond the trees. It was the guardian. Caleb could feel it, even though he couldn't see its face. It was waiting. Caleb's hand reached for the stone again, and this time, he didn't hesitate. His fingers brushed against the cracked surface, and the moment he made contact, the light exploded into blinding brilliance. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, everything around him dissolved into pure light. The trees, the altar, the guardian, all of it vanished, leaving only the pulsating glow in the center of the clearing. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything went dark. Caleb blinked, disoriented, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. His hand was still on the stone, but the light had faded. The clearing was now eerily silent, the hum gone, replaced by the stillness of the night. The guardian was gone too. The figure that had been watching him was no longer there. But Caleb didn't feel alone. Something had changed. The forest was different now. The air felt thicker, charged with an energy he couldn't describe. His breath came in shallow gasps as he turned around, scanning the woods for any sign of movement. And then, as his eyes caught something in the distance, a realization hit him, something he had feared but never fully understood. He wasn't just in the forest anymore. He was part of it. Caleb has crossed the threshold, touched the source of the forest's power, and awakened something far deeper than he could have imagined. What have his actions set in motion? And what is the true nature of the guardian that has been watching him? Caleb's journey has led him into the heart of darkness, and the consequences may be far worse than he ever feared. The darkness in the clearing was suffocating. Caleb's breath hitched in his throat as he stood frozen, staring into the blackness that had swallowed the guardian, the altar, the pulsing stone. Everything was different now. The air had thickened, become heavy, as though it was soaked with a presence that was more than just ancient. It was alive, and it was watching him. He wasn't alone. His mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The stone had responded to his touch, the light had consumed him, and then, nothing. The guardian had vanished, but Caleb couldn't shake the feeling that he had just unlocked something far darker than he had anticipated. He had crossed a line, and there was no going back. He turned, his eyes scanning the trees that surrounded him. The forest had grown eerily silent. Even the wind had stilled. The usual rustle of leaves, the chirp of nocturnal creatures was gone. The world felt closed off, as though the forest had sealed itself in a cocoon, trapping him in its heart. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw it, a flicker of movement, a shadow darting between the trees, too quick to be a person, too large to be an animal. Caleb's instincts screamed at him to run, but his feet remained rooted to the spot. Something was coming, and it wasn't the creature from before. This was something different, something that wasn't supposed to exist in the human world. The ground beneath Caleb's feet rumbled with a low growl, deep and primal. The trees around him seemed to groan, as though the forest itself was shifting, bending to some unseen will. The hum returned, louder now, vibrating through the air, resonating in his bones. It was coming closer, rising, an ancient energy awakening from the depths of the earth. Caleb's heart pounded in his chest as he backed away from the altar, his eyes still darting between the trees. He could feel the pressure of something enormous, something otherworldly, closing in on him, and then he saw it. A shape emerged from the darkness, tall and imposing, the guardian. But it wasn't the same creature he had seen before. This time the figure was no longer humanoid. It had grown, evolved. Its form was vast, towering over Caleb as though it were part of the forest itself, made of roots, bark, and shadow. Its eyes glowed with an amber light, but they were no longer warm or intelligent. They were cold, like the light of a dying star. The guardian's body seemed to ripple, shifting with every step, as though it was made of the very essence of the forest, trees, vines, dirt, and rock, all swirling together to create an entity that was beyond comprehension. It was no longer a protector. It was a force. A guardian of the earth, yes, but one with a mind older and more powerful than anything Caleb could fathom. It wasn't bound by the same rules that governed human life. It was a creature of the wilds, of the forgotten world that existed beneath the surface of civilization, and Caleb had just woken it. You should have never come here. The voice was a low, guttural growl, reverberating through the clearing, a sound that seemed to come from the very ground beneath Caleb's feet. It wasn't a voice as much as it was a presence, something that flooded his mind with ancient knowledge and unspoken threats. Caleb took a shaky step back, his eyes locked onto the creature. The words of the old man flashed through his mind. The forest has its secrets. Some things are better left forgotten. But it was too late for that. Caleb had already disturbed something ancient, something powerful. "What do you want from me?" Caleb shouted, his voice shaking, but his anger rising to meet the creature's overwhelming presence. He had to know. He had to understand why. The forest had chosen him. The guardian's eyes narrowed, and its form shifted again, growing larger, more monstrous. Its limbs extended, twisted with gnarled roots, and its feet sank into the earth as though it were rooted in the very soil of the forest. "What do I want from you?" The voice echoed in Caleb's mind. "You are a part of the forest now, Ranger. You woke me. You are the key. You have been chosen to carry the mark, but you are not ready." Caleb's blood ran cold. The mark. He had felt it. On his hand. On his soul. He had touched the stone, and now the forest was claiming him. But how? What was he meant to do? Why had it chosen him? Before he could ask, the guardian surged forward, its vast form crashing toward him with terrifying speed. Caleb barely had time to react. His legs moved on instinct, propelling him backward as the creature's arm, now a twisted mass of roots and thorns, swung toward him. The force of it sent a gust of wind tearing through the trees, knocking Caleb to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, panic rising in his chest as he realized the creature wasn't just attacking. It was testing him, pushing him to see if he was worthy of the mark he had claimed. The forest was not just a place, it was a living, breathing entity, and Caleb had just become part of its intricate, dangerous web. The guardian paused, watching Caleb with its burning amber eyes. The air was thick with tension. Caleb knew he was no match for it, not in strength, not in power. But there was something the forest hadn't accounted for. Caleb's will. He wasn't just going to roll over, not now. He stood tall, facing the creature, despite the fear gnawing at his insides. The ground around him shifted again, the earth trembling beneath his feet. The guardian took a step closer, its form looming over him. But Caleb didn't back down. "I'm not afraid of you," Caleb said, his voice stronger than he felt. The creature's eyes glowed brighter, and for a moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath. Caleb didn't know if the guardian was amused or angered by his defiance. But what he did know was that the guardian wasn't the only force in this forest. He had something too, something inside him that had drawn him here. "I will find out what you're hiding," Caleb said, his voice steady now. "I'll uncover the truth, even if it costs me everything." The guardian's eyes narrowed, its form shifting again, but this time it didn't attack. It simply watched him, its vast presence pressing down on Caleb like a weight. It was as if the forest itself was considering him, weighing his worth. And then, after what felt like an eternity, the creature spoke one final time. "Then you will understand, Ranger. You will see the heart of the forest. But remember," the guardian's voice dropped to a whisper, "not all truths are meant to be known." And with that, the guardian faded into the shadows, disappearing back into the depths of the forest. The weight in Caleb's chest remained, but for the first time, he felt as though the forest was no longer rejecting him. It wasn't against him. It was testing him, waiting for him to prove himself worthy of the truth it held. But the question was Caleb ready? Caleb has confronted the guardian and survived, but the true test has only just begun. The forest has chosen him, but what will it reveal? The truth is within reach, but is it a gift or a curse? What lies at the heart of the forest? And will Caleb be able to handle what he uncovers? The silence after the guardian vanished was deafening. Caleb stood in the middle of the clearing, his heart still hammering in his chest, his breath ragged and uneven. The weight of the guardian's presence lingered, its parting words echoing in his mind. Not all truths are meant to be known. He felt the forest shift around him, quieter now, as if the trees, the earth, and the air had exhaled after, holding their collective breath. The forest, which had once felt like a labyrinth of unknowns, now felt almost familiar, as if the woods themselves were awaiting his next move, as if they knew this moment would come. Caleb had crossed the threshold. Now, the forest was watching. to see what he would do with the truth. The guardian's warning gnawed at him. "You will understand, Ranger. You will see the heart of the forest." Caleb didn't know what that meant yet, but he was certain of one thing. The answers he sought were here, deep within the heart of these woods, and he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. With steady resolve, Caleb turned toward the altar. The light from the stone had dimmed, but the carving surrounding it still pulsed with a faint, otherworldly glow. He stepped closer, cautiously, like a man entering the unknown. The markings on the stone had seemed like an enigma when he first discovered them, but now they felt like a guide, part of the forest's story, a story he had unwittingly become a part of. His hand hovered over the stone again, but this time he hesitated. The forest had changed him. It had marked him. He wasn't the same man who had stepped into the woods weeks ago, seeking only to protect its secrets. The forest had seen something in him, and now it seemed to trust him to uncover what had been buried for so long. As his fingers touched the stone again, the glow surged back to life, this time brighter, more intense. Caleb felt the rush of energy wash over him, like the heartbeat of the forest itself had synced with his own. His vision blurred, and for a moment the world around him dissolved. When his senses returned, he was no longer standing in the clearing. The trees were gone, replaced by a vast expanse of open sky. There were no sounds, no hum of the forest, no rustling leaves, no whispers in the wind. Only silence. The landscape stretched out before him, wild and untamed, an endless wilderness. That seemed to belong to another time. This was it, the heart of the forest. The air felt charged here, thick with power and history. It wasn't just a place, it was a living entity, something ancient, perhaps older than humanity itself. Caleb could feel its presence pressing in on him like a quiet force that demanded respect. The ground beneath him pulsed with life, the very soil alive with secrets. And then, out of the silence, a voice, deep, resonant, and ancient, spoke. "You have come, Ranger. You have uncovered what was hidden. But now, you must choose." Caleb's heart skipped a beat. He knew the voice. It was the guardian, or at least its essence. The same amber eyes that had watched him in the forest now seemed to peer from the very air around him. The guardian wasn't just an entity of flesh. It was everywhere. The forest itself was alive, and it had been waiting for him to understand its truth. What choice? Caleb asked, his voice almost a whisper as he stood in this strange new world. The voice was patient, but there was an unmistakable gravity to it, like a weight that pressed down on his soul. The forest has been hidden for a reason. Its heart has been sealed away, its power contained. It has been waiting for someone who would understand its truth, someone who would be willing to accept the burden of its secret. Caleb felt a shiver run down his spine. The forest wasn't just a sanctuary of nature, it was alive, a force beyond human comprehension. The power that lay within it had been sealed for a reason, and now Caleb was being asked to bear its burden. What secret? What is the truth? Caleb demanded, his voice shaking with both fear and determination. He needed to know. The ground around him trembled, and the air seemed to grow heavier. The heart of the forest is the lifeblood of this world. It holds the balance between the natural and the unnatural, between the living and the forgotten. The truth, Ranger, is that this balance must be maintained. If it is broken, the consequences will be beyond your understanding. The forest is both a protector and a prison. Caleb's mind raced. He could feel the weight of the decision before him. The power of the forest, the power of the guardian, was not something that could be controlled. It had been sealed for a reason, and yet now it called to him. Would he accept the truth, knowing the consequences? You have two paths, the voice continued. You can walk away, leave the forest to its secrets, and let it fade into the forgotten shadows. Or you can take the burden of its heart upon yourself. But know this, you will never be the same. The forest will become you, and you will become it. Caleb's heart pounded. The choice before him was impossible. If he accepted, he would bear the weight of an ancient power, one that could alter the course of the world. If he refused, the forest might crumble into nothingness, its secrets lost to time. But Caleb knew there was no turning back. He had already crossed the point of no return. He had felt the pull of the forest, its power running through him like a river of energy. This was his fate, whether he understood it or not. Without hesitation, Caleb stepped forward, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at his soul. "I choose the truth," he said, his words final, resolute. The forest seemed to exhale, the pressure lifting from his chest as the voice of the guardian faded into the wind. For a moment, Caleb stood in silence, the enormity of his decision washing over him. And then, the world shifted again. He was back in the clearing. The altar was gone, and the forest had returned to its natural state. Quiet, still, but undeniably alive. Caleb looked around, his senses heightened, his awareness of the forest sharper than ever before. The weight of the forest's power still thrummed through him, but it wasn't suffocating anymore. It was a part of him now, rooted deep inside. Like the very earth beneath his feet, Caleb had uncovered the heart of the forest, and now it had become his to protect. The journey is over, but the story doesn't end here. Caleb has embraced the burden of the forest's truth. What does this mean for the world, for the future? The forest's power is now intertwined with his own, but at what cost? And what dangers might lie ahead for the man who holds the key to nature's deepest secrets? The answers lie in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. What if you were given the power to change the world? Would you accept the burden? If you enjoyed this mystery-filled journey, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Enigma, so you never miss a story that unravels hidden truths and challenges the mysteries of our extraordinary world. Sleep well, dream deep, and stay curious. It was just another morning in the desert when Dr. Ava Matthews, an archaeologist with a reputation for uncovering the impossible, stumbled upon something that would change everything. The hot sun beat down relentlessly on the barren Egyptian landscape. Dr. Matthews wiped the sweat from her brow as she stepped carefully across the shifting sands, her boots crunching against ancient, weathered stones. But what caught her attention wasn't the heat, or the dust, or even the massive stone pyramids looming in the distance. No, it was something far stranger, something out of place. At first, it was the symbols. She had seen countless hieroglyphs throughout her career, but these were different. They didn't match any known script from the time of the pharaohs. They were curved in odd ways, almost as if they were meant to convey a hidden meaning. As she examined them more closely, the ground beneath her feet seemed to vibrate, a strange, unsettling hum, faint but constant. Her heart skipped. Could this be? No, it couldn't be. She had been told her whole life that the secrets of the pyramids were lost to history, never to be found again. But here they were, right in front of her. Symbols that didn't belong, etched into a stone slab buried deep beneath the sands, hidden for millennia. The truth was slipping through her fingers, but Ava couldn't pull away. She had to understand it. She had to know what these symbols meant. Her fingers traced the carvings carefully. As her hands moved over the stone, the vibrations grew stronger, almost pulsing. There was a power here, an ancient energy waiting to be uncovered. The desert air grew colder, and an uneasy feeling crept into her bones. "Dr. Matthews, are you okay?" A voice cut through her trance. Her assistant, Ethan, was standing behind her, concern etched on his face, but Ava barely registered him. All her focus was on the symbols. There was something more to this discovery, something that wasn't meant to be found. The vibrations were now so intense, Ava could feel them through her chest. And then the stone slab shifted, just a little. Her pulse raced. Before she could step back and consider the implications of what she had just unearthed, a low, rumbling sound echoed through the desert, and the ground beneath her feet trembled as if responding to the ancient energy. The hum reached its peak, and then silence. The slab had moved, revealing a hidden chamber deep within the pyramid. Ava stepped back, her breath coming in shallow gasps. This wasn't just another tomb or some forgotten burial site. This was something else. Something far more dangerous. "Get the equipment. We need to document this," she said, her voice steady but filled with an urgency she couldn't ignore. But as Ethan turned to fetch their gear, Ava's mind raced with a single terrifying thought. What if they weren't supposed to find this? And if they did, what would it mean for everything they thought they knew about ancient Egypt? What kind of power could the pyramids be hiding? Was this truly a discovery or a warning? The sound of the wind howling across the desert echoed through the entrance of the newly revealed chamber. Dr. Ava Matthews stood frozen at the threshold, her eyes fixed on the dark void before her. The slab had shifted easily, revealing an ancient, narrow passageway carved into the pyramid's heart. The air was thick with dust and the unmistakable scent of ages-old stone, but beneath it all was something else, something electric. The hum she had felt earlier still lingered, now quieter but somehow more insistent, like a whisper in the back of her mind. "Are you sure about this, Dr. Matthews?" Ethan's voice trembled slightly, his gaze flickering nervously between the chamber and the horizon. The desert seemed to stretch forever, as though trying to swallow the moment whole. Ava didn't answer immediately. She didn't know if she was sure. How could she be? The symbols she had uncovered were unlike anything she had ever seen before. And now, here was a hidden passage in one of the most studied monuments in history. It could be nothing more than another forgotten tomb, but something deep within her told her this was different. She couldn't shake the feeling that whatever lay beyond was ancient, yes, but also intentional. "Let's go," she said, her voice firm despite the pounding of her heart. She couldn't explain it, but she felt as though the pyramid was calling to her. The darkness of the passage enveloped them as they stepped inside. Their flashlights flickered against the jagged stone walls, casting strange, elongated shadows that seemed to shift on their own. The further they moved, the more the temperature seemed to drop, despite the scorching heat outside. Ava pulled her jacket tighter around her shoulders, but it wasn't the cold that made her shiver. It was the feeling that they were not alone. The chamber they eventually found was smaller than Ava had anticipated. The walls were covered in the same mysterious symbols that had been on the stone slab outside, but they were more intricate here. Woven into the patterns were signs of a different kind of energy, something pulsing with an unnatural rhythm, like the beating of a heart. And then she saw it. A small pedestal at the center of the room, its surface covered in dust. But something was different. A faint glow emanated from beneath a thick layer of grime. Ava's heart leaped into her throat. There was no doubt in her mind now. This wasn't just a tomb. This was something more. "I've never seen anything like this before," Ethan murmured, his voice barely audible in the suffocating silence. "Dr. Matthews, what do you think this is?" Ava took a step closer, her breath hitching. The pedestal was made of a stone she didn't recognize, its surface carved with geometric patterns that seemed to twist and turn when she wasn't looking directly at them. It wasn't the craftsmanship that caught her attention, though. It was the strange energy it exuded. She reached out cautiously, her fingers brushing the surface, and immediately the room seemed to hum with life. The glow intensified. "Something's wrong," Ethan whispered, his eyes wide with fear. Ava didn't pull her hand away. The symbols were now flashing in her mind, almost as if they were coming to life. She couldn't explain how, but the more she focused on the pedestal, the clearer. The patterns became like a code waiting to be cracked. And then it hit her. This was no ordinary ancient structure. This was an artifact of power. Suddenly, she felt it. A presence, deep and ancient, like the weight of 1,000 forgotten years pressing down on her chest. The air grew thick, charged, with energy. And in that instant, Ava knew this was no coincidence. This power, whatever it was, had been hidden for a reason. And now that they had found it, they weren't alone. The floor beneath them shifted with a low groan. Ava's heart raced, her instincts screaming to turn back. But she couldn't. "Not now. Get ready," she whispered. "We're not the only ones searching for this." As the ground continued to tremble, a sudden blinding light filled the chamber. Ava's hand shot up to shield her eyes, but the light was gone as quickly as it had come, leaving behind only an eerie silence. "Did you see that?" Ethan gasped, his voice full of awe and terror. Ava didn't answer. She couldn't. Her mind was reeling. That light, it wasn't just a natural phenomenon. It was a signal. Someone, or something, was watching. The mystery deepened, and with it, the danger. There was no going back now. What had they discovered? And what would happen when the world learned of it? The power of the pyramids was more than just stone and sand. Someone, or something, had been waiting for its discovery. But who? And why? Ava couldn't shake the feeling that the air itself was thick with something ancient and unseen. The dim glow of their flashlights flickered nervously as they stood in the eerie silence of the hidden chamber. Ethan was still trying to make sense of what had just happened, his eyes darting nervously around the room. But Ava was already thinking ahead, her mind spinning with the implications of what they'd uncovered. The light had disappeared, but the hum had grown louder, more persistent. It seemed to echo within the stone walls, vibrating through her very bones. Was it the pedestal? The strange energy? Or was something deeper at work here? Ava took a slow breath, trying to calm her racing heart. The symbols etched into the walls were not just random carvings, like she had first thought. They were arranged in patterns, specific arrangements that were almost too deliberate to be coincidental. As she examined them more closely, she realized that some of the symbols appeared in repeating sequences, while others seemed to be aligned in a way that suggested movement, like gears in a hidden mechanism. "What do you think they mean?" Ethan's voice broke through her thoughts. Ava shook her head slowly, her finger tracing one of the symbols on the wall. "I don't know yet, but these aren't just hieroglyphs. These patterns, they're telling a story, or they're a map, or..." Her voice trailed off as a chilling realization gripped her. "Or they're instructions." "Instructions for what?" "Instructions for activating the pedestal," she said, her voice low but firm. She looked over her shoulder at the ancient artifact, in the center of the room. "We need to study this. We need to understand how these symbols relate to it, what it's trying to communicate." Ethan nodded, but the fear in his eyes was palpable. "Do you really think we should keep going? What if we're playing with something we don't understand? We don't even know what it is." Ava bit her lip, torn between the excitement of discovery and the creeping dread that the ancient forces she was dealing with might be far beyond her understanding. But her curiosity, her insatiable need to solve the mystery, won out. "We can't stop now," she said firmly, though her voice wavered slightly. "If we're right, this could change everything we know about ancient Egypt, and about history itself." There was no turning back. Over the next few hours, they meticulously documented the symbols, comparing them to known scripts and ancient texts. Ava's mind raced as she connected the dots. Some symbols matched up with early Egyptian mythology, gods, rituals, and sacred geometry. But there were others, Unfamiliar, almost alien symbols that didn't fit? They were. Newer, more advanced, as if they had been added to the pyramid long after its construction. And then there was the anomaly. One symbol, in particular, seemed to pulse with energy when Ava's flashlight passed over it. It was simple, just a circle with 3 lines extending outward, but it was unlike anything she had seen before. The strange glow intensified as she leaned in closer, and in that moment, it was as though time itself shifted. The air grew thick, with a low hum again, almost imperceptible, like the heartbeat of the pyramid itself. "Look at this," Ava murmured, her finger trembling as she traced the glowing symbol. "This is it. This is the key." Ethan stepped closer, his eyes wide. "What is it? What does it mean?" Ava felt a shiver run down her spine. She could feel the power radiating from the symbol now. It was almost like an electric charge, the way it buzzed in the air. "I think it's telling us how to activate the pedestal," she said, her voice strained. "The symbol. It's connected to everything in here. But it's not just energy. There's something physical to it." She couldn't help but wonder, could this be the lost secret the ancient Egyptians had guarded so fiercely? Was this the hidden power they had built the pyramids to protect? The answer lay in the pedestal, but the more Ava studied it, the more she realized how little she truly understood. The power she was unlocking was not just an archaeological discovery, it was something more, something that had been carefully hidden for thousands of years, and for good reason. "Dr. Matthews," Ethan interrupted, his voice tight. "You need to see this." Ava turned to find Ethan standing near the back of the chamber, his flashlight illuminating a small alcove she hadn't noticed before. The alcove was shallow, but on the stone floor she could make out a strange marking. It was another symbol, this one larger and far more complex, as if it were the culmination of everything they had found so far. It wasn't just a symbol, though. It looked like a map of the pyramid's inner chambers. But something was off. The map depicted areas they hadn't seen yet, areas deep within the pyramid's core where no one had ever ventured. "These rooms, they're not listed in any records," Ava whispered, her pulse quickening. "This map, it's telling us there's more to the pyramid, more than we ever imagined." The hum in the chamber grew louder, more insistent. Ava felt a rush of adrenaline surge through her body. There were hidden rooms, yes, but there were also hidden forces that had been locked away for millennia. And the question that gnawed at her now, louder than any hum, was one she couldn't ignore. What was the power they were trying to protect? The map hinted at something deeper, something unseen by modern eyes. But was it a treasure or a trap? Ava was getting closer to the heart of the pyramid, but what lay beneath the stone was more dangerous than she could ever have imagined. The air in the chamber had grown heavier, the hum now vibrating through Ava's chest with an unsettling intensity. Her mind raced as she examined the map-like symbol etched into the stone, the outline of hidden rooms calling to her like a siren's song. But with each passing second, the deeper she delved into the pyramid's secrets, the more she felt the weight of something watching, waiting. "Dr. Matthews." Ethan's voice was quieter than usual, filled with unease. He had stepped away from the alcove, his eyes scanning the room as if expecting something to spring from the shadows. "Are you sure we should keep going?" Ava hesitated, her fingers still tracing the complex markings on the wall. "We can't stop now. We've only scratched the surface. This could be the discovery of a lifetime." But even as she said the words, a cold shiver ran down her spine. The further they went, the more she began to question whether the pyramid had been built to protect a secret, or to keep something locked away. The strange humming in the room seemed to grow louder as she shifted her focus back to the pedestal. The energy felt almost alive, vibrating with a force she couldn't comprehend. Every fiber of her being screamed at her to leave, to retreat back to the safety of the outside world. But curiosity, her insatiable drive to uncover the unknown, held her there. She stepped forward, her heart pounding in her ears. The glowing symbol on the pedestal had intensified, pulsating in time with her own heartbeat. Ava's mind raced as she reached for it, fingers brushing the cold stone surface. That's when she heard it. A low, gravelly voice echoed in her mind. Turn back. Ava froze, her hand inches away from the pedestal. The voice was faint, but unmistakable. It wasn't Ethan's voice. It wasn't even human. The sound seemed to reverberate through the very walls of the pyramid, as if the stone itself had come alive. Did you hear that? She asked breathlessly, spinning around to face Ethan. He looked at her, his face pale. Hear what? Ava stared at him, her chest tightening with fear. The voice. Her words faltered, and she felt the cold grip of dread wrap around her throat. Was it the stress? The exhaustion? Or was it something deeper? She had no idea. But she knew one thing for sure. The pyramid wasn't just hiding power, it was warning them. Maybe we should go, Ethan suggested quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. This doesn't feel right? Ava's instincts screamed at her to heed his words, but the symbol, the glowing pedestal, and the map, it was all pulling her in deeper. Her scientific mind told her to take caution, but her curiosity, her need to understand, overpowered the warning. I can't leave, Ava said softly. She tried to convince herself, as much as Ethan, that they were on the verge of unlocking the greatest mystery of all time. But the uncertainty in her voice betrayed her. She turned back to the pedestal, and just as her fingers brushed the stone once more, the air around them shifted. The hum grew louder, more frantic, like a warning, siren from the depths of the earth. And then, silence. The silence was deafening. For a split second, everything seemed to freeze. Ava's breath caught in her throat. The temperature in the room dropped sharply and her breath turned to mist in the cold air. Then came the sound, soft, distant, but unmistakable. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing in the stone hall. Ava's blood ran cold. Ethan, do you hear that? He nodded, his eyes wide with terror. There's someone else here. Ava swallowed, her pulse quickening. The footsteps were growing louder, closer. But it wasn't just that. There was something else, something she couldn't quite place. The air had shifted once again, thick, with an almost palpable tension. Get the equipment, Ava whispered urgently. We need to record this. We need to document everything. But as she turned to retrieve their gear, something caught her eye. A shadow in the corner of the room, just beyond the reach of their flashlights. It was moving. Something, or someone, was there, watching them. Ava's heart hammered in her chest. She moved toward the shadow, her breath shallow and quick. As she drew closer, the outline of the figure became clearer. It was a person, but not quite. The figure was tall, draped in dark, flowing robes with a hood that obscured its face. No sound of footsteps, no breathing. It was as if the figure was made of the shadows themselves. Then, in a voice as cold as the air around them, the figure spoke. You should not have come. Ava's heart nearly stopped. The voice, low, gravelly, and unmistakably human, sent a surge of terror through her body. Who are you? She demanded, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to stay calm. The figure stepped forward, its presence so overwhelming that Ava could feel it pressing against her chest, suffocating her. It seemed to glide across the floor, effortlessly, as if it were part of the stone itself. I am the Guardian, the figure said. Its voice carried the weight of centuries. And this is not for your kind to discover. Before Ava could react, the figure raised a hand, and the air around them crackled with energy. Ava staggered back, feeling an invisible force shove her into the wall. The Guardian's gaze, though hidden in shadow, seemed to pierce through her, locking her in place. "You have awakened something that was never meant to be," it intoned, its voice now a low whisper, as though it were speaking from within her mind. "Leave. Leave now, or you will never leave this place." The figure began to fade, its form dissolving into the air like mist. And then, as if nothing had happened, the pyramid fell silent once more. The hum was gone. The shadows receded. Ava's mind raced, her heart pounding in her chest. Was it a hallucination? A trick of the pyramid's design? Or had they truly uncovered something far darker than they could understand? But one thing was clear now. Someone, or something, did not want them here. And the stakes were far higher than they could have ever imagined. Ava had been warned. But the question remained, who or what was the guardian? And why was the pyramid trying so desperately to keep its secrets buried? The silence that followed the guardian's chilling warning was deafening. Ava stood frozen, her back pressed against the cold stone wall, her heart hammering in her chest. The figure had disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving behind nothing but the lingering echo of its voice in her mind. The hum, which had filled the room with a strange energy, was gone, replaced by an eerie stillness. What the hell was that? Ethan's voice trembled, his wide eyes scanning the empty chamber. He was standing a few feet away, his hand gripping, the flashlight so tightly his knuckles were white. Ava didn't know how to answer. She had seen something more than a ghost or hallucination. It wasn't just the figure that haunted her, it was the overwhelming sense of danger that had followed it. The warning had felt real, not just like a threat, but like an ancient decree, as though they had disturbed something far beyond their understanding. I don't know," she finally managed, her voice distant and shaken. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. "But we can't leave, not now." Ethan glanced at her, confusion and concern clouding his face. "Ava, this isn't just about discovery anymore. That thing, whatever it was, it said we've awakened something. It said we wouldn't leave." Ava swallowed hard, but her resolve was already hardening. The sense of urgency coursing through her was too strong to ignore. There was more to the pyramid, more to this discovery, than either of them could fathom. The question now wasn't whether they should leave. The question was, what had they unleashed? Ava stepped away from the wall, moving toward the pedestal again. The air was still cold, unnaturally so, but something had shifted. The energy in. The room, which had been erratic and unpredictable, now felt oddly contained, almost like it was waiting. For them. For her. Her eyes moved back to the strange symbols on the walls. The map-like design was still there, showing hidden chambers, twisting pathways, rooms that had never been recorded in any history book or archaeological journal. The map had become more than just a guide. It was a blueprint. The pyramid, in some unfathomable way, was alive, and it was drawing her in. Ava. Ethan's voice broke her from her thoughts. He was holding something in his hands, something she hadn't seen before. "Look at this." She turned to face him, her eyes narrowing. Ethan was holding a small, ancient-looking artifact about the size of a coin, its surface covered in the same strange symbols they had seen earlier. "Where did you find that?" Ava asked, her voice tight. Ethan's expression was strained. "It was inside the pedestal. I don't know how I didn't see it before, but when I touched the stone again, it just appeared. I think it might be the key to everything." Ava took the artifact from him, feeling a strange warmth radiate from it, though it was cold to the touch. The symbols etched into its surface were unlike anything she had seen on the walls. These were far more intricate, more refined, almost as though they were a combination of ancient Egyptian and something else entirely. Something otherworldly. "Ethan," Ava whispered, her breath catching. "This isn't just a key, it's a cipher. It's telling us how to unlock the power inside the pyramid." Ava felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. This was no ordinary artifact. Whatever it was linked to the heart of the pyramid, to the ancient power that had been buried beneath the stone for centuries. The ground suddenly trembled beneath their feet. Ava looked up sharply, her eyes wide with alarm. The tremors weren't strong, but they were there, like a warning, deep beneath the earth, sending ripples through the stone. She could hear something, faint, distant, but unmistakable. A low, guttural sound, as if the pyramid itself was waking from a long, deep slumber. "What's happening?" Ethan asked, his voice frantic now. Ava clenched her jaw, her grip tightening around the artifact. "The pyramid is reacting to the artifact. It's alive, Ethan. We've disturbed something we weren't meant to." As the tremors intensified, the walls began to shake, sending dust and small stones tumbling to the floor. The symbols on the walls seemed to shift, their patterns rearranging before their eyes, as though the pyramid itself was rewriting its secrets. And then, just as quickly as it had started, the trembling stopped, leaving a suffocating stillness in its wake. Ava's heart pounded in her chest. "What was that?" Before Ethan could respond, a loud, shrieking sound ripped through the chamber. Ava stumbled back, her breath catching in her throat. It sounded like the screech of metal against stone, but louder, unnatural, as though it was being torn apart by a force far beyond human strength. The pedestal, the source of the power, began to glow brighter, a fierce, blinding light pouring from the cracks in the stone. Ava tried to step forward, but the light was blinding, forcing her to shield her eyes. "Ethan!" she cried, but her voice was swallowed by the rising cacophony. She could feel the floor beneath her feet shift, as if the entire pyramid was beginning to reconfigure itself, opening up to reveal something beneath. Then, as quickly as the light had appeared, it flickered and died. Silence. Ava's hands shook as she lowered them from her eyes. The pedestal was gone. In its place was a door. The door was made of the same stone as the rest of the pyramid, but it was unlike anything Ava had ever seen. It was intricately carved, with more symbols, more patterns, ones that seemed to call out to her as though they were alive. They seemed to pulse, faintly glowing in the dim light. Ava stepped toward it, her fingers trembling as she reached for the door, and just as she touched it, the wall behind her shifted with a grinding sound, and a cold voice echoed once more, though it wasn't the Guardian's voice this time. "Leave now, before it's too late." The pyramid had revealed a door, but what lay behind it, and who, or what, was warning them to leave? Ava and Ethan were about to uncover the truth, but every step forward seemed to pull them deeper into a mystery they were never meant to solve. Ava's hand trembled as it hovered above the glowing door, her fingers almost magnetic to the stone surface. The voice, the warning that had echoed through the chamber, still hung in the air like a thick fog, pulling her back, urging her to turn around and leave before it was too late. But she couldn't. Not now. She had come too far. "Ethan, this is it," she whispered, her voice barely audible, as if speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile moment. The door before them pulsed with a strange, ancient energy. The symbols etched into the stone, shifting and undulating as though they were alive, almost beckoning her to open it. But the dread, the feeling that something far older and far more dangerous than they had ever imagined was lurking just beyond, clawed at her thoughts. Ethan stepped closer, his face pale, his hand clutching his flashlight as if it were a weapon. "I don't know, Ava. Something doesn't feel right. This place, it's changing. The walls, the floors, it's like the pyramid is shifting." Ava's eyes darted around them. The chamber, once still and silent, seemed to be breathing. Small cracks were appearing in the walls, glowing faintly, and the floor beneath their feet seemed to hum with an energy she could feel deep in her bones. The hum that had once been barely perceptible was now a constant, throbbing pulse, vibrating through the stone and into their skin. "I know. I feel it too," she said, her voice tense, almost tight with fear. "But this door, it's calling. To me, Ethan. I have to know what's behind it. This could be the key to everything. The hidden power of the pyramids. We're so close." Her hand hovered over the stone, and as she touched the surface, a deep rumble reverberated through the room. The door shuddered, and for a moment Ava feared it was going to close again. But then, with a grinding of ancient stone, it began to move, slowly, creaking open, revealing a dark, gaping abyss on the other side. Ava's heart skipped a beat. Beyond the door lay a narrow corridor, its walls covered in more symbols, glowing faintly in the dim light. The air that poured from the passage was cold and damp, and the darkness seemed to pull at them, like a living entity. "Are we really going in there?" Ethan's voice was thick with uncertainty, and Ava could see the panic beginning to edge into his eyes. Ava took a deep breath, forcing herself to steady her nerves. "We have to. This is the only way to understand what we've uncovered. If we back down now, we'll never know the truth." She stepped forward, her footsteps echoing in the silence as she entered the corridor. Ethan followed hesitantly, his light flickering as he glanced nervously over his shoulder. The walls seemed to close in on them as they walked deeper into the pyramid, the air growing colder, denser with each step. It was as if they were descending into the very heart of the pyramid's secrets. The further they went, the more the walls seemed to shift, the symbols transforming into intricate patterns. Ones Ava had never seen before. They were not just Egyptian hieroglyphs, they were something other, something alien. "There's something here," Ava muttered under her breath, her pulse quickening. This is not just ancient Egypt. This is something much older." The corridor stretched on endlessly, twisting and turning until they reached a large chamber. Ava's flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing walls lined with rows of ancient statues, figures of gods, men, and strange, otherworldly creatures. The air was thick with an oppressive weight, as though the room had been sealed off from the rest of the world for millennia. But in the center of the room was something far more shocking. A massive, crystalline structure, glowing with a pulsating light that seemed to throb with a life of its own. It stood taller than any man, its surface shimmering with strange symbols, symbols that mirrored those on the artifact, the pedestal, and the map. The power it exuded was overwhelming, and Ava could feel it in the very air around her, pressing against her skin like a storm about to break. "This is it," she whispered, her voice reverent, filled with awe. "This is the source. The power the pyramids were built to protect." Ethan's eyes were wide with fear as he stepped closer, the light from his flashlight dancing across the crystalline surface. "What is this thing? It's not just a piece of history. It's alive." Ava nodded slowly, her breath catching. The crystal seemed to hum, its rhythm matching the pulsing energy in the walls, the floor, and in their bodies. It was like it was connected to everything. And the more she looked at it, the more she realized the truth. "This crystal," she whispered, "it's a power source. Not just any power, but something far beyond anything we've ever understood. This pyramid wasn't just built as a tomb or a monument. It was built to contain this power." "Contain it?" Ethan repeated, his voice laced with disbelief. "You mean, it wasn't a burial chamber? This entire thing, this entire civilization was built to hide this?" Ava's eyes never left the crystal. Yes, the pharaohs knew. They knew there was something here, something far older than Egypt. And they built the pyramids not just as tombs, but as a seal, to keep the power inside, to protect it from getting into the wrong hands. As the words left her mouth, she felt a sudden shift. A violent shudder ran through the pyramid, as if the very earth was groaning in agony. The ground beneath their feet trembled once more, stronger this time, and the crystal began to glow brighter. its pulsing light expanding until the entire room was bathed in its eerie glow. Ava's heart raced. The pyramid had been silent for millennia, but now it was waking up. The power, whatever it was beginning to stir, and it wasn't just contained inside the crystal anymore. It was spilling out, rushing through the very fabric of the pyramid, making the walls tremble, the air thicken. "What did we do?" Ethan gasped, stepping back, his face drained of color. Ava could only stare at the crystal, her mind racing with the terrifying implications. They had awakened it. The power was no longer contained. A low, rumbling sound filled the chamber. Closer now, louder. A distant roar echoed through the pyramid. It wasn't just the crystal that was awakening. The entire pyramid was shifting, as if it were alive, restructuring, realigning itself in response to the power surging within it. And then it hit her. The pyramid wasn't just a tomb, it was a trap. A trap to keep something far worse than the power of the crystal from ever escaping. Ava had uncovered the heart of the pyramid, and in doing so, had unleashed something far darker and more dangerous than she could have ever imagined. The question now, what would happen when the power was free? And would they be able to survive the pyramid's awakening? The walls shuddered violently as Ava clung to the edge of the crystal pedestal, her flashlight bouncing wildly in the dim, flickering glow. Dust cascaded from the ceiling like a thick veil, obscuring her view of Ethan, who was shouting something she couldn't make out over the deafening roar. "Ethan!" she yelled, her voice cracking. She stumbled backward as the ground shifted beneath her, nearly losing her balance on the trembling floor. Her flashlight beam caught his face, pale, wide-eyed, and frozen with terror, as he clutched at a nearby statue to steady himself. "We have to get out of here," he screamed, his voice barely carrying above the growing cacophony. "This whole place is coming apart." Ava shook her head, her mind racing. She knew they couldn't leave. Not now. Not after everything they had seen. This was what she had been searching for. Her life's work. The answer to a mystery no one had been able to solve. She couldn't abandon it. She couldn't turn her back on the truth. The crystal at the chamber's center pulsed again, each flash of light brighter and more intense than the last. Ava felt it resonate deep in her chest, vibrating through her bones like a heartbeat growing. Stronger, faster. She stumbled closer, shielding her eyes from the blinding glow. "This power," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the chaos. "It's alive. It's conscious. What are you talking about?" Ethan's voice was filled with panic as he took a tentative step toward her, his hand still gripping the statue for support. "Ava, whatever that thing is, it's not safe. We need to—" Before he could finish, the ground lurched violently. The statues along the walls toppled like dominoes, crashing to the floor and shattering into pieces. The chamber itself seemed to contract and expand, as if the pyramid were inhaling and exhaling, its ancient stones groaning under the strain. The crystal flared with an intense light, and for a moment Ava thought it might shatter, but instead the light dimmed, coalescing into a shape. At first it was just a faint outline, barely visible in the glowing mist. Then it solidified. A tall, humanoid figure, its form made entirely of the same crystalline material. It stood motionless, its face featureless, its limbs elongated and sharp. The energy emanating from it was overwhelming, pressing down on Ava, like a physical weight. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The figure raised an arm, its movements deliberate and otherworldly. The hum in the room deepened, a low, guttural sound that seemed to echo inside Ava's skull. It wasn't just sound. It was a presence, a voice without words, filling her mind with an unrelenting force. "Ava!" Ethan shouted, his voice distant and muffled, like he was calling to her from underwater. He rushed toward her, grabbing her by the shoulders and shaking her violently. "Snap out of it! What's happening? What is that thing?" She blinked, the spell momentarily broken. The figure stood still, its faceless head tilted slightly as if observing them, studying them. The light within it flickered, patterns of E. Symbols swirling across its surface, the same strange characters they had seen throughout the pyramid. It wasn't just a guardian, it was the source of the power. And it was waking up. "It's not trying to protect the power," Ava said, her voice trembling. "It is the power. This is what they were hiding. Not just a force, but a being. Something they couldn't control." The figure turned its head slightly, its crystalline body shimmering in the dim light. It took a single step forward, and the entire chamber seemed to groan in protest. Ava felt the floor beneath her feet crack, the air growing thicker with each passing second. The figure's presence was suffocating like a storm pressing down on her chest. "What do you want?" she whispered, unsure if the entity could hear her, unsure if it even understood her words. The symbols on its surface pulsed brighter, faster, and suddenly Ava's mind was filled with images. Not memories, not thoughts. Images of ancient cities, crumbling, of great pyramids standing tall under a blazing sun, of a civilization older than any known to man. She saw people, beings not entirely human, wielding the crystal's power, shaping the world with it, before it spiraled out of their control. Ava staggered, clutching her head as the visions faded. She felt Ethan's hands on her arms, pulling, her back, shaking her again. "Ava, what's happening? Talk to me." Her lips moved, but no sound came out at first. She tried again, her voice hoarse and barely audible. "It's a warning. The pyramid wasn't just built to contain the power, it was built to contain it. The being. They couldn't destroy it, so they sealed it away. Then we need to seal it back," Ethan said, his voice shaking. "Ava, if this thing gets out, if it gets loose..." Ava looked up at the towering figure, its crystalline body shimmering with an inner light that seemed to pulse in time with the tremors shaking the pyramid. She knew he was right. The being wasn't just a power source. It was a force of destruction, something the ancient Egyptians had tried desperately to keep hidden from the world. But how? How could she stop it now that it was awake? The ground heaved again, and a deafening crack split the air. Stones fell from the ceiling, crashing to the floor around them. Ava's flashlight flickered, then died, leaving them in near darkness. Only the faint, pulsating glow of the crystalline figure remained, illuminating the chamber in an eerie light. She looked at Ethan, her mind racing. "We have to find the map," she said, her voice steady now. The map showed more than just the hidden chambers. It must show how to lock it away again. Ethan nodded, though his face was pale with fear. "Then let's go, before this whole place comes down on top of us." They turned and ran, the sound of their footsteps swallowed by the deep, resonant hum of the crystal being behind them. Ava didn't dare look back. The confrontation had begun, but she knew it was only the beginning. If they failed, the world would never be the same again. The ancient power has awakened. Ava and Ethan have only one chance to stop it. But can they? Figure out how to seal it away before it's too late? Ava and Ethan stumbled back through the labyrinthine corridors of the pyramid, their breathing ragged, their flashlights flickering weakly against the ever-shifting walls. The ground beneath them trembled with growing intensity, as if the pyramid itself were on the verge of collapse. Every few steps, Ava glanced behind them, half expecting the crystalline figure to appear in pursuit. It hadn't moved from the chamber yet, but the humming pulse in the air told her it was only a matter of time. The map was on the wall, Ava said between breaths, her voice tight with urgency. "If I can find it again, if I can remember the sequence, maybe there's a way to shut this down." Ethan nodded, his knuckles white around the flashlight. "What if it doesn't work? What if the pyramid..." "Don't think about that," Ava snapped, more out of fear than frustration. She needed to focus. The visions the being had shown her, images of long-lost civilizations succumbing to the same power, kept flashing through her mind. This thing had been sealed away for a reason. They weren't meant to find it. let alone release it. They reached the chamber where the map had first appeared. Ava skidded to a halt, her eyes darting across the walls, looking for the glowing patterns she had traced before. But the symbols were different now, rearranged as if the pyramid itself were rewriting its own secrets. She ran her hands over the stone, her fingers trembling. Come on. Come on. Ethan stood guard, his flashlight beam sweeping the room. The tremors were growing more violent, and the hum had deepened into a low, guttural roar. He glanced at Ava. Whatever you're doing, you have to do it fast. I'm trying. Ava's voice cracked with the weight of the moment. Then her eyes caught something, faint traces of the original pattern beneath the new arrangement. It was as if the pyramid had layered new glyphs over the old ones, trying to hide the instructions. She reached for a piece of charcoal from her pack and began furiously sketching the symbols on her notebook. I think this is it. These are the original markings. Ethan watched her work, his tension palpable. What now? You can't just read that thing out loud and hope it works, right? Ava ignored the question, focusing instead on deciphering the sequence. The lines converged into a central point, a symbol that matched the one on the artifact they had found. It's the key, she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. The artifact is the key. She pulled the artifact from her pocket, its surface warm to the touch, the symbols etched into it glowing faintly. The hum in the room seemed to respond, rising in pitch, almost as if the pyramid were aware of what she was doing. If I can align it with the pattern here. She placed the artifact against the wall, aligning it with the central glyph. The moment it touched the stone, the entire chamber lit up with a blinding light. The ground heaved, nearly throwing them both off their feet. Ava clenched her teeth, gripping the artifact tightly. A deep voice, ancient and resonant, echoed through the chamber. Not the Guardian's voice, but something more profound, more detached. The seal is broken. The seal must be restored. Ava didn't know if the voice came from the pyramid or the artifact or the being itself, but it was clear what she had to do. The artifact wasn't just a key, it was also a lock. It had been created to contain the power, to seal the being away, just as the ancients had done before. Ethan, she said urgently, the crystal in the main chamber, it's the source. This artifact, it can shut it down. What? Ethan's face was a mix of confusion and fear. Ava, you're talking about going back in there. That thing, it's not going to let you just walk in and lock it up. I know, Ava said grimly, but if we don't, this whole pyramid will collapse, and it won't stop there. The power. The destruction. She trailed off, swallowing hard. I have to try. Ethan looked at her for a long moment, then nodded. Let's go. They ran back through the corridors, the rumbling growing louder, the walls vibrating violently around them. When they reached the central chamber, the sight stopped them both in their tracks. The crystalline figure was now fully animated, its glowing surface radiating energy in waves. The room was bathed in an otherworldly light, the air thick with power that made it hard to breathe. The being turned toward them. No eyes, no face, but an undeniable awareness. The room pulsed with its presence, each vibration shaking Ava to her core. She gripped the artifact, stepping forward despite her fear. Her hand shook as she held it out. The being moved, not walking but shifting in place as though it were an extension of the crystal itself. Ava felt its attention fix on her, an immense pressure bearing down. Her mind swam with images again. Destruction, collapse, the echoes of civilizations lost to the power it held. But then something else. A moment of stillness. A single image of the pyramid, whole and quiet. Its power contained once more. The artifact, in her hand, began to glow brighter, its light matching the pulse of the crystal. Ava stepped closer, her legs trembling. the hum in her chest now a deafening roar. She pressed the artifact against the crystalline figure, aligning its symbols with the central point of light. The being didn't fight her. It simply stood, motionless, as though it understood what she was doing. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a soundless explosion of light that seemed to fold in on itself. Ava was thrown back, landing hard on the stone floor. She looked up, her vision swimming, to see the crystal dimming, the glow fading. The hum subsided into silence. The being was gone. The chamber was still. Ava sat there for a long moment, her hands shaking, her heart pounding. The artifact lay on the ground beside her, dark and lifeless. It had done its job. Ethan rushed over, his voice breaking through her daze. "Ava, are you okay?" She nodded weakly, struggling to her feet. The air was still thick with dust, but the pyramid no longer trembled. The walls were solid, the ground steady. "We did it," she said softly, her voice almost inaudible. "It's contained." They made their way back to the surface in silence, the weight of what they had seen, what they had done, hanging heavy between them. When they finally stepped out into the sunlight, Ava turned back to look at the pyramid, its ancient silhouette cutting against the sky. "What now?" Ethan asked. Ava didn't answer right away. She thought of the warnings, the visions, the power they had just sealed away. What if someone else found it? What if it wasn't truly over? Finally, she spoke, her voice quiet. "We never came here. We never saw any of this, and we make sure no one else ever does." Ethan nodded solemnly, and together they walked away, leaving the pyramid and its secret buried once more. Ava and Ethan have stopped the power from escaping, but the pyramid's secret remains. The question lingers: how long can such a truth stay hidden? If you enjoyed this mystery-filled journey, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Enigma, so you never miss a story that unravels hidden truths and challenges the mysteries of our extraordinary world. Sleep well, dream deep, and stay curious. The roar of the engine screamed against the chaos outside. Captain Luke Anders gripped the yoke with white knuckles, his heart racing as the storm battered his small aircraft. He had flown this route dozens of times before. A standard delivery. Trip from Miami to Puerto Rico. Routine. Familiar. Until tonight. Mayday. Mayday. This is Flight November 732 requesting immediate assistance. His voice broke over the radio, swallowed by static. No response. Luke's eyes darted to the instruments. The compass spun erratically. The altimeter jumped like a faulty. Heartbeat and the horizon line disappeared in the blinding flashes of lightning. It was as if the very rules of nature had been rewritten. He glanced at the clock. Midnight. Exactly 3 hours since takeoff. Something was wrong. "Focus, Luke," he whispered to himself, though the sound of his voice barely calmed the rising panic. "You've trained for emergencies. You've got this." But this wasn't in the manual. Earlier that morning in Miami, the airport buzzed with its usual energy, a mix of hurried passengers and roaring engines. Luke had grabbed his coffee and glanced at the weather forecast. Clear skies for most of the trip, with a slight chance of isolated storms near the Bermuda. "Triangle. Better steer clear of the triangle, Captain," joked a colleague, a veteran pilot named Greg. Luke chuckled. "Come on, Greg. You don't believe that nonsense, do you?" Greg's smile faded. "I don't, but plenty of good pilots do. Planes don't just vanish for no reason, Luke. Strange things happen out there." Present day. The cockpit. Luke shook off the memory as turbulence jolted the plane violently, slamming his head against the window. Blood trickled down his temple, warm and sticky, but he couldn't let himself lose focus. Suddenly, the storm broke. silence. The plane emerged into a calm, eerily still sky. No clouds, no stars, just an unnatural glowing mist stretching in every direction. Luke blinked, unsure if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Then he saw it. A massive, shimmering structure floated in the distance. Impossible to define. It was metallic, yet organic, shifting like liquid, emitting a low hum that vibrated through the cockpit. It defied every law of physics Luke had ever known. "What the—" he muttered, his voice trembling. As he approached, the instruments went haywire again. Lights flickered, the engine sputtered. Luke fought to keep control, but the yoke was stiff as if something, or someone, was pulling the plane toward the anomaly. Luke's thoughts raced. Was this what happened to all those planes and ships? The disappearances that turned into ghost stories and conspiracy theories? His father used to tell him about Flight 19, the Navy bombers that vanished in 1945, about the USS Cyclops, about Amelia Earhart. Could this explain it all? Suddenly, the cockpit was bathed in light, blinding, otherworldly. Luke shielded his eyes, heart pounding. A voice, mechanical yet almost human, crackled over the radio. "Turn back." "Who is this? What's going on?" Luke shouted into the headset. "Turn back, or you will disappear like the rest." Before Luke could respond, the plane shuddered violently. The engines roared back to life, and the light vanished. He was back in the storm, hurtling toward the ocean below. Hours later, Luke woke up to the sound of waves lapping against the wreckage of his plane. He was floating on a piece of debris, alive but barely. His head throbbed, his clothes were soaked, and the glowing mist lingered faintly on the horizon. He wasn't supposed to survive. As a rescue helicopter approached in the distance, Luke stared at the horizon, haunted by what he'd seen. The voice still echoed in his mind. "Turn back, or you will disappear like the rest." They say the Bermuda Triangle is just a myth, a coincidence of lost ships and planes. But Captain Luke Anders will tell you otherwise. He survived something out there, something beyond explanation. And he's about to find out. Surviving was just the beginning. Luke's hospital room. The faint beep of a heart monitor echoes as sunlight streams through the blinds. Luke Anders lies in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the events of the storm in his mind. Luke's head still throbbed, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the unease gnawing at him. The voice, the glowing mist, and that structure, it wasn't just a hallucination. He knew what he saw, even if it defied logic. A nurse entered the room with a clipboard, interrupting his thoughts. "Captain Anders, the doctors say you're lucky to be alive. The Coast Guard said they found you miles off your flight path. What happened out there?" Luke hesitated. Should he tell her? Would she even believe him? "I got caught in the storm. Instruments failed. That's all." The words felt hollow, but he wasn't ready to share the full truth. Not yet. Flash forward to 2 weeks later. Luke sat in his small Miami apartment, surrounded by open maps, flight logs, and his laptop glowing with conspiracy forums. He hadn't slept much since the crash. Something about that storm, and what came after, felt intentional, as though it was meant to keep him away from whatever he saw. The forums were filled with theories, magnetic anomalies, time warps, even alien activity. The posts were fascinating yet absurd. Luke never believed in that kind of thing. But now, he wasn't so sure. One post caught his eye. Survivors of the Triangle. Unheard stories. It listed a handful of names. Pilots, sailors, even a diver who all claimed to have witnessed strange phenomena and survived. None of their accounts made the news, but the details matched Luke's experience. The glowing mist. The strange pull. The voice. Luke's thoughts race as he jots notes into a worn notebook. The structure wasn't random. The voice warned me, but why? Why hasn't anyone talked about this? One name stood out on the list. Commander Henry Cole, a retired Navy officer who reportedly survived a similar incident in 1973. Luke needed answers, and Cole seemed like the only person who might have them. A small diner outside Jacksonville. Luke found himself sitting across from Commander Cole, a wiry man in his 70s with piercing blue eyes that seemed to see through everything. Cole sipped his black coffee, studying Luke before speaking. "You're lucky, Captain. Not many live to talk about it." His voice was gruff but carried the weight of experience. Luke leaned in, barely able to contain his urgency. "You've seen it too, haven't you? The mist? The structure?" Cole's hand froze mid-sip and his expression hardened. "Keep your voice down. They're always listening." "Who?" Luke asked, lowering his voice. Cole glanced around the diner before leaning closer. "I don't know who or what they are, but they control the triangle. That's why no one talks about it. Those who dig too deep disappear." Luke's stomach tightened. He wanted to dismiss Cole as paranoid, but the man's eyes held the same haunted look he'd seen in his own reflection. "What did you see?" Luke pressed. Cole hesitated, then sighed. "It was a rescue mission. A Navy bomber went missing and we were sent to find it. We never did. Instead, we found something else. A light in the sky. It pulled us in, just like you said. My entire crew vanished. I don't know how or why, but I woke up in the middle of the ocean. Alone." Luke's hands trembled as he scribbled notes. "There's more," Cole continued. "The military knows. They've known for decades. That's why they keep it quiet. The disappearances aren't accidents. They're tests." "Tests? For what?" Luke's voice was barely a whisper. Cole shook his head. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's not meant for us to understand. My advice? Walk away. Let it go before it consumes you." Luke's apartment. Luke stared at the map pinned to his wall, dotted with red marks representing disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle. Commander Cole's warning echoed in his mind, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he was already in too deep. Then his laptop pinged. A new email. The subject line read, "You're not alone." Luke hesitated before opening it. Inside was a single line of text. "They've been watching you since the crash. Stop digging." Attached was a grainy photo of Luke's wrecked plane, taken before the Coast Guard arrived. Luke Anders thought surviving the Bermuda Triangle was the end of his nightmare, but he's about to discover that the real danger begins once you start asking questions. Luke's apartment at night. A dim desk lamp casts flickering shadows across a cluttered desk covered with maps, photos, and printouts. Luke sits, staring at his laptop screen, replaying the email he received. The words, "They've been watching you," gnawed at Luke. The photo of his wrecked plane, a shot taken before the Coast Guard arrived, was proof that someone knew more than they let on. But who? And why? Luke rubbed his temples, exhaustion pulling at him. The conspiracy forums were no longer just wild theories. They were threads connecting him to something bigger, something dangerous. Early morning, Miami streets. Luke walked to a nearby cafe, hoping fresh air and caffeine might clear his mind. The city buzzed with life, oblivious to the chaos swirling in his world. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him, though every glance over his shoulder revealed only tourists and commuters. At the counter, the barista handed him a coffee. "Rough morning." Luke smiled faintly. "You could say that." As he turned to leave, a folded newspaper on the counter caught his eye. The headline read, "Unexplained Phenomena Over Bermuda Triangle Resurfaces After Decades." Luke froze. The article detailed recent strange activity reported by fishermen and private pilots, flickering lights in the sky, compass failures, and a strange hum that some claimed to feel in their bones. It all sounded eerily familiar. But it was the photo that stopped him cold, a grainy image of the glowing mist, identical to what he'd seen during the storm. Back in Luke's apartment. Luke pinned the article next to his map and stared at the growing web of connections. His mind raced as he traced the paths of missing planes and ships. That's when he noticed it. A pattern. The disappearances weren't random. They formed a rough triangular grid, with each point equidistant from a central location. "Coordinates," he murmured, jotting them down. Luke remembers Commander Cole's words. The disappearances aren't accidents. They're tests. Luke's breath quickened. What if the central location wasn't just the source of the anomalies? What if it was where everything started? Luke at a library, combing through historical records. The library was nearly empty, save for the hum of fluorescent lights and the soft shuffle of pages turning. Luke dug into old ship logs and flight records, searching for connections. One entry stood out, a handwritten journal from 1927. A merchant ship captain had detailed an encounter with a glowing mist and a humming sound, eerily similar to Luke's experience. The entry ended abruptly, with a single chilling line. "They're calling us home." Luke's apartment that evening. Luke's notebook was filled with frantic scribbles, coordinates, and theories. He couldn't shake the phrase, "They're calling us home." Suddenly, his phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. It read, "Stop now. This is your last warning." Luke stared at the screen, his pulse pounding. Before he could respond, his laptop screen flickered, and the browser closed on its own. A single line of text appeared on the black screen. "Curiosity is dangerous, Captain." A late-night drive. Unable to stay in his apartment, Luke drove aimlessly through the city, the roads bathed in orange streetlight. His mind replayed every warning he'd received, from Commander Cole, the email, and now this. As he passed a quiet stretch of road, he noticed a car in his rearview mirror. It had been following him for miles. Luke's chest tightened. He turned down a side street, then another, trying to lose the tail, but the car stayed with him. His palms were slick with sweat as he gripped the wheel, heart pounding. Finally, he pulled into an empty parking lot and waited. The car slowed as it approached, its headlights blinding. Luke braced himself, reaching for the tire iron under his seat. But before he could act, the car sped off into the night. Luke back in his apartment, shaken. That night, Luke couldn't sleep. His walls felt like they were closing in. The patterns on his map, the warnings, the strange events, they weren't coincidences. He stared at the coordinates he'd written down earlier, a location in the middle of the triangle. It was risky, maybe even suicidal, but he had to know the truth. Luke picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hey, Greg, it's Luke. I need a favor. You still have that twin-engine Cessna?" Patterns, symbols, clues. The Bermuda Triangle is more than a mystery. It's a message. But Luke Anders is about to discover that some messages were never meant to be decoded. The hum of an engine fills the air. Luke Anders grips the controls of a twin-engine Cessna, flying low over the open ocean. The sun sets on the horizon, casting the water in hues of orange and gold. Beside him sits Greg, his old colleague and the only person Luke trusts to join him on this dangerous journey. Greg glanced at Luke, a mixture of concern and curiosity etched on his face. "You want to tell me what we're doing out here, or are we just joyriding over the Atlantic for fun?" Luke hesitated. He hadn't told Greg the full story, only that he needed a second set of hands for a personal project. "I'll explain everything soon. Just trust me for now, okay?" Greg sighed, adjusting his headset. "You always were the mysterious type, Anders. But if this has anything to do with the triangle, I hope you know what you're getting us into." Luke's stomach twisted. He wasn't sure he did. The night before, Luke had barely slept, haunted by the warnings and the strange text messages. He spent hours reviewing his notes and maps, the coordinates calling to him like a siren song. When he closed his eyes, he saw the glowing mist, the structure, and the blinding light. The voice echoed in his mind. Turn back. But Luke wasn't. Turning back. Not now. Present the cockpit. The plane's instruments hummed steadily as they approached the coordinates. Luke's pulse quickened as the altimeter began to flicker. Greg noticed it too. Your instruments acting up? Greg asked, his voice tinged with unease. Yeah, Luke replied, trying to keep his voice steady. It's starting. Greg frowned. Starting? What's starting? Before Luke could answer, the radio crackled to life, filling the cockpit with static. Both men froze. Then a familiar voice emerged, a distorted, mechanical tone. Turn back, Captain Anders. This is your cue. Final warning. Greg's eyes widened. What the hell was that? Luke's grip on the controls tightened. I've heard that voice before. During the crash. Greg stared at him, realization dawning. You're serious? This is about the triangle, isn't it? Luke nodded, keeping his eyes on the horizon. There's something out here, Greg. Something they don't want us to find. Outside the plane, as night falls. The sky darkened and the horizon disappeared into a void of black. The glowing mist began to form, swirling like ghostly tendrils around the plane. The hum returned, low, rhythmic, and vibrating through their bones. Greg's hands trembled as he adjusted the controls. Luke, I don't like this. We should turn back. Luke shook his head, determination hardening his features. We're close. I can feel it. Suddenly, the plane jolted violently, throwing them against their restraints. The altimeter spun wildly, and the compass was useless. The radio crackled again. This is your last chance. Turn back or face the consequences. Luke wrestles with his decision. The warnings were clear. Whoever or whatever was behind this didn't want him to continue. But how could he walk away now, with the truth so close? He thought of all the people who had disappeared. Pilots, sailors, explorers. Maybe he could find out what had happened to them. Maybe he could bring answers to the families who had been left wondering. But what if Cole was right? What if digging too deep meant he wouldn't make it back? The cockpit, chaos escalating. The plane lurched again, the glowing mist now fully engulfing them. The hum grew louder, almost deafening. Greg shouted over the noise. Luke, we need to get out of here. This isn't worth it. Luke's heart pounded. He knew Greg was right. The plane was barely holding together, and whatever was pulling them in wasn't going to let them go without a fight. Fine, Luke shouted back. We're turning around. He yanked the controls, pulling the plane away from the coordinates. The mist seemed to resist, holding them in place, but finally, it began to dissipate. The hum faded, and the instruments stabilized. Both. Men sat in silence, breathing heavily as the plane flew back into clear skies. A remote airstrip, hours later. The plane touched down, the hum of the engines replaced by the chirp of crickets in the night. Luke and Greg climbed out, shaken but alive. Greg rounded on Luke, his face flushed with anger. You want to tell me what the hell that was? Because I didn't sign up for this. Luke sighed, running a hand through his hair. I don't know. Greg. But whatever it is, it's big. And it's dangerous. Greg shook his head. You're going to get yourself killed. Maybe me too. I'm out. He walked away, leaving Luke alone on the tarmac. Luke in his apartment. Luke stared at the map on his wall, the coordinates still circled in red. He couldn't stop now. Whatever was out there had tried to warn him, but he needed answers. As he sat down at his desk, his laptop pinged. A new email. Subject: You've been chosen. Luke's breath caught as he clicked it open. The email contained only one line. The truth isn't hidden. It's waiting for you. Warnings ignored, friendships strained, and danger looming. Luke Anders is closer than ever to uncovering the secrets of the Bermuda Triangle. But how far is he willing to go to find the truth? Luke's apartment, late at night. The room is dimly lit by the glow of his laptop screen. Luke sits at his desk, staring at the email. The truth isn't hidden. It's waiting for you. Luke clicked the message again, rereading it as if he had missed some hidden detail. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, torn between ignoring the cryptic email and diving headfirst into the rabbit hole. The email's sender was anonymous. No traceable address, no name, just a subject line that felt both inviting and ominous. Beneath the message was an attachment labeled coordinates. He hesitated. Opening it might make him a target, or worse. But his curiosity outweighed his fear. With a deep breath, he clicked the file. A set of numbers appeared on the screen. 25 80,000 DDG N 71.80,000 EDW. It was deep in the Bermuda Triangle, miles from the last set of coordinates he had traced. Luke at a small aviation hangar. Luke stood in front of his old Cessna, its nose still dented from the crash weeks ago. Greg was gone, but Luke didn't need him for this. He had to see it through alone. The hum of footsteps behind him made him turn. A man in a dark suit approached, his face partially shadowed by the hangar's dim lights. "Captain Anders," the man said, his tone calm but unnervingly precise. Luke tensed. "Who are you?" The man smiled faintly. "Let's just say I represent certain interests that don't appreciate your curiosity." Luke stepped back instinctively. "If you're here to threaten me, you're wasting your time. I'm going." The man's expression didn't change. "You think this is just about you? There are forces at work here you can't possibly understand. Forces that will bury you if you get too close." Luke clenched his fists. "Then why haven't they buried me already?" The man leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Because they're waiting to see if you'll make the right choice. But let me be clear. If you don't turn back, there won't be a second warning." Without another word, the man turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Luke's flight into the triangle. Luke flew alone, the cockpit eerily quiet except for the steady hum of the engines. The new coordinates glowed on his GPS, guiding him deeper into the triangle than he'd ever dared to go. The sky was clear, the ocean below calm, but a sense of unease grew with every mile. The hum began again, low and rhythmic, like a heartbeat reverberating through the plane. Suddenly, the clouds ahead began to shift unnaturally, forming a swirling vortex. The glow of the mist returned, brighter and more vivid than before. Luke tightened his grip on the controls, his heart pounding. "Okay, Anders, you've come this far. No turning back now." The anomaly. As Luke entered the vortex, the instruments failed again. The altimeter spun wildly, and the compass was useless. But this time, something else happened. The glowing mist gave way to a massive structure rising from the ocean. A metallic, otherworldly platform that seemed to shimmer and pulse with energy. Luke's jaw dropped. It was the same structure he had seen during the crash, but now it was closer, clearer. Symbols etched into its surface glowed faintly, their patterns shifting like living organisms. The plane began to descend on its own, as if guided by an unseen force. Luke's attempts to pull up were futile. The structure seemed to want him to land. The platform. Luke stepped out of the plane, his boots clanging against the cold metallic surface. The air felt heavy, charged with static electricity. He approached, the symbols, running his fingers over the glowing lines. They felt warm, almost alive. His mind raced. Was this alien technology? An ancient artifact? Then he noticed something chilling. Embedded in the structure were remnants of other planes and ships. Propellers, wings, rusted hulls, all fused seamlessly into the metal, as though they had been absorbed. A deep hum filled the air, growing louder and more intense. Luke turned and his breath caught. A figure stood before him, humanoid but distinctly otherworldly. Its skin shimmered like the surface of the platform, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The figure speaks. "You were warned," it said, its voice echoing in Luke's mind rather than through the air. Luke swallowed hard. "What is this place? What are you?" The figure tilted its head slightly as if considering the question. "This is a gateway, and we are its keepers." "A gateway to what? To understanding, or destruction. The choice is yours." Luke's internal conflict. Luke's mind raced. The disappearances, the warnings, the strange phenomena, it all led to this. But why him? Why now? The figure seemed to sense his thoughts. "You were chosen because you survived. Few do. Fewer still return." Luke's voice shook. "Return where? What are you talking about?" The figure's glow intensified. "You will know soon enough. But tread carefully, Captain Anders. The truth is not always a gift." Luke back in the cockpit. The platform began to fade as the plane rose into the sky. Luke's instruments blinked back to life, and the vortex dissolved. He glanced back, but the structure was gone, as though it had never existed. Luke Anders has uncovered the first piece of a puzzle that has remained unsolved for centuries. But the deeper he digs, the more dangerous his journey becomes. What lies beyond the gateway? And will he survive long enough to find out? Luke's apartment, late at night. The room is dark except for the glow of his laptop screen. Luke sits at his desk, staring at the notes and symbols he's drawn in his notebook, trying to make sense of the mysterious structure he encountered. Luke flipped through the pages of his notebook, filled with scribbles of the glowing symbols, coordinates, and his fragmented thoughts. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the figure on the platform. Its words echoed in his mind. The truth is not always a gift. His phone buzzed, jolting him from his trance. It was a text from an unknown number. "You've seen too much. They're coming for you." Luke's pulse quickened. He jumped up, pulling the blinds shut and checking the locks on his door. A strange sound filled the room. A low hum, faint at first, but growing louder. Outside Luke's apartment. Through a crack in the blinds, Luke spotted a black SUV idling across the street. Its tinted windows reflected the dim streetlights, making it impossible to see who was inside. Luke's breath quickened. He grabbed his bag, hastily stuffing it with his notes, maps, and laptop. If someone was coming for him, he wasn't going to stick around to find out why. A late-night diner. Luke sat in a corner booth, the bag clutched tightly by his side. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as he sipped a lukewarm cup of coffee, his eyes darting to the entrance every few seconds. He pulled out his laptop and opened the folder where he had saved photos of the symbols from the platform. The patterns seemed familiar, as though they mirrored something he'd seen before. His fingers flew across the keyboard, searching for ancient languages, geometric codes, anything that might offer a clue. Then he found it. The symbols bore a striking resemblance to crop circles reported in the 1970s. But there was more. Similar patterns had been found etched into ancient ruins around the world, from the pyramids of Egypt to the temples of the Maya. "This isn't just a gateway," Luke muttered to himself. "It's connected to everything." Luke driving through the night. With each mile, Luke felt the weight of the discovery sinking in. The Bermuda Triangle wasn't just an isolated phenomenon. It was part of a global network, a system that had existed for centuries, if not millennia. His phone buzzed again. Another message from the unknown number. "You're out of time." As Luke glanced at his phone, headlights appeared in his rearview mirror. A black SUV sped up behind him, its engine roaring. Luke's heart pounded as the SUV closed the gap. He swerved onto a side road, the tires screeching. The SUV followed, relentless. Luke's car versus the SUV. The narrow road twisted through dense woods, the darkness broken only by the beams of the pursuing SUV. Luke's hands gripped the wheel as he took a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding a tree. The SUV slammed into the back of his car, sending it skidding. Luke fought to regain control, his mind racing. Whoever was after him wasn't trying to scare him. They were trying to stop him. Up ahead, he spotted an old bridge spanning a deep ravine. Luke floored the gas pedal, the bridge creaking under the weight of his car. As he crossed, he yanked the wheel hard to the left, sending the car spinning. The SUV didn't stop. It barreled straight ahead, right off the edge of the bridge. Luke sat in stunned silence, his chest heaving. The wreckage below was obscured by darkness, but he didn't wait to see if anyone survived. He had to keep moving. A motel room in a remote town. Luke sat on the edge of the bed, his bag open beside him. He stared at the symbols again, trying to piece together their meaning. Then he remembered the figure's words. Few return. The disappearances weren't random. The gateway wasn't just a trap, it was a test. Only those who survived were allowed to see the truth. But why? And what was the ultimate purpose of the gateway? His thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Room service, a voice called. Luke froze. He hadn't ordered anything. Slowly, he reached for the tire iron he had taken from his car and crept toward the door. "Who is it?" he asked, his voice steady despite his pounding heart. No response. He yanked the door open, the tire iron raised, but no one was there. Only an envelope lay on the ground. Luke opens the envelope. Inside was a single photograph. It showed the platform he had landed on, but the shot was taken from above, as though from a satellite. Scrawled on the back were 2 words. Keep going. Luke's hands shook. Someone wanted him to uncover the truth. But who? And why did it feel like he was being played from both sides? Pursued by shadowy forces and armed with only fragments of the truth, Luke Anders is closer than ever to unraveling the secrets of the Bermuda Triangle. But as the forces around him close in, the line between ally and enemy blurs. Can he survive the ultimate test? A stormy ocean under a darkened sky. Waves crash violently against the sides of a lone fishing vessel. Luke Anders stands on the deck, gripping the railing as lightning illuminates the horizon. His face is tense, his jaw set, and his eyes fixed on the coordinates displayed on his GPS. The small fishing boat rocked wildly as Luke braced himself against the rail, staring into the mist ahead. The glowing fog was unmistakable. It was the same anomaly he had seen during his crash weeks ago. This time, there was no turning back. The old fisherman who had reluctantly agreed to take him this far shouted over the roaring waves, "Whatever you're looking for, I hope it's worth it. This storm's getting worse by the second." Luke turned, his voice steady despite the chaos. "Drop anchor here. I'll handle the rest." The fisherman's eyes widened. "You're insane if you think I'm sticking around." But Luke was already lowering a small dinghy into the water, his bag of notes and tools strapped to his back. Luke rowing into the mist. The air was heavy and humid, the glow of the mist casting eerie shadows across the water. The hum returned, louder and more intense than ever, vibrating through his chest like a second heartbeat. Luke's thoughts raced as he approached the coordinates. Every warning, every cryptic message, and every narrow escape had led him here. The platform wasn't just a piece of alien technology or an ancient artifact. It was something far more significant. As the mist parted, the structure emerged from the water like a living being. Its surface pulsed with light, the symbols shifting and rearranging themselves as though reacting to his presence. Luke climbed onto the platform, his boots echoing against the metallic surface. The air was thick with static electricity, each breath feeling heavier than the last. The center of the platform. At the heart of the structure stood a large, glowing sphere, suspended in midair. It emitted a low hum, the vibrations intensifying as Luke approached. The symbols on the platform shifted again, forming a pattern that seemed to guide him closer. Luke reached out, his hand trembling. As his fingers brushed the surface of the sphere, a surge of energy shot through him, and the world around him dissolved into blinding light, a cascade of memories and visions. Images flooded Luke's mind. Ancient civilizations building pyramids, sailors lost at sea, pilots disappearing into the mist. He saw glimpses of alien worlds, their landscapes surreal and unearthly. Then came the figure from the platform, its glowing eyes piercing through the visions. "You seek answers," the figure said, its voice echoing in Luke's mind. "But are you prepared for the truth?" The visions shifted again, showing humanity's history intertwined with the anomalies of the Bermuda Triangle. The disappearances weren't accidents, they were deliberate. The triangle was a gateway, a test to determine who was worthy of something greater. Luke collapsing onto the platform. Gasping for air, Luke struggled to make sense of what he had seen. His head pounded, his body trembling from the energy surge. The figure appeared before him again, this time more solid, more real. "You have passed the first test, Captain Anders, but the greatest test is yet to come." Luke forced himself to his feet. "What test? What do you want from me?" The figure's glow dimmed slightly, its voice softer but no less intense. "The gateway is not meant for destruction. It is meant for evolution, but only a select few can understand its purpose." Luke shook his head. "Evolution? What are you talking about?" The figure gestured toward the glowing sphere. "Step through and you will see. Or turn back and remain bound to the limits of your world." Luke's internal conflict. Luke stared at the sphere, his mind racing. Every instinct told him to run, to turn back and forget everything he had seen. But he couldn't. He thought of the people who had disappeared, their families, their unanswered questions. He thought of the warnings, the cryptic messages, and the sacrifices he had made to get here. If the triangle was a test, then he had to see it through. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, the light of the sphere enveloping him completely. New world. Luke found himself standing on a vast, glowing plain, the sky above filled with shifting colors and unfamiliar constellations. The air was thin but breathable, and the hum of the gateway was replaced by a serene silence. He turned, expecting to see the figure, but instead he saw a group of people, pilots, sailors, explorers. They looked just as lost as he felt, their eyes wide with awe and fear. One of them stepped forward, a woman in a tattered flight suit. "You made it," she said, her voice trembling. Luke frowned. "Made it where?" She gestured to the horizon, where a massive, otherworldly city rose. In the distance, its towers shimmering with the same glow as the platform. "Welcome," she said, "to the other side of the triangle." Luke Anders has crossed the threshold, stepping into a world beyond imagination. But as he begins to unravel the purpose of the gateway, he must face the ultimate question. What price will he pay for? The truth? A shimmering city stretches across an alien horizon, its towers glowing faintly, pulsating in harmony with the air itself. Luke Anders stands at the edge of a glowing plain, surrounded by a handful of other survivors, their faces a mix of awe and fear. Luke couldn't speak, his eyes locked on the surreal city ahead. It was unlike anything he'd ever seen, a blend of technology and nature, its towers appearing to grow organically from the ground. The sky above swirled with vibrant colors, stars forming constellations he didn't recognize. The woman in the flight suit stepped forward again. Her name tag read R. Carter, but the wear and tear made it hard to read. "You're lucky," she said, her voice steady but tinged with exhaustion. "Most don't make it past the gateway." Luke turned to her, trying to make sense of it all. "What is this place? Why are we here?" Carter hesitated, glancing at the others. "We don't know for sure, but we think it's a test." "A test?" Luke's voice was sharp, his frustration boiling over. A test for what? A group discussion by a small glowing pool. The survivors sat together, exchanging fragmented stories. There were sailors who'd disappeared decades ago, pilots from as far back as World War II, and even a scientist from the 1980s who had been studying the triangle. "We've all been chosen," Carter explained, her tone grave. "But for what? None of us really knows. The city..." She trailed off, gesturing toward the distant skyline. "It's alive. It shows us things, forces us to face ourselves." Luke frowned. "What do you mean?" A wiry man in a faded Navy uniform spoke up. "Memories, regrets, fears. The city digs into your mind. It doesn't let you hide from anything." Luke walking toward the city. Despite their warnings, Luke couldn't ignore the pull of the city. It was as if the structures were calling to him, the hum vibrating through the ground with every step. As he entered, the world around him shifted. The glowing towers seemed to pulse in response to his presence, their surfaces rippling like water. Suddenly, the air around him warped, and he found himself in a familiar place, the cockpit of his plane during the storm. The violent winds roared, the instruments spun wildly, and his frantic voice called out over the radio. "Mayday! Mayday!" But this time, something was different. The voice that had warned him, the mechanical, otherworldly voice, spoke again. "You have seen the truth, Captain Anders. But now you must decide. Will you remain bound by fear, or will you evolve?" The scene dissolved, and Luke was back in the city. Luke in the city's core. At the heart of the city stood a massive obelisk, its surface covered in the same shifting symbols as the platform. As Luke approached, the hum grew louder, almost deafening. The obelisk pulsed, and a figure materialized before him. It was the same being from the platform, its glowing eyes fixed on him. "You have crossed the gateway," the figure said, its voice resonating in Luke's mind. "You have seen the fractures of your world, the chaos of your existence. But now you must choose." "Choose what?" Luke demanded. The figure gestured to the obelisk, which shimmered and split into two paths of light. "One path will return. You to your world, your life untouched, but your questions unanswered. The other will allow you to stay, to learn, to understand, but it will cost you everything you know." Luke's internal conflict. Luke's chest tightened as he stared at the glowing paths. Going back meant safety, familiarity, but also ignorance. Staying meant diving deeper into the unknown, risking everything for answers that might not even make sense. He thought of his father, a Navy man who had disappeared in the Triangle when Luke was a child. The memories came flooding back, the unanswered questions, the nights he'd spent staring at the sky, wondering what had happened. If his father had been here, had faced the same choice, what would he have done? Luke stepping toward the obelisk. Luke made his decision. "I'll stay," he said, his voice steady. The figure's eyes flared with light. "Then you will begin to see." The obelisk pulsed, and Luke was enveloped in a blinding glow, Luke's perspective shifting. Suddenly, his mind expanded, his vision filled with knowledge. He saw the earth from above, its oceans and continents glowing with energy. He saw the interconnectedness of the universe, the way everything, time, space, life, was woven together like threads in a vast tapestry. The triangle wasn't just a gateway, it was a bridge between worlds, a test of humanity's readiness to evolve beyond its limitations. Luke's breath caught as he realized the truth. The disappearances weren't accidents. Those who passed the test became part of something greater, their consciousness transcending the physical world. Back on Earth. Weeks later, a rescue ship found Luke's empty plane floating in the Atlantic. The media called it another Bermuda Triangle mystery, but no trace of Luke Anders was ever found. They say the Bermuda Triangle is a place of mystery, of chaos, of fear. But for those who dare to face its secrets, it is something much more, a gateway to the unknown. Luke Anders found the truth, but at a price few are willing to pay. The question remains, if the choice were yours, what would you do? If you enjoyed this mystery-filled journey, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Enigma, so you never miss a story that unravels hidden truths and challenges the mysteries of our extraordinary world. Sleep well, dream deep, and stay curious. The rustle of papers filled the small, dimly lit office. The typewriter clicked and clacked, a rhythmic noise that would soon betray something far more sinister. Alone in the room, a man's breath came in shallow gasps. He scanned the documents in front of him, his hands trembling. And then it hit him, an undeniable truth. Something hidden, something terrible. And it was all linked to the CIA. For years, Robert Mitchell had been a mere analyst at the CIA, just another cog in the machine. He never thought his job would lead him into a world of shadowy secrets, cryptic files, and the terrifying manipulation of the human mind. But there, on his desk, was a file that would change everything. The document was classified, of course. Top secret stamped across the top in bold, red letters. But something about the words on the paper screamed out for attention. It wasn't the content itself. It was the patterns, the strange notations in the margins, the coded symbols. These were not the usual kinds of markings Robert had seen before in his years as an analyst. Operation MK Ultra. He had heard whispers about it, rumors among the staff, the CIA's infamous mind control experiments, but they were always just that, whispers. The kind of stories you heard at a bar, never expecting to see proof. Now, Robert had stumbled upon it, but he wasn't sure whether he was ready to believe it. Could it really be true? Or was this just some elaborate hoax to test his loyalty? As Robert sifted through the pages, a sense of unease crept up his spine. He felt as though he were looking at something he wasn't supposed to see, something that had been buried for decades, hidden behind layers of bureaucracy and deception. He'd worked for the agency for 5 years, but he had never been this close to understanding the true nature of their operations. He paused at a passage describing hypnotic techniques, drug-induced interrogation, and psychological reprogramming. Robert's fingers gripped the paper tighter, his heart pounding. No way. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. This wasn't just a theory. It was real. It had happened, and it was far from over. The file contained names, dates, locations, a web of connections linking powerful figures to a secretive program designed to manipulate the minds of unwitting citizens. Robert's mind raced. How much of this was still going on today? How deep did the rabbit hole go? But it wasn't just the content of the file that disturbed him. It was the vivid detail. Every description was written as though the author knew exactly what had been done, what had been experimented on. These weren't theoretical exercises. They were the dark results of a long-forgotten and clearly ongoing project. And the more Robert read, the more he felt something he couldn't shake. Someone was watching him. The chill of paranoia washed over him like ice water. He knew he had to act fast. The more he read, the more questions piled up. What was the CIA really up to? Was this mind control program still in operation? Who else knew about it? And, more importantly, why was he allowed to find it? Suddenly, Robert heard a faint noise behind him, a small creak of a floorboard. His pulse quickened. He turned, but the room was empty. The door to his office was locked. He was alone, wasn't he? Maybe it was just the stress, he thought. But in the back of his mind, a creeping realization set in. He had uncovered something bigger than himself. And now, there was no going back. The file he'd found wasn't just a record of the past. It was a roadmap to a future Robert wasn't sure he was ready for. But what if this was just the beginning? What if the CIA's mind control experiments were far from over? What if he was next? A part of Robert wanted to shut the file, walk away, pretend he had never seen it. But another part of him, the part that couldn't ignore the truth, knew that walking away wasn't an option. He had to know more. So Robert made a decision. He would dig deeper, into the documents, into the dark corners of the CIA, into the twisted world of mind control. And no matter where that led him, he was determined to expose the truth. What if everything you know about the CIA is a lie? What if the government has been manipulating your mind all along? The truth is out there, if you're brave enough to seek it. Next time, Robert's journey into the depths of the CIA's mind control experiments begins. As he uncovers more documents, his path will take a darker turn. Are you ready to face the shocking truth? Robert could feel the weight of the file, pressing against his chest as if it were alive. Alive with danger. The air in his cramped office was thick, and every creak of the old building felt like a whispering warning. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone, somewhere, was keeping a very close eye on him. The next morning, Robert didn't dare go into the CIA headquarters. Instead, he stayed in his tiny, rented apartment, still digesting the contents of the file he had found. His mind raced, the pages haunted him, and every noise outside his window felt like a distant echo of something much worse. But curiosity kept him glued to the documents. The file was only the beginning. As Robert sifted through the carefully concealed papers, a pattern began to emerge, one that was far too deliberate, far too methodical to be dismissed as coincidence. The more he read, the more his initial disbelief started to crumble. Each file referenced a vast network of people, resources, and technologies, many of them still active. The experiments described were not just about mind control, they were far more insidious. There were notes about psychotropic drugs used to break down the mind, notes about hypnotic regression techniques meant to alter a person's memories, and even chilling accounts of people subjected to years of psychological reconditioning without their knowledge. A few names jumped off the page. Dr. Martin Schmidt, a name that appeared across nearly every experiment. Project Phoenix, a code name that sent a cold shiver down Robert's spine. But the most terrifying was the mention of Operation Eclipse. It wasn't just a file. It was a map. A blueprint for a program that could reshape a person's thoughts, their actions, and their entire identity. It wasn't just about controlling a mind. It was about controlling a nation. The documents began to speak of subjects, ordinary people, many of them unwitting volunteers, subjected to experiments with no ethical oversight. The research was done under the guise of national security, a necessity for the good of the country. But the truth was much darker. One subject, referred to only by the number 01, was subjected to daily memory erasure. Eternal amnesia designed to strip away a person's past and replace it with a fabricated reality. The more Robert read, the more disturbed he became. What kind of system was the CIA running? And why was it still operating? Could there be agents out there, mind-controlled agents, who didn't even know they were being used as puppets? Was it possible that people like him, like you, could be manipulated? Without even realizing it, he had to find answers. But there was one thing gnawing at him, one question he couldn't ignore. Why me? It was clear that someone had planted the file in his hands, that someone had deliberately made sure he'd stumble upon these secrets. It didn't make sense. Robert had no high-level security clearance. He was just a lowly analyst. Why was he being drawn into something so dangerous? The possibilities were chilling, and as much as he tried to dismiss the nagging thought, he couldn't escape it. The agency was watching him. They had to be. He had become part of something much bigger than he'd ever realized, and now it was too late to turn back. He leaned back in his chair, his mind spinning. There was only one way to dig deeper, one way to separate fact from fiction. Robert needed to find more people who might know about these experiments. He needed to find the ones who could confirm or deny the horrifying reality. But the deeper he went, the more he realized that this wasn't just about uncovering hidden truths. It was about survival. The phone rang, breaking his thoughts. He nearly jumped out of his skin, but when he reached for the receiver, there was nothing but silence on the other end. Click. The line went dead. Was it a prank? Or was it something else? A warning? He didn't know, but he couldn't ignore the growing tension in his chest, the overwhelming feeling that he was being drawn into a much larger web. The government had spent years perfecting mind control techniques. They were still perfecting them. And now, someone wanted Robert to know about it. He opened his email inbox as if searching for something, anything that would give him clarity. A name, a lead, a clue. And there, in his inbox, was a single message. You're looking in the wrong place. Stop now. They are watching. No sender. Just an empty field where a name should have been. His heart raced. He didn't know whether this was a friend, a foe, or another layer of the conspiracy trying to push him off the trail. But it didn't matter. This was bigger than any anonymous threat. The truth was out there, and Robert was not backing down now. Not when he was so close. What if the mind you thought was your own has been manipulated without your knowledge? How many of us are really in control of our thoughts? The rabbit hole is getting deeper, and Robert's curiosity is pushing him further into a dangerous game. But as the stakes rise, so does the paranoia. The nights were becoming harder to sleep through. Robert's eyes were heavy, but his mind kept racing. The documents, the strange messages, the threats, they were all starting to blur together. He couldn't shake the feeling that the conspiracy had roots far deeper than he ever imagined. And with each passing day, it was becoming clearer. Someone was tracking his every move. It was around midnight when Robert finally decided he couldn't wait any longer. His small apartment felt like a prison now. The walls were closing in. The air too thick with suspicion. He had to find someone who could confirm what he was seeing, someone who knew about the CIA's mind control program. But every time he thought about reaching out, a wave of paranoia gripped him. Who could he trust? He'd already spent hours digging through public records, online forums, and obscure websites, looking for any clue that would connect the dots. He wasn't even sure if he was looking in the right places, but there was one thing that stood out: a recurring set of numbers and symbols. Every document he uncovered contained a variation of the same cryptic symbols. In the margins, written in a hurried hand, was the phrase, "Pattern is key. Look where they don't want you to." Robert stared at it for a long moment. These weren't random scribbles. Whoever wrote these notes had been trying to leave a trail just for him. But what did it mean? He ran his fingers over the words again, his mind trying to piece it together. And then something clicked. The symbols weren't just random. They were part of a larger puzzle, a series of mathematical patterns and codes that appeared in nearly every file. Robert couldn't explain why, but the patterns felt familiar, like he had seen them before in some other context. He sat up straighter. Had he? His mind darted back to a memory, one he had almost forgotten. High school. He had been obsessed with puzzles back then. Crossword clues, Sudoku, and most of all, cipher codes. His old obsession with cracking secret codes hadn't just vanished. It was buried somewhere deep inside him. This was his chance to use it again. Grabbing a notebook, Robert began jotting down the symbols. They resembled patterns he had encountered in books about cryptography, but the arrangement was off. More complex, more layered. He could almost feel the weight of the code pressing down on him, challenging him to break it open. Hours passed, and Robert's frustration grew. He was missing something. His eyes ached from staring at the scribbles, but he couldn't give up now. Then it hit him. The symbols weren't just part of a cipher. They were tied to something larger. He flipped through more of the documents, his pulse quickening as he pieced together fragments of a greater narrative. The files referenced a project that had gone by different names over the years, but had always maintained the same goal: to manipulate the human mind, to control it, to bend it to the will of whoever had the power. The project, Robert realized, wasn't just a series of isolated experiments. It was a network, a system of control that spanned the globe, involving not just the CIA, but foreign governments, multinational corporations, and shadowy organizations that had infiltrated every corner of society. And it wasn't just the people being studied, they were being controlled too. Every document he uncovered pointed to a global operation, stretching back decades. It was like someone had spent years perfecting the art of mind control, weaving a web so intricate that even the most powerful leaders in the world might not know they were part of it. Robert felt his stomach twist. It was happening now. The more he dug into the documents, the more he noticed subtle shifts in the patterns. The names, the symbols, they weren't just linked to mind control programs. They were tied to dates, to specific events that had changed the course of history. Robert's hands shook as he scrolled through a list of historical moments, assassinations, political upheavals, covert wars, and noticed the same names recurring. People who had been linked to those events were also connected to these experiments. The web of influence was wider than he could have imagined. But there was something even more chilling. In the margins of one of the most classified documents, he found a chilling annotation. The program's final phase begins tomorrow. Robert's heart froze. The final phase? What did that mean? Had the experiments gone too far? Was there an end game to this? A larger goal that they were working toward? And if so, who was behind it all? The clock ticked on. The feeling of being watched, of something closing in, intensified. Robert had uncovered enough to know that the agency had been playing with forces, far beyond the scope of a government program. They had been manipulating the fabric of reality itself, but the deeper Robert dug, the more disorienting it became. Some of the people listed in these documents weren't just names, they were connected to his life. He recognized the face of one of the subjects, Sophie Miller, a woman he had briefly met during a research seminar a few years back. A woman whose sudden disappearance had never been fully explained. Had she been part of these experiments? And what about all the other names he was now discovering? Were they real, or had they been manufactured by the program? Were the people he knew even real? Suddenly, a wave of dread washed over him. He wasn't just uncovering the truth, he was living in it. What if the world you know is built on false realities? What if everything you believe to be true is part of a controlled experiment? Are we all living in a version of a truth that's been constructed for us? The knock on the door was soft, almost imperceptible, but it was enough to freeze Robert in place. He'd been sitting in the dark for hours, staring at his laptop, trying to make sense of the horrifying web of connections he had uncovered. But now it felt like the walls were closing in on him. Robert's eyes darted to the clock on the wall. It was well past 3 a.m. The city was eerily silent, the kind of quiet that made every sound more profound. The knock echoed through his apartment like a death sentence. He had always been careful, hadn't he? He hadn't made any calls, hadn't contacted anyone about the files. He'd been isolated, keeping everything to himself for fear of what might happen if he got too close to the truth. But now, someone was at his door, someone who knew he was digging. He slowly stood from his desk, his heart racing. His mind screamed at him to hide, to grab the files and run, to throw the computer out the window, to pretend none of this ever happened. But something else pulled at him, something stronger, an undeniable need to know what was going on, even if it meant risking everything. He moved cautiously to the door, his fingers hovering over the lock. His breath came in shallow bursts as he slowly turned the handle. Click. The door swung open. There was no one there. At first, Robert thought it was a trick, some kind of psychological game the agency had been playing on him. But then, His eyes caught the small piece of paper that had been slipped under the door. It was folded neatly, and written on it in bold black ink was one simple message. Stop now. They will find you. You're already marked. His blood ran, cold. It wasn't just a warning. It was a threat. Someone inside the agency, or perhaps someone much worse, knew he was digging too deep. They knew he was getting too close to the truth, and they wanted him to back off before it was too late. Robert's mind raced. Who had left this note? Was it a friend? A foe? Was it someone trying to warn him? Or was it just another tactic to push him into silence? The message haunted him, not just because of its content, but because of its simplicity. It wasn't elaborate. There was no elaborate story behind it. No hidden code to decipher. It was straightforward, unmistakable. Whoever had left this knew exactly how to trigger fear. He paced the room, trying to think of what to do next. The walls felt like they were closing in, the weight of the documents in his mind making everything heavier, more suffocating. He had spent the last few weeks connecting the dots, revealing a world of manipulation, control, and shadowy figures. But this felt different. This wasn't just about uncovering the truth anymore. This was about survival. As his thoughts spiraled, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Robert jumped at the sudden noise. His hand shook as he pulled it out, staring at the screen. Unknown caller. He swallowed hard and answered. There was a moment of silence, just the faintest sound of breathing on the other end. Robert's mind raced. Was this it? Was this the moment? They would come for him? Then a voice, low, distorted, like it was being carefully filtered to mask its origin, spoke. You think you've uncovered the truth? You have no idea what you're up against. The people you're looking for are watching you. Stop now. Turn back. The line went dead. For a moment, Robert stood frozen. His hand was still gripping the phone, but his mind couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The voice was unfamiliar, but the tone, it was like it knew him, like it knew what he had been doing. They're watching me. They know everything. The words echoed in his mind. His skin prickled with the creeping sensation that he was being hunted. The agency had always been shadowy, secretive, but now it felt personal. He wasn't just investigating them anymore. They were investigating him. He sat down at his desk, his mind racing through every possibility. Who could he trust now? Everyone was a potential threat. He couldn't even tell if his own thoughts were still his own, or if he had been manipulated without realizing it. The deeper he went, the more. He began to doubt everything, his memories, his connections, even his own identity. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door. He froze. This time, it was louder, more urgent. Someone was outside and they weren't leaving. Robert stood up slowly, his heart pounding in his chest. Every part of him screamed to run, to escape, to leave behind the investigation that had already cost him so much. But it was too late. He had crossed a line, and there was no going back. As he moved toward the door, the knock came again. This time accompanied by a voice. "Robert, we need to talk." The voice was unmistakable. It was Sophie Miller. What if everything you thought you knew about your life has been a carefully crafted illusion? What if those who control your mind are closer than you think? Can you trust anyone, even yourself? The door swung open, and there she was. Sophie Miller, the woman who had vanished without a trace months ago, believed to be another casualty of the CIA's ruthless mind control experiments. But here she was, standing in front of Robert. Her eyes were haunted, but resolute, as if she had been waiting for this moment. Robert's heart skipped a beat. He had seen the name in the documents, the same files that had led him down this dark path. Sophie Miller, Subject 013, had disappeared without a trace 6 months ago. There had been no mention of her in the press, no investigation, Just silence. The kind of silence that only came when someone didn't want you asking questions. Yet, here she was, standing in his doorway like a ghost. Alive. Real. "Robert," she said, her voice strained but unmistakable. "We need to talk. Now." Before he could react, Sophie stepped inside, her movements quick, purposeful. She closed the door behind her and locked it with a sharp click. The sound sent a jolt of panic through Robert. The weight of the moment hit him. She was here for a reason, and whatever that reason was, it wasn't good. Sophie's eyes flicked nervously around the room, as though expecting someone, or something, to jump out at any moment. She walked toward the table where Robert's papers were strewn across, the files that had become the center of his obsession. She picked up one of the documents and scanned it briefly, her face hardening. Then she turned back to Robert, her voice quiet but urgent. "You have no idea how deep this goes?" Sophie whispered, her eyes locked on his. "The agency's been running these experiments for decades, but they've evolved. What they're doing now, it's nothing like what you've read, what you're uncovering. It's just the tip of the iceberg." Robert couldn't speak. His mind was racing. He knew Sophie's disappearance had been tied to the CIA's mind control program. The files he'd seen, the twisted experiments, the names, the symbols, everything he'd uncovered had pointed to one thing. Sophie had been used as a test subject. But now, seeing her alive, standing in front of him, the reality hit with a gut punch. She had survived. But at what cost? "How are you here?" Robert finally managed to ask. His voice cracked. "I thought you were gone. I thought they erased you." Sophie's eyes flickered with a mix of fear and determination. "They did erase me. For a while I was just another experiment. But I remember everything now. Bits and pieces at first, but it all came flooding back. The drugs, the hypnosis, the mind games. It was like they rewrote who I was. But I broke free. They thought they'd turned me into one of their puppets, but I fought it. And now I'm here to help you." Robert took a step back, trying to process everything she was saying. His mind raced with questions. He had to know more. He had to understand. "But why come to me?" Robert asked, the words slipping out before he could stop them. "Why now? You've been gone for months." Sophie let out a deep breath, her eyes haunted by something Robert couldn't quite place. "Because they know you're close, Robert. They know you're onto them. I've been watching you, and I know the kinds of things you've uncovered. You found their files. You found the patterns. But what you don't know is that they know you have the files. You've already been marked, Robert. They'll come for you." A chill ran down Robert's spine. He felt a rush of fear and adrenaline. "So, what do I do? What's the next step? How do we stop them?" Sophie's expression hardened. She walked to the window, peering through the blinds, her eyes scanning the street below. "You can't stop them, Robert. Not alone. The truth is, they control everything. They have their hands in every government, every corporation, every major institution. They're not just playing with people's minds anymore. They've weaponized it. They're using mind control to shape the future, to influence the world in ways we can't even begin to understand. They don't just want control. They want absolute control." Robert's breath caught in his throat. "But why? What's the end game? Why are they doing this?" Sophie's eyes darkened. She turned back to him, her voice lower now, almost as if she were afraid of saying too much. "They're building an army. Not one made up of soldiers, but of people who can be controlled, manipulated into doing whatever they want. People who believe they have free will, but who are actually slaves to a system they don't even understand. And they're not going to stop until they've turned everyone into a puppet." Robert's mind reeled. He had thought the conspiracy was bad enough already, but what Sophie was saying, it was worse than he could have imagined. He had been uncovering a series of isolated experiments, But what if this wasn't just a rogue operation? What if it was the tip of a global agenda? How do you know all this? Robert asked, still trying to make sense of her words. Sophie hesitated for a moment, as if weighing whether or not she should reveal something deeper. Then she spoke, her voice tight, with emotion, because I was part of their experiment, and I remember everything now, everything they did to me, and what they planned to do to everyone else. She looked at Robert, her eyes pleading. But I'm not the only one. There are others like me, people who've broken free, people who know what's coming. Sophie's words hit Robert like a slap. The people who had been experimented on. They weren't just victims. They were survivors. Survivors who had been left behind, but who were now awake, and they were fighting back. Robert stood there, absorbing the gravity of what Sophie was saying. He had thought he was just uncovering hidden truths. But now it was clear. He was in the middle of something much larger, a war that had been fought in the shadows for decades. You're not alone, Robert, Sophie said, her voice trembling. But we have to move fast. They're already on to you. You have no idea how deep their reach is. We need to get you out of here. But before Robert could respond, there was a sudden sound at the door. A loud bang, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone trying to force it open. What if you've been living in a world where every choice you make has already been decided for you? What if the truth is more terrifying than you ever imagined? The sound of the door splintering was deafening. Robert's heart raced as he instinctively pulled Sophie back, away from the door, his mind scrambling to process what was happening. They were here. Whoever they were coming for them. Fast, relentless, and with a single purpose: to stop them from uncovering the truth. Sophie's eyes widened in terror as the door groaned under the pressure of the intruders. Her grip tightened around Robert's arm, but she said nothing. There was no time for words now. Robert's pulse hammered in his ears, drowning out everything but the deafening sounds of the door's resistance. He was frozen for a moment, staring at the door like it was a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, the door exploded inward with a force that sent both of them stumbling back. The room was filled with the sharp, acrid scent of splintered wood and dust. And then, standing in the doorway, silhouetted by the dim light, were two men. They wore black suits, their faces hidden behind dark sunglasses, their presence suffocating. Robert's breath caught in his throat. The agency's enforcers. He knew instantly who they were. People who had no name, no identity except for the one given to them by the CIA. Agents sent to clean up loose ends. And right now, they were after him. Sophie grabbed Robert's wrist, her voice urgent but quiet. We need to move, now. But Robert was paralyzed with fear. This was it. This was the moment where everything he had uncovered could slip through his fingers. He had come so far. But it hadn't been enough. Not yet. The agent in the front, taller than the others, stepped into the room, his voice cold and flat. We know what you're doing, Robert. You've gone too far. It's time to stop. Before Robert could react, the second agent reached into his jacket and pulled out a small black device. A gun, but not a regular one. It was a high-frequency pulse weapon, capable of scrambling electronic signals, interfering with the mind's ability to function normally. They had been using these for years, a tool designed not just for control, but for erasure. Step away from the files, the first agent ordered. Sophie's grip on Robert tightened even more, her voice barely a whisper. They can't know everything. They can't control the whole story. If we don't act now... But before she could finish, the agent with the device raised it toward them, his fingers hovering over the trigger. Robert's heart hammered in his chest, his mind racing for an escape, a way to fight back. But his body wasn't responding. Every part of him wanted to run. But where? There was nowhere to go. Suddenly, the room seemed to shrink. The air grew thick, heavy with the tension of imminent danger. It felt like the walls were closing in on him. and he could almost hear the pounding of his own pulse in his ears. His mind raced through the files, everything he'd learned, all the evidence he had uncovered, the patterns, the symbols, the twisted network that spanned decades. It was all building up to this moment. But would he survive it? Would he be able to stop it? Sophie's voice broke through his panic. "Robert, they're tracking you, but you've already got everything you need. The code. You can still use it. You've got the answers. You just have to act." Robert blinked, his mind clearing for just a second as Sophie's words hit home. The code, the symbols, the pattern. He had been piecing together their system of control, their hidden agenda, but now it felt like the final pieces were in his hands. He knew the truth. He had to take the risk. If he didn't, everything he had uncovered would be lost. But there was one thing that still gnawed at him. Could he trust Sophie? She had survived, but what had it cost her? Was she really here to help him? Or was she part of something bigger? The pulse weapon hummed ominously in the agent's hand, the air charged with a deadly promise. There was no more time for hesitation. "Stop right there," the agent barked as he began moving forward, his cold eyes fixed on Robert. Without thinking, Robert lunged forward, grabbing the files on the desk and scattering them across the floor. He wasn't going down without a fight. His hands grabbed the laptop. The only thing that could save him now was this connection to the outside world, to the information that could unravel everything. The agent aimed the pulse weapon, but Robert reacted instinctively, knocking it out of the agent's hand with a hard swing of his elbow. The weapon clattered to the floor, and for a split second, Robert thought he might have a chance, but Sophie was already pulling him toward the window. "Go," she urged, her voice sharp with urgency. They didn't have much time. With one final look at the agents, who were now recovering and rushing toward them, Robert and Sophie dashed to the window. Without thinking, Robert swung the glass open and they crawled through the opening. They were free. For now. As Robert stepped onto the fire escape, the cold night air hit him like a slap in the face. His mind was reeling, but he didn't stop to think. There was no time. The agents were already inside, searching, but they couldn't track them here. Not yet. Robert and Sophie descended quickly, their footsteps echoing in the darkness, the weight of their escape sinking in with every step. Once they hit the ground, Sophie grabbed Robert's arm. "We need to move fast. We're not safe yet. They know we're out here, and they won't stop until they silence us." Robert felt the adrenaline pumping through his veins. He couldn't afford to look back. Not now. As they ran through the dark streets, Robert couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. They had escaped, this time. But the truth was still out there, and someone would always be watching. The game was changing, and the stakes were higher than ever. What if escaping wasn't the solution? What if the truth is so dangerous, so powerful that even freedom comes at a price? Can Robert and Sophie survive long enough to expose the conspiracy? Or will they become the agency's next experiment? The city was alive with the hum of neon lights and the distant roar of traffic. But to Robert, it felt like the entire world had fallen silent. Every corner, every shadow, every flicker of movement, everything seemed to pulse with danger. They were running out of time, but there was no turning back now. Sophie led the way through the narrow alley, her pace quickening as she checked over her shoulder. Robert followed, his heart racing, his mind a blur of questions. The files, he still had them. But what good were they? He had been running for hours, escaping the agents who were now closing in, but the truth was getting harder to grasp with every step. "We're almost there," Sophie said, her voice tight with urgency. "Where?" Robert's breath caught in his throat. "Where are we going?" Sophie didn't answer immediately. She just kept moving, her eyes scanning the street ahead as they emerged from the alley and into a quieter part of the city. The kind of place where secrets could be buried, where people like them could disappear if they played their cards right. Robert barely registered the flashing neon signs or the crumbling buildings around them. His mind was spinning, replaying the events of the last few hours. Sophie's sudden reappearance, the agents bursting in, their near capture. Every moment felt like a countdown. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. "We're meeting someone," Sophie said finally, her voice low, almost too quiet to hear. "Who?" Robert asked, his voice tinged with suspicion. "Who can help us now?" Sophie shot him a look that he couldn't quite read. It was a mix of fear and resolve, a flicker of something Robert wasn't sure he understood. Someone who knows the agency better than anyone. Someone who can help us get the truth out before it's too late. Robert nodded, but doubt gnawed at him. How could anyone help them now? After everything that had happened, everything he had uncovered, who could he trust? Sophie was the only one left. The only ally who wasn't part of the agency's web of lies. But even she had her own demons, her own history with the experiments. They reached a small, inconspicuous door at the back of an old, nondescript building. Sophie knocked twice, then once more, each tap a little sharper than the last. A moment of silence passed, and Robert felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. He wasn't ready for this. He wasn't ready for whatever would come next. The door creaked open, revealing a man who seemed to materialize out of the shadows. He was older than Robert had expected, with graying hair and a weathered face that spoke of years spent dodging the very thing Robert was now caught up in. His eyes were piercing, but there was something familiar about them, something Robert recognized from the files. This man had to be someone who had been involved in the experiments, someone who knew what the agency was really capable of. Sophie stepped forward, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's me, Sophie Miller. You know why I'm here." The man nodded slowly, as if he had been waiting for this moment for years. "I do. Come in, quickly." Robert stood frozen in the doorway, his mind whirling. Who was this man? What was Sophie getting them into? He had to trust her. He had no choice. Now, the truth was slipping away, and every moment they wasted was another step toward their downfall. They stepped inside, the door closing behind them with a soft thud. The room was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of old books and something else, a sharp metallic odor that Robert couldn't place. The man turned, his back to them, and began to shuffle through a cluttered desk. "You're Robert, I assume. I've been following your progress. Impressive work, but you've made a mistake. You don't understand what you're up against." Robert's stomach tightened. "What do you mean? I've seen the files. I know what the agency has been doing. I know about the mind control experiments. And I know they've been manipulating people's thoughts for decades. What more is there to understand?" The man paused, then turned to face them, his expression unreadable. "You think the mind control experiments are the agency's endgame? That's only part of the puzzle. The real power isn't in controlling minds. It's in creating them. They're not just manipulating people, they're shaping them from the ground up. They've been planting false memories, rewriting personalities, creating entire identities from scratch. You're not just dealing with rogue experiments anymore. You're up against an entire infrastructure built to control reality itself." Robert's breath caught in his throat. "What? You're saying this isn't just a mind control program? This is a reality-altering operation?" The man nodded grimly. "Exactly. The CIA has developed a method to essentially erase a person's true identity. They can inject fake memories, implant false beliefs, even change someone's entire personality if they want to. It's not just mind control. It's mind creation. What you've been uncovering is only the beginning. They've been doing this to thousands of people. You're one of them, Robert. Your life, your entire history. It could all be fabricated." The words hit Robert like a punch to the gut. He had always believed that the truth he had been chasing was a way to understand what was happening to others. But now he had to ask himself, Was everything he thought he knew about himself a lie? Sophie stepped forward, her face pale. But how do we stop them? How do we get the truth out before it's too late? The man's expression hardened. There's only one way. You have to expose the network. All of it. The files you have, they're a start. But the truth goes deeper than you can imagine. If you really want to stop the agency, you need to reach the heart of their operations. You need to bring it all to light before they erase you, too. Robert felt the weight of the decision settling in his chest. Expose the conspiracy. Bring the agency to its knees. It seemed impossible, but it was the only chance they had. Just as the man finished speaking, a low hum filled the room. Sophie froze, her eyes widening in recognition. "They've found us," she whispered. The man's face darkened. "Get ready. They're coming for all of us." What if your entire life is a lie? What if the people you trust, the memories you cherish, have all been manipulated? Can Robert and Sophie survive the ultimate test of truth and deception? Or will the agency erase them before they can expose the dark conspiracy? The sound of heavy boots echoed down the hallway, growing louder with each passing second. Robert's heart raced in his chest as he looked over at Sophie. The truth was finally within their grasp, but so was the danger. There was no more room for escape, no more room for doubt. They had to face the consequences now, whatever they might be. The man in the shadows had been right. The agency was closing, in fast, and there was no way to outrun them. Robert could hear the heavy thud of boots growing closer. He couldn't hide here forever. "You need to go," the man said urgently, his voice low. "I'll slow them down, but you've got to expose everything. Do you understand?" Robert nodded, but his body felt paralyzed. This was it, the moment where everything he had risked, everything he had learned, came to fruition. And yet, with it came the bitter taste of fear. The agency would stop at nothing to protect their secrets. But could they really stop it now? Could Robert and Sophie expose the truth before they were silenced forever? Sophie turned to Robert, her face grim, yet resolute. "We've come this far. We can't back down now. We have the evidence. The whole world needs to know what they've done." "But how?" Robert's voice was shaky. "We're just two people against an empire. How can we expose this?" Sophie didn't hesitate. She pulled something from her bag, an old bulky USB drive, the kind that looked ancient compared to the sleek, high-tech equipment the agency had at their disposal. "I've got a contact, a journalist, someone who can get this information to the right people. We'll upload everything, all the files, all the proof. Will go public." Robert stared at the drive. It was hard to believe that such a small device could hold everything. The culmination of years of hidden horrors, secret experiments, manipulated lives. But Sophie was right. They didn't have a choice anymore. "Then let's do it," Robert said, determination creeping into his voice. Sophie smiled faintly, the kind of smile that hinted at something more fragile than it seemed. "We'll get the truth out. No matter what it takes." They rushed to the back of the building where the man had provided them with access to a secure server. Sophie plugged the USB into the system, her fingers flying over the keyboard, the tension thick in the air. Time was running out. Just as the files began to upload, the door to the room slammed open, and two agents, dressed in their black suits, sunglasses reflecting the dim light, stormed in. "You shouldn't have come here," the taller agent sneered, his voice cold as ice. "You've made a huge mistake." Robert's stomach lurched. This was it. There was no way out now. Sophie's fingers didn't stop moving, but her eyes flicked toward the agents, then back at the screen. She was too focused, too determined to let anything stop her now. "You don't get it, do you?" Sophie said, her voice calm but with an edge. "This isn't just about you anymore. This isn't about us. You've been playing God with people's lives, and we're going to make sure the world knows it." One of the agents stepped forward, his hand resting casually on his weapon. You think the world cares about your little conspiracy? You think anyone will believe you? All this will be erased before it even hits the news. Sophie didn't flinch. Try me. The tension in the room was suffocating. Robert was ready for anything. He was about to run for the door, make a break for it, when suddenly there was a soft beep from the computer. Sophie looked at the screen, then back at the agents with a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. "It's done," she whispered. Before Robert could process what was happening, Sophie grabbed his arm and yanked him toward the exit. But just as they were about to move, one of the agents reached for his gun. Sophie shoved Robert forward and he dove through the door, her hand pushing him into the street. They didn't stop running. They couldn't afford to stop. As they ran through the city, streets, heartbeats echoing in their chests, Robert couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. The agency was everywhere. They wouldn't stop hunting them. Not now, not ever. But as they rounded a corner and vanished into the shadows, Robert looked over at Sophie, and for the first time in what felt like forever, he saw a flicker of hope in her eyes. "We did it," Sophie said, her voice a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. "The truth is out there. No one can stop it now." But Robert wasn't sure. He knew the agency wouldn't let it go easily. They were too powerful, too insidious. And yet, a part of him couldn't help but wonder, could they really expose the truth? In the days that followed, the news broke. The files, the testimonies, the proof, they flooded the media. News outlets around the world began reporting on the CIA's decades-long experiments in mind control, the psychological manipulation, the hidden agendas. Governments scrambled to respond, but the damage had been done. The truth had been unleashed. But even as Robert sat in his apartment, watching the chaos unfold on the screen, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the war was far from over. The agency had deep roots. They were powerful, and they would not give up so easily. As Robert turned off the television and looked out the window, he realized that while they had won this battle, the war was just beginning. The real question was, how far would the agency go to bury the truth? And what would happen next? What if the truth is only the beginning? What if exposing the conspiracy only exposes you to an even greater threat? Can we ever truly escape those who control our reality? The truth about the CIA and mind control has been revealed, but the story doesn't end here. Robert and Sophie may have exposed the agency's dark secrets, but the battle for control over the human mind is far from over. If you enjoyed this mystery-filled journey, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Enigma, so you never miss a story that unravels hidden truths and challenges the mysteries of our extraordinary world. Sleep well, dream deep, and stay curious. It was 2:47 a.m. when Robert Grant's shift as a night security guard at the once bustling National Museum of Natural History turned into something far darker than any thief or vandal. He had seen his fair share of strange occurrences during late night, patrols, flickering lights, shadows that didn't seem to belong, the occasional unsettling sound. But tonight felt different. He stepped through the back halls of the museum, his boots echoing in the silence. The walls, usually lined with ancient artifacts, seemed oppressive in the dim glow of his flashlight. Robert had grown used to the unease that settled in the empty museum at night. But something was off tonight. He couldn't put his finger on it. His heart raced, and a cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Then, in the distance, just beyond the Egyptian exhibit, he saw them. 2 figures. Tall, dressed entirely in black suits, with dark sunglasses despite the lack of light. No one had entered the building in hours. His first instinct was to approach, but something stopped him. A chill ran down his spine. There was an intensity about them, something that felt wrong. The figures didn't move, they just stood there, almost as if they were waiting for him. His flashlight flickered once, twice, and then died altogether. Panic surged. Robert fumbled for his phone, his fingers shaking. When he looked up again, the figures were gone, vanished. No sound, no trace. Only the heavy air pressing against his chest. He called the front desk. Hey, I think someone's in here. 2 guys, suits, dark glasses. The line went dead. That was the moment Robert knew. This wasn't just a regular night. Something far more sinister was at play. He had always dismissed the strange rumors about the men in black. But now, staring into the darkened corridors, he wasn't so sure anymore. Robert's heart pounded. He looked around again, but no one was there. The silence was oppressive. But, as he took a step forward, he noticed something at the far end of the hall. A small, folded piece of paper resting on the ground. It was addressed to him. He bent down to pick it up. The words were simple, but their impact was immediate. You were warned. Was this a prank? Or was someone trying to send a message? And if so, who? His mind raced with questions. He had never seen anything like this before. The only thing he was certain of was that he had to get to the bottom of this. But who could he trust? He looked over his shoulder, half expecting the figures to be there again. But the hall was empty. The air felt thick with dread. Robert couldn't shake the feeling that he had just stepped into something far bigger than he had ever imagined. What did the note mean? Who were the men in black? And why had they come to the museum that night? He knew he couldn't let it go. The mystery had only just begun. The men in black were real, and they had just made contact. The night dragged on like a slow-moving nightmare. Robert couldn't stop thinking about that note. You were warned. He kept turning it over in his hands, trying to make sense of its cryptic message. Who had left it? And why him? By 3:30 a.m., he had wandered through the museum for nearly an hour, checking every hallway, every room, every corner where he thought he might find an answer. But nothing. The men in black suits hadn't reappeared, and the paper seemed to be the only evidence that anything unusual had even occurred. Exhausted and still on edge, Robert took refuge in the security office, sitting in front of the monitors. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a harsh, sterile glow on the otherwise dark room. The cameras displayed static-filled images of the museum's quiet halls, the occasional flicker of movement here and there. Robert rubbed his temples, trying to clear the exhaustion from his mind, but it was no use. Something about tonight felt off. Something was wrong. Then, the footage on one of the screens caught his attention. It was a close-up shot of the museum's lobby, right where he had encountered the 2 figures. The timestamp showed it was just before 2:47 a.m., the moment he had walked into that corridor. At first, he saw nothing, just the shadows of empty halls. But then, something moved. 2 dark shapes appeared in the corner of the frame. They were the same figures he'd seen before, the men in black. But this time, something was different. They weren't just standing there. They were talking. Robert leaned forward, squinting at the screen. Their faces were hidden behind their sunglasses, but their body language was unmistakable. They were conversing in low, deliberate tones. He couldn't make out any words, but their posture was rigid, purposeful. This wasn't just a casual walk through the museum. They were here for a reason. Suddenly, the footage froze, the screen glitching as though it had been tampered with. Robert's heart skipped. He tapped the screen, but nothing happened. The video was corrupt. His blood ran cold. Someone was messing with the security footage. Robert frantically switched to another camera, this time focused on the Egyptian exhibit. He scanned the screen for any signs of the men. Nothing. But then, a peculiar pattern emerged. The artifacts in the exhibit, statues, urns, and ancient relics, seemed to shimmer, just for a split second, as though they were out of place. Was he imagining things? He rubbed his eyes and zoomed in on one of the statues. It was a large, intimidating figure, an Egyptian god, standing tall with its arms stretched forward. But there, in the stone carvings of the god's chest, were symbols. Symbols Robert didn't recognize. He paused the footage. The symbols were bizarre, almost alien in their design. They looked ancient, but there was something unnervingly modern about them. He had seen similar designs in old conspiracy theories online, but they were usually linked to government cover-ups, UFO sightings, and the men in black themselves. Could this be the connection he was looking for? Was the museum tied to something far deeper than just ancient history? He needed answers, but the fear was already starting to claw at the back of his mind. Was it a coincidence that these strange symbols were appearing in the Egyptian exhibit? Or were they part of something more sinister? Something purposefully hidden? The sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway outside the security room. Robert's heart leaped into his throat. He quickly swiveled in his chair, his eyes darting to the door. He listened. The footsteps weren't normal. They were deliberate, too measured. Like someone was trying to be quiet, but wasn't quite succeeding. Robert grabbed the flashlight from his desk and moved toward the door, trying to stay as silent as possible. Through the small window in the door, he saw them. 2 men in black suits and sunglasses. No surprise there. But now, Robert could see something else. Their presence was odd. They didn't seem to be walking with purpose anymore. They were moving as though they were following some invisible path, an eerie synchronization in their every step. Were they even human? They didn't feel like it. Before he could gather his thoughts, the figures turned down the hallway and vanished into the shadows. Robert's pulse quickened. The tension in the air was palpable. What were they really here for? What did they want from the museum? And, more importantly, what did they want from him? There was no more denying it. He was in the middle of something much bigger than he had ever anticipated. The men in black weren't just a myth, they were real, and Robert had just become part of their story. He glanced back at the screen, the symbols still blinking in the Egyptian exhibit. He had no choice now. He had to keep digging. Whatever the danger, whatever the cost, he had to know the truth. What if these men weren't here to protect something ancient, but to keep something buried? The air in the security room was thick with anticipation. Robert hadn't slept in over 24 hours, his mind consumed by the strange symbols and the cryptic figures who seemed to haunt the museum. The thought that these men in black were watching him, studying him, it gnawed at him, pushing him into a spiral of paranoia. He couldn't let it go. He had to understand what was happening, even if it meant facing something far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. The symbols in the Egyptian exhibit kept haunting him. They felt like a riddle, a clue to something that had been hidden for centuries, and it was clear to Robert now. The museum wasn't just a place for history, it was a prison for something ancient, something powerful. He spent the next several hours poring over every piece of security footage he could find. Each camera feed seemed normal at first, but the deeper he looked, the more he began to notice strange, almost imperceptible details. The footage of the museum's dark hallways, the exhibits, even the slightest shift in shadows. It all started to form a bizarre pattern, a sequence of events, moving in a way that felt deliberate. Robert paused on a series of frames from a security camera in the museum's basement, a place most people never ventured. He had been there before, a labyrinth of storage rooms and forgotten artifacts. But now, the footage revealed something he had never seen. Flickers of movement. The shadows twisted unnaturally, almost as if they had a life of their own. It wasn't just shadows, though. At the very edge of the frame, almost imperceptible, was a figure. It was a blur, moving with an eerie mechanical precision. No face, no body, just a dark, shifting form. Robert's stomach lurched. This wasn't the work of a ghost. It was too calculated. Then he saw it. The pattern. In every instance where these odd movements occurred, the symbols from the Egyptian exhibit seemed to pulse, not on the screens, but in the museum itself. They were tied to certain objects, certain rooms, certain times of night. Every time, the symbols appeared in one exhibit. The movement flickered in another part of the building. It was like some hidden system was in play, a web that connected everything, pulling Robert deeper into its tangled web. The men in black weren't just watching him, they were part of this system. Their presence here wasn't random. His breath quickened as he stared at the footage of the basement once more. He'd seen that figure before. It was the same movement he'd noticed in the security footage from the night he first encountered the men in black. This wasn't just a coincidence. This was something deliberate, something that had been in motion for years, maybe even decades, and Robert had just stepped into its path. He ran his fingers through his hair, a sense of dread creeping up his spine. There was a feeling now, a sickening certainty that something terrible had been hidden here, beneath the museum's polished surface. What were they keeping down there? What was it they didn't want anyone to find? Robert thought back to his first encounter with the men in black. When he had seen them in the hall, just standing there, they had acted like they were waiting for something. Waiting for him. But they weren't just there to guard some ancient secret. They were part of something bigger, something that had been set in motion long before he even started working as a night guard. He needed to understand what the museum was hiding, but he also needed to be careful. The feeling that he was being watched never left him. He could sense eyes on him even when he was alone. And then, in the quiet, just as he was about to dig deeper into the footage, a new thought crossed his mind. What if he wasn't just being watched? What if the men in black were trying to make him part of the pattern? What if this was all a test? A sudden knock on the security office door broke his concentration. His heart leapt in his chest, but he forced himself to stay calm. It could be anyone. Just another late-night visitor or a fellow guard. He stood up, hesitated for a moment, and then cracked the door open. It was a museum employee, a middle-aged man with a tired expression and a half-empty coffee cup in his hand. Robert recognized him. Jerry, one of the curators who worked on the special exhibits. "What's up, Jerry?" Robert asked, trying to sound casual. Jerry glanced around nervously, then lowered his voice. "I know you're probably busy, but there's something strange going on in the Egyptian room?" Robert's stomach twisted. "What do you mean?" "Just trust me. You've got to see it for yourself. I thought I was seeing things, but I'm not so sure anymore." Without another word, Jerry turned and walked down the hallway toward the Egyptian exhibit. Robert didn't have time to think. He grabbed his flashlight and followed quickly, a sense of unease creeping over him. As they approached the room, the air felt heavier. The walls, normally adorned with ancient artifacts, now seemed to watch him. Jerry paused in front of the door, then whispered, "It's like the symbols are alive." Robert swallowed hard, then pushed the door open. Inside, the exhibit was darker than usual. The glow from the dim spotlights seemed muted, as though the very air was dampening the light. And then his eyes landed on the Egyptian god statue, the one with the strange symbols carved into its chest. But now the symbols were glowing, faintly, pulsing. Robert's breath caught in his throat. He was no longer sure what he was looking at. This wasn't just a coincidence. This wasn't just ancient history. This was something else, something that shouldn't be. The men in black had been right all along. Some secrets were never meant to be uncovered. The air in the Egyptian exhibit felt thick with tension, as if the walls themselves were closing in. Robert's flashlight flickered as he stepped closer to the glowing symbols, the beam casting long, jagged shadows that seemed to dance around him. He wasn't sure if the unease in his chest was from fear or the sheer impossibility of what he was witnessing. Jerry stood beside him, his face pale and drawn. His eyes darted nervously around the room. "I've never seen this before," he whispered, almost as though speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile reality they were now standing in. Robert's mind raced. The symbols, the glowing, pulsing symbols, were unlike anything he's had ever seen. They didn't belong in a museum. They didn't belong on a stone artifact. He reached out instinctively, his fingers hovering just inches above the surface of the god statue. His hand froze before making contact. There was something wrong with the air. It felt too cold, too still. His fingertips tingled as if the stone was alive, feeding off his energy. He jerked his hand back and turned to Jerry, who was now trembling. "We need to get out of here," Jerry muttered, looking over his shoulder as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. "This place, it's cursed, Robert. I swear. To God. There's something down here. I don't know what it is, but it's not natural." The words sent a chill down Robert's spine. Cursed? He had heard his fair share of wild stories from fellow staff members, but this felt different. This wasn't folklore. This wasn't just some tall tale about an old exhibit. Something real was happening here. Something dangerous. Robert's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, and echoing from the hallway. Both men stiffened, their gazes snapping toward the door. Robert's blood ran cold. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was. The unmistakable sense of dread flooded his chest. The men in black were here. He barely had time to react before the door to the exhibit clicked open, and two tall figures stepped inside, their black suits absorbing the dim light as they moved toward the center of the room. Their faces were as unreadable as ever, dark sunglasses hiding their eyes, their posture rigid and controlled. Jerry took an involuntary step back, but Robert stood his ground. His heart pounded in his ears, but he forced himself to breathe, to focus. He needed answers. Why were they here? One of the men, the one with the darker suit, spoke first, his voice low, like the growl of an animal that could strike at any moment. "You shouldn't be here." Robert's throat went dry. It wasn't a threat. It was a statement of fact. "We were just—" Robert began, but the man cut him off, his voice sharp. "You're not supposed to know about this." His words were cold, almost detached, but there was something else beneath them. Something like an unspoken warning. "You've seen things that you weren't meant to see. Now you're a part of something far larger than you can understand." Robert's pulse quickened. The weight of the words crushed down on him. Far larger? What did that mean? Was this just a conspiracy? Was the museum hiding something that important? But before he could ask another question, the other figure, taller and more imposing, stepped forward. His expression was even harder to read, but his presence was unsettling. His voice was like steel, sharp and final. "You have two choices," the man said, his gaze unwavering. "You can leave now and forget everything you've seen. You can go back to your life and pretend this never happened." He paused, his gaze flickering toward the glowing symbols on the statue. "Or you can dig deeper, and we both know what that leads to." Jerry took another step back, his eyes wide with fear. "What happens if we dig deeper?" he asked in a shaky voice. The man didn't answer directly. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, as if studying them both. "What happens next is up to you. But understand this. You are not the first, and you will not be the last." There was a deep, unsettling silence. Robert's heart was pounding so loudly in his chest he couldn't hear his own thoughts. This was the moment that would determine whether he would walk away from this nightmare or be swallowed by it. The figure took a step closer, and Robert could feel the coldness of the man's presence seep into his bones. "If you choose to stay, be prepared for the consequences." The words hung in the air like a weight that refused to be lifted. For a brief moment, Robert thought he saw something flicker behind the man's sunglasses. Something inhuman. But when he blinked, the moment passed. With a final, chilling glance at both men, the figure turned and walked toward the door. The other followed, their footsteps echoing as they left the room. The door clicked shut behind them, leaving Robert and Jerry in stunned silence. Jerry was the first to speak, his voice barely above a whisper. What did they mean? You're not the first. What the hell is going on here, Robert? Robert didn't answer immediately. His mind was racing, the puzzle pieces beginning to fit together. He remembered the patterns he had noticed. In the security footage, the strange symbols in the Egyptian exhibit, the figures in black suits who had been watching him from the shadows. The men in black weren't just protecting a secret, they were part of it. And whatever they were guarding, it was not something that should be uncovered. Robert turned to Jerry, his eyes hardening with resolve. I'm not walking away from this, Jerry. I'm going to find out what's really going on here. Jerry's face went pale, and for a brief moment, Robert saw the fear in his eyes. Robert, please, you don't understand. This isn't just about a museum. It's about something much bigger. If you keep digging, they'll come for you. The warning in Jerry's voice was real. And yet, despite everything, the danger, the fear, the threats, Robert couldn't back down now. Too much was at stake. He turned back toward the glowing symbols, his mind set. Whatever this was, it had to be stopped. The truth was out there, and no matter the cost, he would find it. Robert couldn't sleep. The night stretched on endlessly, a dark and heavy silence that seemed to press against his chest. The conversation with the men in black lingered in his mind like a poison, slowly infecting every thought. You're not the first. This isn't just about a museum. The warning was clear, but so were the stakes. The men had made it obvious. He was too deep now to back out. The symbols in the Egyptian exhibit, the strange figure on the security footage, the unnatural way the shadows moved, all of it was connected. And yet, Robert couldn't see the whole picture. As the night wore on, he found himself back in the security office, once again studying the footage. His fingers hovered over the keyboard as he scrolled through the hours of video recordings. The museum felt like a labyrinth of hidden doors, each leading to something darker, something more sinister. Then he saw it, a seemingly innocuous video from a month ago. It was just another routine security check. Or so it seemed. The timestamp showed that it was shortly after midnight, well before Robert had started his shift. The camera was positioned near the back hallway, just a few feet away from the Egyptian exhibit. At first, it was just the usual dark corridors, the empty halls, but then, at precisely 12:23 a.m., something odd appeared. The footage didn't just glitch. It distorted, as if reality itself was bending. The shadows in the hallway lengthened unnaturally, and for a split second, Robert thought he saw a flicker. A person. No, it wasn't a person. It was a shadow, a dark figure moving with an impossible fluidity. It was like watching a reflection in a warped mirror. The figure seemed to stretch, to melt into the surrounding darkness, moving in a way that defied physics. And just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. Robert leaned closer to the screen, his pulse quickening. He rewound the footage and slowed it down frame by frame. The figure reappeared, this time clearer. It was wearing a suit, black, just like the men in black. But this one wasn't like them. This one, it was wrong. The shape flickered again, and in that moment, Robert's breath caught. He saw something that sent a shiver down his spine. At the exact moment the figure passed in front of the camera, the symbols in the Egyptian exhibit, the ones that had been glowing before, flared. It was as if the figure was drawn to them, as if it fed off them. Robert's head spun. The figure wasn't a person. It wasn't a ghost or a mere shadow. It was something else, something tied to the very fabric of the museum, and it wanted those symbols. It was drawn to them like a moth to a flame. But why? What did they mean? And why had they been hidden in plain sight? He sat back, his mind racing. There had to be an answer, something that connected the men in black, the glowing symbols, and that dark figure. And then it hit him. The museum wasn't just a place of history. It was a repository, a place where things had been locked away, things that were never meant to see the light of day. But these symbols weren't just relics. They were markers. They were the keys to something hidden beneath the museum itself, something ancient, something powerful. And whatever the men in black were guarding, it was tied to those symbols. Suddenly, the door to the security room creaked open. Robert froze, his heart slamming into his chest. It wasn't Jerry. It wasn't anyone he recognized. It was the man in black, the one with the darker suit. He didn't say anything at first. He simply stood in the doorway, his dark sunglasses hiding whatever emotion might have been behind them. Robert didn't move, didn't speak. The man had been clear before. He knew what Robert had seen, what he was digging into. "Do you understand yet?" The voice was cold, emotionless, but with a hint of something almost amused. Robert stood up, pushing aside the terror that threatened to consume him. "I understand that you're hiding something big. I've seen the footage. I know what you're protecting." The man's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "You don't know anything." His voice dropped to a whisper. "You think you're uncovering secrets, but there are things in this world that should stay buried. You can't handle the truth. You wouldn't handle the truth." "I can handle it," Robert said, his voice shaking but firm. "I don't care how dangerous it is. I have to know." The man's smile faded. He stepped inside the room, his presence filling the space like a shadow. "You should be careful, Mr. Grant," he said, his tone suddenly dark. "Because once you cross that line, there's no going back. Not for you. Not for anyone." Robert didn't flinch, though every fiber of his being screamed for him to run. Instead, he stood tall, meeting the man's cold gaze. "You're too late," Robert said, his voice low. "I'm already past the point of no return." The man's expression didn't change, but for a brief moment, Robert thought he saw something flicker in his eyes. A flash of recognition, of concern. "You're making a mistake," the man said. Then he turned and left, his footsteps echoing down the hall, leaving Robert alone in the dimly lit room. The warning had been clear. But now Robert understood. The men in black weren't just agents of secrecy. They were protectors. Protectors of something far beyond his comprehension. And the deeper he dug, the more dangerous it would become. The more they would watch. And now Robert knew, with gut-wrenching clarity, that the truth he was seeking wasn't just buried beneath the museum. It was buried beneath him. As the door closed behind the man in black, Robert turned back to the security footage. His eyes locked on the flickering, pulsating symbols in the Egyptian exhibit. And a new thought entered his mind. What if the symbols weren't just a map to something hidden? What if they were a warning, too? The walls of the security office seemed to close in on Robert as the door clicked shut behind the men in black. His heart pounded, but something inside him, a cold, relentless curiosity, pushed him forward. The warning was clear. Once he crossed the line, there was no going back. But the more the men in black threatened him, the more certain he became. There was no way he could back down now. The truth, whatever it was pulling him in deeper, like a magnetic force. He had seen enough to know that this wasn't just some conspiracy. This was real, and it was bigger than anything he could have imagined. Robert turned back to the computer, his eyes fixed on the flickering security footage. He couldn't shake the image of that shadowy figure moving in front of the camera, the way the symbols had pulsed in response to its presence. It was like the museum itself was alive, reacting to something far older, far more dangerous than he had ever realized. But now there was something new, something that had been buried deep within his mind ever since the first time he saw the men in black. A chilling thought that made the hairs on his neck stand up. What if they weren't just protecting the museum? What if they were guarding him? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Everything had changed the moment he started digging into the museum's secrets. It was as if the men in black had been waiting for him to stumble upon the truth, to cross that invisible line that separated the ordinary from the paranormal. Robert shuddered. He had to be careful. But how could he stop now? Every step he had taken had brought him closer to the core of the mystery. He had to finish what he started. He grabbed his flashlight and stepped out of the office, moving down the hall toward the Egyptian exhibit. He had to go back. He had to understand what was hidden beneath the museum. He needed to find the heart of the secret, whatever it was. As he approached the exhibit, he noticed something strange. The hallway was empty, just as it should be at this hour. Yet there was a faint hum in the air, an unsettling vibration that seemed to pulse through the floor, the walls, and even his own chest. He paused, his breath catching. Was it the building? Or was it something else? He stepped forward cautiously, the sensation growing stronger as he neared the exhibit. His flashlight beam cut through the dark, landing on the Egyptian god statue at the center of the room. But it wasn't just the statue that held his attention now. It was the entire exhibit. The symbols on the walls were alive. They pulsed and flickered with a rhythm that seemed too deliberate to be natural. They were responding to something. To him. His pulse quickened as he moved closer, his flashlight shaking slightly in his hand. He stopped in front of the statue, staring at the symbols carved into its chest. It was as though they were calling. To him, drawing him in with an intensity he couldn't explain. His fingers itched to touch them again, but fear held him back. That's when he saw it. In the faint light at the base of the statue was a small, almost imperceptible crack. He leaned in closer, eyes narrowing. The crack wasn't new. It had been there for as long as he could remember. But tonight, in the eerie glow of the pulsing symbols, it looked different. It was growing. Robert's hand hovered above the crack, his fingers trembling as he considered the consequences of what he was about to do. The men in black had warned him, but the fear no longer gripped him the way it had before. He had to know what lay beyond this crack. He had to know what the museum was hiding. With a deep breath, he pressed his hand against the crack. For a moment, nothing happened. The symbols pulsed steadily, as if in silent rhythm with the thrum of the building. But then, with a soft groan, the statue shifted. The crack widened ever so slightly, revealing a hidden compartment. Robert's breath hitched. He could feel it, now. The strange electric sensation running through his fingers. Whatever was inside was more than just an artifact. It was alive in a way that the museum's collection had never been. The compartment finally opened fully, revealing a small, intricately carved box. Robert reached inside, his hands shaking as he pulled it out. The box was cold to the touch, its surface smooth and ancient. Etched into its surface were more symbols. The same symbols that had been glowing in the exhibit. This was it. The key. Before he could fully comprehend what he was holding, a voice rang out from the darkness. "You shouldn't have done that." Robert spun around, his flashlight sweeping the room. He recognized the voice immediately. The man in black, standing just inside the doorway. His silhouette was outlined by the dim light from the hall, his posture as rigid and unreadable as ever. But this time, there was something different in his eyes. It was no longer a warning. It was something else. Something darker. "You're too far gone," the man said, his voice low and cold. "You don't understand what you've unleashed." The words hit Robert like a punch to the gut. What did he mean? What had he unleashed? Put it down, the man continued, taking a step closer. You have no idea what that box contains. No idea what it's meant to contain. Robert's heart raced as he held the box tightly, refusing to let go. The weight of the man's words pressed down on him, but he couldn't stop now. He needed to know. He had to know the truth, no matter the cost. I'm not going anywhere, Robert said, his voice steady despite the storm raging inside him. The man paused, and for a long moment, the room was filled with a heavy silence. Then, in a voice that sent chills down Robert's spine, he spoke again. You don't have a choice. You never did. The man stepped forward again, but before he could reach Robert, something strange happened. The symbols on the walls flickered and flared. The ground beneath Robert's feet seemed to tremble, and the box in his hands began to hum, a low, vibrating sound that filled the room. For the first time, Robert felt the full weight of what he had uncovered. It wasn't just a conspiracy. It wasn't just a collection of relics or ancient secrets. This was something alive. And the men in black weren't just guarding it. They were keeping the world from destroying it. The room around Robert seemed to warp as the symbols on the walls flickered and pulsated with increasing intensity. His hands trembled around the box, and a strange hum echoed through his entire body. It was as though the air itself had thickened, pressing against him, pulling him deeper into whatever secret the men in black were so desperately trying to protect. You have no idea what you've just unleashed, the man in black repeated, his voice now tinged with a kind of urgency that sent a cold shiver down Robert's spine. He could feel the weight of his words like a storm building, ready to break. For a moment, Robert's mind raced. The box in his hands thrummed with an otherworldly energy, its surface glowing faintly. What was inside? Why had it caused such a reaction? His instincts screamed at him to run, to leave this cursed place before whatever ancient force was locked. Within that box came crashing into the present, but he couldn't stop now. He wouldn't. Tell me what's inside, Robert demanded, his voice shaky but resolute. What is it you're protecting? The man in black didn't flinch. His cold eyes were fixed on the box, and Robert could see a flicker of something, a brief, almost imperceptible shift in his expression. For the first time, the agent looked less like a machine of secrecy and more like a man confronting something terrifying. This isn't just an artifact, the agent said, his voice low. It's a key to something that should never be opened. The words echoed in Robert's mind, but before he could respond, the ground trembled again, this time more violently. The lights overhead flickered, and the air seemed to hum with a strange energy. What do you mean, never be opened? Robert pressed, stepping back as the box began to glow brighter, pulsating in his hands like a heartbeat. It was as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel around them. The man in black didn't answer right away. Instead, his expression darkened, and for a moment, Robert saw something unfamiliar in his eyes. Fear. The agent stepped forward quickly, closing the distance between them. Do you really think you're in control of this situation? The man hissed, his voice growing colder. You don't understand what's at stake. You think you can just open a box and learn the truth? You don't know what's inside it, what it's connected to, what it's meant to do. Robert's pulse quickened, and a sense of dread washed over him. There was something alive inside the box. That much was certain. But the more he heard the agent speak, the more it seemed like the entire museum was part of something much larger than just a place to house relics. It was guarding something ancient and terrifying. Before Robert could speak, the agent lunged forward, his hand snatching at the box. But it was too late. A blinding flash of light erupted from the box, and the force sent both men staggering back. The room seemed to bend and twist in a surreal, nightmarish way. The symbols on the walls flared brightly, their once faint glow now blinding, as if they were awakening from a centuries-long slumber. Robert's heart hammered in his chest. He could feel the power of the box, an almost tangible force that surged through him. The agent screamed, his hands raised as if trying to shield himself from the light, but it was too much. The air around them crackled with energy, and the very walls of the museum seemed to tremble with the weight of the thing that had been unleashed. In the center of the room, the statue of the Egyptian god seemed to shudder, its stone surface cracking, as if something beneath it was stirring to life. The ground quaked beneath their feet, and the distant sound of shuffling footsteps echoed through the halls. Not the normal, rhythmic footsteps of staff or visitors, but something other-worldly. Suddenly, a voice broke through the chaos. It wasn't the agent's voice, nor was it Robert's. This voice was deeper, rasping, as though it was coming from far beneath the earth. The sound seemed to reverberate through Robert's bones, and for a moment he could do nothing but listen, his body frozen in fear. "You have released me." The words were like a spell, heavy with ancient power. The light from the box dimmed slightly, but the symbols on the walls continued to glow brighter, their patterns shifting in a mesmerizing, hypnotic dance. The air was thick with the sound of something stirring deep below. Robert's heart sank as he realized what he had done. The box had opened a doorway, one that had been sealed away for centuries, and whatever was on the other side was now awake. The man in black let out a low, guttural growl, his hand pressed against his forehead as though trying to block out the voice. "No," he whispered. This wasn't supposed to happen." But it was too late. The walls of the museum seemed to collapse inward, the light growing brighter and more intense as the very foundation of reality began to fracture. The symbols on. The walls twisted, their glowing edges now rippling like the surface of a disturbed pond. Robert stumbled back, his chest heaving as the weight of what was happening pressed in on him. The agent's face was a mask of desperation. "You need to put it down," he pleaded, his voice strained. "You don't understand what you've done. It's coming." Robert glanced at the box in his hands. It was still glowing, still pulsing with a force that seemed to be calling to something far beyond their comprehension. The museum was no longer just a place of secrets. It had become the gateway to something older than history itself. And Robert realized, with growing horror, that he wasn't just a spectator anymore. He wasn't just uncovering a conspiracy. He was part of it. Whatever was coming was no longer just a story. It was a living nightmare. And the men in black weren't just trying to protect the museum. They were trying to stop the world from unraveling. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from above, followed by the sound of something falling, a thundering, otherworldly noise. That shook the entire building. It was time. Time for the final confrontation. The museum was no longer just a building. It was a battleground. The once quiet halls now echoed with the sound of something ancient, something powerful, stirring beneath the surface. The walls trembled with each passing second, as though the entire structure was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. And in the heart of it all stood Robert, gripping the box that had unleashed the storm. The agent in black was no longer in control. He stood there, face pale, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and resignation. His earlier coldness had melted away, replaced by something far more human: terror. His body trembled as the floor beneath them vibrated with an intensity that rattled their bones. "You have to stop this," he whispered, his voice strained. "You don't understand what's at stake. It's already awake. It's too late." But Robert couldn't stop now. He wouldn't. The truth, the one buried beneath the museum, the one the men in black had been guarding for so long, was just out of reach. He felt its power in his hands, in the box. He could feel it calling to him, like a siren song that promised to unlock the mysteries of the universe, to shatter every boundary of time and space. But at what cost? The walls around them cracked again, this time with a deafening sound that sent shards of stone flying across the room. The floor beneath Robert's feet buckled, and the voice, that voice deep and ancient, boomed once more. "You have released me. Now, I will take what is mine." The words seemed to ripple through the museum, vibrating the air itself. The light from the box flared, and for a brief moment Robert saw something. A shape, a shadow, flickering at the edges of his vision. It was taller than any man, its features hidden in the shifting glow, but its presence was undeniable. It was coming. The agent staggered backward, his eyes wide with panic. "We can't contain it. We can't hold it back. No one can." But Robert didn't move. He couldn't. He stared at the box in his hands, feeling its power surge through him. The ancient entity, whatever it was tied to the symbols. It had always been here, buried deep beneath the museum, waiting for someone foolish enough to release it. And now, Robert had done just that. The agent's voice broke through his thoughts. "Put it down. Now." For the first time, Robert saw the desperation in the agent's eyes. He wasn't just an enforcer of secrets. He wasn't just trying to protect the museum. He was trying to stop the world from being swallowed by whatever had been unleashed. The light from the box flared brighter, and Robert's mind reeled. He had been warned. He had been told time and time again that there were things in this world that should never be uncovered. But it was too late for that. He had crossed a line, and now there was no turning back. But as the tremors grew more violent, something else happened. The walls, the floors, the very air around them seemed to freeze. The ancient voice, that deep, echoing presence, grew quieter, more distant. The shadow in the corner seemed to flicker out of existence, swallowed by the light from the box, and then everything stopped. The building fell silent. The ground stilled. The tremors faded. Robert blinked, his heart racing in his chest. The museum, the power, the overwhelming sense of something ancient. It was gone. Had they succeeded? The agent stood motionless, his face drained of all color. He looked as though he had seen a ghost, or worse, a glimpse of something he could never unsee. He took a step forward, his eyes fixed on Robert. You did it," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "You stopped it." Robert didn't know what to say. His hand still gripped the box, but it was no longer glowing. It was still, inert. The humming that had once pulsed through his body was gone. The museum, too, had returned to its original silence. The world, for all its madness, had returned to a semblance of normalcy. But Robert couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The weight in his chest was still there, as though the truth had been unlocked, but not fully understood. What had he truly released? What was that ancient presence? The agent took another step closer, his face now grim. "We can't let it happen. Again," he said, his voice low and steady. "The men in black. They'll have to act quickly. They will act quickly." "What do you mean?" Robert asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The agent's eyes narrowed, and for the first time he seemed to let his guard down, just slightly. The box wasn't meant to open. It was meant to stay buried. But now that it's been opened, the entity it holds is free. Robert's heart sank as the weight of the agent's words settled in. The museum wasn't just a place of history. It wasn't just a storehouse of relics. It was a prison, and whatever had been contained there, whatever had been locked away for so long, wasn't something that could be contained forever. "Will it come back?" Robert asked, his voice thick with dread. The agent nodded, though his expression was grim. "It's only a matter of time. But for now, we've bought the world a little more time." Robert looked down at the box in his hands one last time. The glow had faded, but its presence lingered, like a distant echo in his mind. He had uncovered a truth that was bigger than he could ever comprehend. And now that the door had been opened, there was no way to shut it again. The agent turned and started to walk away, but then he paused, glancing over his shoulder. "Do you regret it?" he asked, his voice softer now. Robert didn't answer immediately. He thought about everything that had happened. The whispers, the shadows, the fear. But more than anything, he thought about the feeling he had in that moment, standing at the center of it all. The thrill of discovery. The need to know. "No," Robert finally said. "I don't regret it. But I will never forget what I saw. What we unleashed." The agent didn't respond. He simply nodded, as if he understood exactly what Robert meant. Then, without another word, he disappeared into the darkened hallways of the museum. Robert stood there for a long time, the box still clutched in his hands. The museum felt empty now, but in the silence, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching him, that something had been set into motion that could never be undone. And he realized, with chilling clarity, that the men in black weren't the only ones keeping secrets. Some secrets were meant to stay buried. The end? What do you think? Is the museum truly safe? Or is the world now just waiting for the next chapter in this hidden conspiracy? If you enjoyed this mystery-filled journey, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Enigma, so you never miss a story that unravels hidden truths and challenges the mysteries of our extraordinary world. Sleep well, dream deep, and stay curious.